Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'm going. That's just too bad. That was me recording myself this morning. And now I'm recording myself now. But I'm going to bed in a minute. Because I'm a bit fucked. I'm like, oh my God. I see what's on Channel 5.
From his iconic chair monologues to the infamous Four Candles.
We know he's wasting his time. I think it's the best sketch I've ever seen.
Rummy Corbett, My 30 Funniest Moments. Boxing Day at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5. Now we hand over to Play-O Joe for the live casino show.
Oh, not casino. Fucking hell. That's shit.
Bright bistro where people want to come.
Gotcha. That's exactly. I can tell you.
Oh, Gordon Ramsay.
Needs the walls in there.
Yes, sir.
With my design team demolishing the chaotic layout of the dining room,
Pull every screw until this thing falls apart.
I dread to peek under the hood in the kitchen. I want to move behind the line. Come over with me and see the engine that's driving this restaurant. Is this all?
No, this is all ice. So we have the ice throughout the shift. We have to continue to fill it and redo
Oh,
it.
it's not refrigerated.
No.
Oh my God.
We've lost product multiple times.
Yeah, because of
they
this.
come in and it's 80 degrees and that's terrible.
And then over here we have our fryers, one of which blow out fire out the back of it,
Blow out what?
like fire. It literally goes, bah, and it shoots out fire.
In the middle of service?
Yes.
And Joe knows this?
Joe knows this, yeah.
How long's it been like that?
3 or 4 months now.
Behind the scenes, it's grim. Come on. Have you seen underneath there? The spoons, containers, and crap. What is that? It's turned into a hazard. What's in here?
Take a look.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
What's blood in there?
that's miscut chicken wings. I think it was 89 cents a pound.
As if that's going to make this business successful. I mean, get me Joe. Where is Joe? Joe. Yes. What is going on in here? Look at the blood in there. Come on. It's not proper wing. It's the cheapest of cheap.
Joe gives me cheap products and expects to work a miracle with it.
We can't get any lower, can we? We can't get any cheaper.
So I dry storage area.
Melanie,
Yeah.
have a look in there. Just tell me what you see there.
Mouse poop. Mouse droppings.
Droppings that look like couscous. The kitchen's dysfunctional. And that fryer, you can be shut down at any minute. We have the sparks going off with the electrics over hot oil. It's a ticking time bomb. Joe, come on. We're adults. We're in the business. Get the place clean properly. That kitchen's a disaster zone. Come on. The one thing that Shanty doesn't need fixing is its location in the bustling heart of the theatre district. Melanie, let's go for a walk. With the largest theatre just 1 block away. This neighbourhood is extraordinary.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the theater district.
When was the last time you went to the theatre?
Oh gosh, when I was young.
When you were young?
Yeah.
Wow, really? Oh boy. What a gorgeous theatre. Tough start to the day. How do you deal with that?
I'm ashamed of how my husband runs that place. But it's very hard for me to stand up to him because he just completely shuts me out.
And ignores you. I've been in the restaurant business all my life. From day one, you can't indulge from behind the bar. With Joe, it seems to have become a big problem with him. How bad has it gone?
Bad. His drinking never was to this extent. Ever.
I saw what my mum went through with an alcoholic father. And the minute she got the strength and the support to get out, she ran a mile. Have you ever thought about leaving him?
Yeah. Yes, I have. I'm just so tired. I'm like, something's got to give. I just cannot keep doing this.
I'm having a tough time supporting Joe. What am I missing?
Well, he has a good heart. He's a hard worker, and he is a good man.
You have to step up and hold the reins, and he has to allow you to be a partner. And I'll help fix him. But he needs to respect you first and listen, because Joe's way is not a good way anymore.
I agree.
Thanks, man. A couple so far apart running one business.
Ugh.
Joe's on borrowed time, and he needs to listen to her quickly before it's too late.
You're taking great pleasure in that, aren't you, Joe?
Yeah, no idea, Tommy. How do we bring in the pride of Valentine?
They used to manufacture cigars in this town. And so we're doing this basically 8 foot by 8 foot sculpture that'll be hanging, all made of cigar boxes.
Just a picture.
Yes, sir.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
it stands for what the town wants.
Exactly.
The Shanty at 19 is a restaurant. Is a restaurant. Oh, dive bar. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Good job. It's clear. My renovation team is going to be pushing hard to finish in less than 19 hours. But now I've got to push Kennedy. Let's go, let's go, let's go. To make sure at least the kitchen will be ready to go. How are you feeling?
Better now that you're here.
Okay, tough day.
Yeah.
Whatever happens going forward, you need to take responsibility.
Gotcha.
Have a look at that menu. Kennedy, this is what we're going to relaunch with. That's right, there's no back.
I like it.
Okay, let's take it from the top. Chicken wings. Yeah, a beautiful chicken glazed chicken wing. Not an off-cut chicken wing, they wouldn't get to the bulldog.
Right.
A proper wing.
Right.
Next to that, pan-seared scallops. Finished with a mustard sauce and a celeriac puree.
Those are beautiful.
Then an amazing beer batter, fish and chips, sustainable fish, beautiful fries, and a great showstopper. And then the shanty burger. We're going to lay that up. And the goon burger's gone. That's been 86.
Thank God.
And then finally, bacon wrapped pork tenderloin. There's a little bourbon glaze that we'll finish the pork with, and that will sit beautifully.
Right.
Okay?
Can I do all of this fresh?
I promise you now we're going to do it fresh. Okay? You're very passionate about what you do.
Yeah.
And I didn't know about that heart condition. Okay? So, you know, you're not the calmest of cooks.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
That place is tipping you over the edge.
Yes.
That negativity in front of the customer, you have to taper that in. Okay? I do have a temper.
Yeah.
But I have to harness that.
Yeah.
And you are the first chef I've ever met that swears more than me.
Right?
How's that possible?
I don't know. I don't know.
That passion, don't change that. Put that passion on a plate.
Gotcha.
Right, I want to cook.
Yeah,
That's what I
right.
came here for.
Exactly.
With you, okay?
Okay.
Let's do the scallops first. Searing them, getting a great colour on there is crucial, right? Okay? When they're soaking wet, you will never get any
Right.
flavour on there, okay? So first things first, they need to be super dry, yeah? So you dry them in between the towels. I will start off with a touch of oil, okay? We lightly season it, so we go up, in. So the caramelization is crucial, but the char is gone.
Gotcha.
From there, a little touch of butter and spoon that over those scallops. Delicious. Into the oven, 2 minutes. Max. Okay, now the garnish.
Being that close to him, like, to Gordon Ramsay. He's amazing. He's like a holy grail of chefs.
Touch, add my butter in there.
It's awesome to talk with a chef that actually knows what he's doing.
Sit the scallops on, and some mustard cream sauce. Just going to give that a little bit of heat to the top. Done.
It's a beautiful.
So you need to commit to change. And stop worrying about those customers that are whinging about the food that was supporting their alcohol
Right.
consumption.
That's Joe and his friends. The staff basically knows by 7:30 he's going to be drunk as a skunk. It's a problem.
So here's the deal. You need to be responsible more than ever before.
Gotcha.
You are in charge of the kitchen, and you need to give me time to put Joe in his place.
Okay.
Good.
I'm a chef.
Okay, here we go. It's actually quite a sad situation. Joe's made her dysfunctional. So Mary, Ben, and Jamie, they're here to train the staff one-on-one. When an owner is treating that place like a party hall and is abusing his staff, very few talent hang around. So we're lucky right now that she's still here.
He's doing good, huh? Doing good.
Kennedy, Tommy, and Joe have a lot of training to do if they're going to master the new menu before the shanty reopens.
You no longer have 13 burgers on your menu.
Yeah, that's
All you need.
absolutely, I agree with you.
We need a facelift. We need a new start. And this is exciting.
I wish I could spend more time helping my renovation team.
Like you said, we want to pay homage to the town.
I love that. But right now, Joe, let's spend 2 minutes together, please. I need to talk to Joe alone. Oh boy. Just hear me out. The party is over. Running around, paying for plaudits, buying half your customers, drinking stupidly. Come on. What's happened to you?
Late entertainment on
He's an alcoholic. Oh my God, he's an alcoholic. Can you believe that? Next door, Helen, she's an alcoholic. Over the road, Kate, she's an alcoholic. And am I an alcoholic? No, I'm not. I drink tea and coffee. Yeah, I do. And Diet Pepsi and milkshake. Yeah, I do.
It's the season of goodwill to a football man. It's my time to shine. Luckily, can I get a woo? Oh, my package is going to be open. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Entertainment this Christmas on Channel 4.
Oh, hello, Bog. What more? What's that cat up to now?
Please come down.
Is it Father Christmas? No, dear. Father Christmas does not have a tail.
Mog's Christmas on Channel 4. Christmas Eve at 7:45.
I shouldn't really be going live. I'm going to bed now, right?
It's nice to see funny faces.
Yeah, but what about Bob? What's gone wrong? You've been caught long. You must be so pleased for that.
What a great way of starting Christmas.
The Great Christmas Bake Off on Channel 4. Christmas Eve at 8:15.
Yes! The festive pottery doors are open.
It's Christmas!
Join 4 daring celebs
Yeah, that sounds fun.
as they get fired up. But who will impress the most?
It's so personal to you. Absolutely.
The festive pottery throwdown on Channel 4. Christmas Day at 7:30.
Join me for the Big Fat Quiz of the Year with Richard Arwani, Mel Gedroych, Rosie Jones, Catherine Ryan, Mo Gilligan, and Kevin Bridges. The Big Fat Quiz of the Year 2023 on Channel 4. Watch Boxing Day at 9.
Late entertainment on 4. Proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
The party is over. Running around, paying for plaudits, buying half your customers, drinking stupidly. Come on. What's happened to you?
Somewhere along the line, I just lost control of the place. Today was a punch in the head.
The drinking is getting worse. Why, Joe?
Because it makes reality go away.
Insecurities. Why?
Failure.
Drinking is terrible.
I grew up with an alcoholic father, and it's a very, very lonely place. Got to change. If you can see that, and everybody's going to follow suit. They're not deserting you, Joe. You just had enough. Truthfully, you can't run that business any longer. You need a general manager. There's only one person qualified to become that general manager. Joe's your wife. Right. Because she's got that experience in business. You need to listen to her, buddy. You need to listen to her. You have an amazing woman, you know.
I wouldn't have anything without her. I'm surprised that she is still with me.
You're not a bad guy. Let's get that right. I'm just struggling to make you understand what's at stake here. Here we go. Thanks, Joe.
Ah, thank you.
But, right? What happened?
That was the greatest thing that had ever freaking
What happened?
101 with Chef Ramsay.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great guy.
He is.
Let me
Yeah.
tell you something.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
You know I love you. You know I need you. The only way this is going to work is together. You know, I'm going to listen. I'm going to change. Things are going to go back to where they were with us.
If I was you, mate, I'd go home. Yeah, stay away from my wife and let her run the place.
Forget how much she means to me. It's one of the biggest reality checks I've ever had in my
And let her
life.
work all day and then come home and see me. Yeah, that's
With the
what I'd
clock
do
rapidly winding
if I was
down,
an
there's no
alcoholic.
rest in sight for the shanty team.
Take this outside?
Yeah.
I really honestly believe he's going to change and start listening to me. You can just put everything here.
I got you.
And if he doesn't, he's probably out of a wife and a home and a restaurant. People don't respect somebody who's here drinking.
Yeah.
You know?
And as the sun rises over Allentown, there's still a ton of work to be done. It's a waste of marble there, isn't it? Right. I have given them all the tools to bring the shanty's reputation back.
All right.
How much more space there is now with that thing on. But it's up to them to implement them.
Our giant cigar box installation.
That's beautiful.
Yeah,
That's
turn it on.
beautiful. Is there any chance that goes low?
We can bring it down a little bit and then we'll just raise up the ivy.
And these for acoustics.
Yeah, exactly. A little of that and to help break things up.
Lowering that down will make it more intimate and give it more of a restaurant feel. Yes, sir. There's still a massive amount of work to be done before tonight's relaunch. Kelly, we good?
Hey, Chef Ramsay.
What are you feeling?
Yeah, we'll never steal them.
Yeah,
A relaunch.
I get that.
Yes, I'm good.
I've never had a service yet, but I'm not nervous.
Right.
I know how important this is for you. So
Yeah.
we're going to step up. It's not how you start, it's what.
How you finished?
There you go. Good. Well done.
Thank you.
Good job. Hey, good job. See you back over there. Kennedy, Joe, and Tommy need to step up and own their kitchen tonight.
Ladies, let's put the napkins in here.
And the new general manager seems to be embracing her role as well.
Johnny, we need limes and lemons cut. You know, we're going to steam some silverware.
Guys, let's come in the middle here, please. Let's go. We opened in less than an hour. Set up the bar. Set up your line. Yeah? And let's put this back on the map.
Do it.
Burger on. Fish and chips on. Let's go. Test it.
Burger on. Boom. Fish and chips land right behind you.
I'm pleased that Kennedy and her team seem to be finding their footing. That burger looks lovely. Beautiful. Beautiful. Joe. Look at the size of the barrel. You're not having a full burger, you're on a quarter of a burger. Take a bite of that. That's the one burger.
That's the best goddamn burger I've ever had in my life.
With less than half an hour before relaunch, an enthusiastic crowd has gathered in front of the shanty. A little more salt. But some old dogs are up to some old tricks. Hey, Joe. No! No, 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 no! You are licking your fingers. Oh, sorry, sir. So I don't need that. Okay? I don't care. I don't want you licking your fingers. How long for those, please?
All right, fish and chips are ready. They're perfect.
Come here, give me the basket.
Right here. There you go. Bang.
Joe, the fish is raw. Enough's enough. Come on. We're not serving that. Kennedy, we are not open to you already, so push them.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay.
I need one more piece of fish, please.
Check your fish.
Fish, where is it, please? Come on. Joe, cook beautifully. Cook beautifully. I've got rid of the weed crap. You guys are pivotal to the success of this business going forward. You got me, yeah? Of course, sir. Let's go. Please. Come on. Look, we're counting down. This is it. Everything we've all worked for and pushed is down to this. Any last word from the general manager? Yes.
That would be me.
This is
Let's,
you. I do mean you. I don't mean him. Let's go. Encouragement.
let's do this, guys. Stick together as a team. We're stronger together.
Bring them on, guys. To the new shanty on 19th. We are back. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Everybody, come on in, guys. My beautiful wife, Melanie, will take care of you guys.
Hello, welcome to the new Shanty on 19.
I got your back. I got your back. You guys got my back. Okay. All right.
You got this.
All right. No matter what. All right.
Before, the Shanty on 19th was a lifeless, dingy dive bar. Now, it's a bright and airy contemporary bistro. Paying homage to the industrial history of its hometown and pulling inspiration from the revitalization of Allentown.
Looks fantastic.
Does it? It's bright, it's modern, and the lighting's great. We took out 2/3 of those booths to open up the dining room. To create this atmosphere here, now we have a restaurant with a bar. We don't have a bar with a few booths. Now the kitchen's laced with state-of-the-art equipment.
We will start with the crispy chicken wings.
Oh, this nice.
I have to tell you, the burger is the best burger I have ever. And look at me, I haven't missed too many meals in my life.
Order in pan-seared scallops, 2 chicken wings.
Heard.
Make sure that it's cooked right, please. I don't want anything coming back.
Hey, stand strong.
Okay.
And make sure they coordinate with you, okay?
Okay, sure.
Hope it's better than yesterday.
Kennedy, 2 wings for me for you. And your pantry scalp under the window.
Perfect. With Kennedy managed to keep her kitchen and her temper in check,
Make sure I got more fries down, please. All right, guys, check this out.
food is flying out of the kitchen.
Hi guys, good luck the shot.
And the customers are happy.
The bacon wrap, good.
The scalp is under perfection.
Heard the yesterday scallops, they're incredible.
The atmosphere in here is electric.
I need that burger. Bit of an oven, please.
Hey,
Yeah, chef.
the food is incredible. Okay? Hey, don't sleep on me now.
The name?
Sandy.
Is there 3 in it?
Sure. Leave that to Melanie.
Okay. Joe's got to learn to let his wife be the general manager
Can you bring some more Pinot Noirs on?
and let Kennedy run her kitchen.
Mama, I'm like this. I'm like,
I know, right?
But Joe doesn't know what to do in his new role.
what do you got here,
I
Mama?
need it melted. Hold on, not yet, Joe. I call the tickets.
Where are we going with this? What are we selling?
I don't know.
Joe's killing me, dude.
Joe, what do you want?
I'm watching.
No, you leave us alone, Joe. Leave us alone.
Order in. I need 2 fish and chips and another scallop.
I have a wing, I have a scallop, I have a steak, and I have a pork. That's my lead.
That's not my lead.
Stop. Look at me. Just stop. Stop.
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
William Hill Vegas. Are you serious? Fucking gambling. What out of bollocks that is?
Extra Christmassy with lots of snow.
It's a time of miracles, so be of good cheer.
I don't gamble. I'm not interested. I don't give a fuck.
Merry Christmas, sweetheart.
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, George! Ultimate fun, pal. It's a big surprise.
Merry Christmas.
I am really looking forward to that.
Come together for festive favourites on Channel 4. Stream free now. Made in Chelsea's going down under to fight the winter blues and fill up on barbecues.
Never seen such a display of sausage.
And those Bondi babes
What's the single in Sydney?
Not here.
are making waves.
I see a girl who's mad in love with you.
Well.
Brand new Made in Chelsea Sydney on E4. Stream or watch live tomorrow at 9.
Life is pretty simple for a lot of people. They meet someone, fall in love, and they're all set.
Your mum did tell me you're a gay boy now. I just keep fancying straight guys.
That is going to be an issue. On.
Sweet.
Can we not help each other when the time comes? Make a more elegant exit.
You never get away with it.
People get away with it every day. I don't know what's wrong with me. Why are you banging on my door like this? Don't bring you snacks.
I know you're a good girl waiting to time, but
I'm turning 30 soon and I want to be a good person. You're a nightmare. Did you open the door to the Rat Hotel?
New unmissable series coming to Channel 4.
how was the funeral?
Instead, he buries him.
You wouldn't let your dog suffer like that.
If I get anywhere near that, take me out the back and shoot me.
We all need to promise that if any of us need it, we'll
I don't know what to eat.
Help each other across the threshold.
out of love.
I think I know what I'll go for. Beef and noodles. Yeah, I will.
What's helping each other to die?
So what thing?
Oh, is it yours? Isn't it?
See you at the next game. Yes, it's yours.
What are friends for?
Brand new drama, True Love.
What are friends for? I haven't got no friends. I mean, what the fuck?
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly
When I was a
sponsored
piano
by
man, I had
William Hill
friends. You know, that was it. We worked together, and that was great.
Stop. Look at me. Hey, just stop.
Stop, you motherfuckers!
Joe, I know it feels a little bit awkward because you're not in control. That's all I did. You need to step back and let her run this kitchen. Okay? Yes.
Where's that steak?
I did say, go home, mate. You know what I mean? Fucking hell. She'll see you later.
32.
You go, 32. You go, please. All right? Good.
Leave my fish over
He's
there.
an alcoholic.
Listen to her. She's going to swim. Come up for oxygen. When she comes for oxygen, you need to be there. Support.
In the kitchen.
That is it.
When they're trying to run a restaurant, you know.
Worrisome?
Ticket 33 out.
33, you got it, mother. But it was nice to learn how Chef wants the flow to work. How is it? Fantastic. There's a few things we all need to sit down and of course, tweak and make things flow a little bit better. But I thought it was incredible. How we looking, Chef?
good. Give me 1 second, all right, Joey?
You got it. Just wait. Wait till she says.
After fighting with Joe for over a year, I finally own my kitchen. It feels good.
Really beautifully done. The difference, I cannot tell you.
This is food I'm excited about.
But I'm glad you're excited about it. Keep it going, yes?
Gives me hope and it allows me to breathe again.
I have the fish and chips here for you. The scallops. Steak. Shanty burger here for you.
Yeah. Bon appetito! Enjoy, guys.
And amongst all the chaos, we're doing a good job.
This is the first time since I can remember that I'm actually touching tables and talking with people and enjoying myself.
But you can tell your team, and that's your strength doing that. That's nice for me, tell your team, your wife, your chef, they also do a good job. Got me? Come on.
Walk it in, single out fancier scallops, Tommy.
Single out scallop for chef.
Kennedy, you're doing a great job.
Thank you, Joey.
If you need anything, Tommy, just let me know. I'm here. I'm here to help. For me to step back into being a part of this restaurant was wonderful. The burger, I felt respected again, and I feel that I can really make this restaurant move forward.
Great job.
Thank you, Chef.
My time's done. A, keep in touch. B, if you need anything, let me know. Because
Chef Ramsay, I feel very blessed and very lucky to have met him. I'm just very positive moving forward.
hey, you hung in there.
Thank you.
And just look at the atmosphere down there. And look at them. They're going crazy. Keep in touch.
Thank you, Chef.
This is wonderful. People will finally have a place to come.
Now, my job is done. I'm out of here. Stick together. You have something so amazing here. What you wanted 4 years ago, you got it back on the map tonight. Remember that. Yes, sir. So, thank you very much. Well, stick with the program. Yes, sir.
He's got it. I can't wait.
Thank you, baby. Love you. Great job. Much appreciated. This has been one of the most dramatic 24 hours we've ever done. I arrived, we saw an owner that was drinking himself into oblivion, ignoring his wife, a chef that was disempowered. And tonight, brought back the shanty on 19th to what it was in its heyday. My only hope now is that Joe stays on point, Melanie continues to be the general manager, and Kennedy, talented chef, gets left alone to cook, because when she cooks, man, she's a delight. The toughest for me, the hardest, but I think deep down inside, one of the most rewarding.
Hi guys, it's Joe from the Shanty on 19th. Things are going fantastic.
Joe is really starting to respect me.
No, why don't you sit down and grab something?
I'm okay right now. When people leave. And we're learning to communicate more.
I'm running 11.
There you go.
You're the best. Thank you. Had to hire the kitchen staff just to handle all the business that's been coming in.
Nice job.
I've stepped back a little bit, given a little more control to Kennedy.
I feel so blessed.
Everything is going really good. I think Chef Ramsay being here has really helped our relationship. We are really grateful for this new chance.
Love it. Next time, I'm at Bass's in Waterbury, Connecticut. Band-aid, 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 band-aid. Mummy, mummy, mummy. Where an owner is exploiting his own mother. Aren't you ashamed?
It's not like I'm sucking her dry.
And abusing his chef who's being driven
Get out of my way. Get out of my way.
to the brink. You're my only hope here.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it.
That's what we call star-studded entertainment. Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
This is the best thing that's ever happened to
There we
me.
go.
Join Mika, Lang Lang, and Claudia. To celebrate Christmas around the piano. You are my Christmas present. That is Christmas. The piano at Christmas on Channel 4.
The piano. How about that, eh?
Should we go look inside?
Absolutely.
Or will be revealed?
I'll think about all the pianos I've put in people's houses.
A real good laugh.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
You are actually working on
Christmas Day, I was putting pianos in people's houses. I was.
unexpected things about people.
2024, a new year of wonder on More 4.
My place is normally warm. The problem is I have about £500 of gas. And I don't think I'm getting any gas. It's crazy.
Mob's Christmas on Channel 4. Christmas Eve at 7.
Because it's a bit fucking freezing. It's cold. It's like, oh my God.
The iconic life of an iconic First Lady, Natalie Portman, is Jackie at 2:20 after The Simpsons get festive here on Channel 4.
Oh, not The Simpsons again. Oh, man.
From kitchen chaos to fussy fun.
But not the bed, and the next day I had to get ready to it.
They're in a particularly bad mood on a bed, like this one.
While Jill's favourites, the Eagle Rays, are pretty.
In Paris, but also it would mean just as much to me to go and compete at the Olympics with Henry. Admittedly, at the time, I wasn't expecting to be competing for different nations.
This would be Henry's first Olympics, but it will be Joe's last due to issues with the sport's governance. The equestrian elements will be replaced with an obstacle course for the 2028 Games, something organisers say will help future-proof the sport. But Joe's campaigned against the change and felt the athletes' concerns were ignored.
For me, it was a really disappointing experience, sort of seeing how sport politics is run at the top levels. So, yeah, after that year, I kind of took a bit of a step back from it because I needed to just get back to enjoying the sport that I fell in love with at the beginning. So, yeah, no, it was quite disappointing to see and also eye-opening. But for me, I needed to just sort of go back to just being an athlete as opposed to an Olympic spokesperson.
It's a sport that is still in transition. Athletes will now fix their focus on next year. It's full speed ahead.
It's tough deciding what to do on a Brittany Ferries holiday. French escape or Spanish adventure? Quiet beach or charming village? Decisions. But one choice makes all the difference. Book your French or Spanish escape with Brittany Ferries, and your holiday starts the moment you step on board. It's the best decision you're yet to make. Book today for a free, flexible ticket upgrade. Offer ends 29th of February. Visit Brittany Ferries for terms and conditions.
Silverlake.co.uk. Place to go for low-cost auto parts. If you need a part for your car, come to Silver Lake Self-Service Yard because we have almost any part for any car at a fraction of the normal cost. Pick up the part yourself or order online. For low price, guaranteed auto parts, choose Silver Lake. Silver Lake. Silverlake.co.uk.
Peter Green Furnishers. Transforming houses into enchanting homes across the South and the Isle of Wight for 65 years.
Brilliant, I've finally quit.
I can keep up with my kids now. I feel like I've got my life back.
It's an amazing feeling when you stop smoking, and you can experience it for yourself. Our range of free support can help you quit for good, from our app to emails, face-to-face support, and online communities. Search Smoke Free. Better health. Let's do this.
At Holiday Inn Express, the best meal of the day is always included as part of your stay. Rise and shine with a muffin and croissants galore. With a buffet this good, you'll come back for more. Try excellent eggs. There's fresh coffee too. Or a hot English brekkie. You do you. Holiday Inn Express. Comfy bed, banging breakfast, always included. Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts. 19 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations, and IHG One Rewards loyalty program.
Make this Christmas extra special by giving them an M&S gift card. With an M&S gift card, they can choose from award-winning beauty, the softest cashmere, or a gourmet hamper, whatever they love. So to the gingerbread house builders, kids costume designers, and charade champions, this is your year to spend time on the things you love. Shop gift cards in-store, online, or on the M&S app. The NHS is investing up to £900 million in hospital services in Hampshire. We'd like to know what you think about our plans for building a new hospital, investing in Winchester Hospital, and our proposals for where services are provided in the future.
To find out more, visit hampshiretogether.nhs.uk. You can also call 0300 561 0905 or write to us at Free Post, Hampshire Together. This is your opportunity to improve your NHS for decades to come.
Whatever you wish for this season, Amazon delivers. With Eddie Murphy's latest festive hit, Candy Cane Lane. Enjoy the spectacular drama of the English Premier League. Or rental by the global phenomenon Barbie.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Dad. So whatever you wish for this festive season, it's right here on Prime Video.
I'm enchanted. Let them
Whether it's swimming lessons or fitness you want, there's never been a better time to join us at Everyone Active Fairham, Chichester, East Hampshire, and now Winchester.
This is hard.
Through the night into Thursday morning is Sunday here. Hopefully all your Christmas prep is going all right. Now, looking ahead to the new year, there's a big show returning to our telly screens. Who's going to host it, though? Tell you more in just a second. Plus, Adele coming up. Taylor Swift, pretty shaky.
Snow is falling all around me. Children playing, having fun. It's the season, love and understanding. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays and celebrations. People dancing all night long. Time for presents and exchanging kisses. Time for singing Christmas songs. We're gonna have a party tonight. I'm gonna buy that girl. I'm gonna be the mistletoe. Yes, I can do that. Room is swaying. Goes playing. All the other songs we love to hear. All I wish that every day is Christmas. What a nice way to spend the year.
I better turn it down a bit.
Snow is falling, all around, all around. Children play, having fun. It's the season, love and understanding. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas, everyone. Snow is falling all around me, all around me. Children playing, having fun.
I'll tell you what, right? I just touched the radiator and it's fucking freezing.
Snow is falling all around me. Children playing, having fun. It's the season, love and understanding. Merry Christmas, everyone. Oh, snow is falling all around me. Children playing, having fun. It's the season, love and understanding. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas, everyone.
I'm not celebrating. I'm not having no fun. I'm just stuck in a fucking freezing room. Cold. Alone. Stressed out fucking skin.
Starting in my heart,
Reaching a fever pitch is bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and stop me out and I'll lay your ship, baby. See, I'll leave with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I would do. There's a fire starting in my heart. Reaching a fever pitch and it's bringing me out the dark. The stars of your love remind me of us. They keep me thinking that we almost had it all. The stars of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't help feeling we could have had it Baby, I have no story to be told, but I've heard one on you, and I'm gonna make your head burn. Think of me in the depths of your despair. Making home down there is mine, so won't be shared. The stars of your love remind me of us. They keep me thinking that we almost had it all. The stars of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't help feeling we could have had it We could have had it all. We could have had it all.
That's hot. Oh. Oh. It's warming my body up. I'm like, yeah, this is lovely. Nice and hot.
Taylor Swift, Cruel Summer on Hearts. And it's 4 days to go. Welcome to Thursday, December the 21st. Sunday Bill here through the night on Hearts. So if you're needing to feel festive, let's play you a couple of tunes that will certainly help with that. Michael Bublé playing your moments straight after this. I love this tune. Step into Christmas. Elton John on Hearts.
These are my brain and my heart. Multivitamins and minerals. And some slimming tablets. I can see Trump. He's in shit, isn't he?
Christmas has officially begun because we're playing Michael Bublé. It is Christmas, baby, please come home. Got some Mariah coming up, Carly Rae Jepsen as well. Good morning, it's Simon here. Welcome to Thursday, day 21 on your advent calendar. So obviously all our sites are on the big festive season, but as soon as January hits, there's some big telly shows coming back to our screens, including The Traitors is going to be back. Dancing on Ice is returning as well, but who is going to be hosting it? Now, according to reports, Despite Philip Schofield leaving ITV and Stephen Mulhern being hotly tipped to replace him, Holly Willoughby still hasn't committed to hosting the new series, either on her own or with a co-host. Reports tonight that fresh from her jungle experience, Josie Gibson is hot favourite to replace Holly on the show. ITV yet to make an official announcement. But the new series starts in what? 3 weeks' time? He's not far off, so watch this space, we'll keep you posted. And talking of the jungle, you might remember last year they did I'm a Celebrity South Africa. It's like sort of all-star show, which Miley ended up winning. Well, they're doing it again this year. And I kind of liked it. I mean, it lacks that thing of public voting and all that, which is a bit strange. But it was okay. Here's some news that might not make it okay. They are considering handmaid number 1 to enter the jungle in South Africa, Casey Price.
Someone's saying they don't think Trump should be a president.
There are delays outside due to a hold up with Grand's never-ending stories. Please take the
I reckon he's too old.
Plenty of McDonald's restaurants are open late tonight.
And Biden and Trump, both of them are too old.
Did you know you can unlock instant savings on your shopping with new BP Me Rewards Price? Give your BP Me Rewards card a scan.
Well, that calls for celebration.
Wowzers. Celebrate instant savings at your local BP M&S food store with new BP Me Rewards Price. Scan, save, ka-ching. 16 plus participating stores, T's and C's and exclusions apply. See bpmerewards.co.uk/price for details.
It's 10:53 p.m. You're at a karaoke bar. You're catching your breath. You, slayer of the microphone, just exercised. And thanks to your Samsung Galaxy Watch 6, you know you've been active for exactly 103 minutes. Sure, you didn't go to the gym, but this sweat is still sweat. Samsung Galaxy Watch 6 for extreme lifeless.
Silverlake.co.uk. We'll collect and buy your car. Do you have a car to sell? A car that's damaged or one that costs too much to fix? Trust Silver Lake. We'll buy it and take it away. Any age, any condition. It's quick and easy with money paid direct into your bank. Go to our website and get an instant quote. Contact Silver Lake today.
Janet from Macmillan Cancer Support has discovered a new weapon in the fight against cancer. Dominoes. By getting African and Caribbean communities together over a game at the Pineapple Pub in southeast London, she's helping to break cultural taboos about the Big C and ensuring that people get the advice they need so everyone wins. And it never does. Macmillan Cancer Support. Wherever you are, we do whatever it takes to help people living with cancer.
Hi, I'm Spencer Matthews. And I'm Vogue. If you want to hear what we are generally disagreeing on in our lives, then check out Spencer and Vogue. I just think you're gorgeous. Gorgeous? Yeah, I do. You have to like yourself, Stan. Well done. Mummy's going to the gym, and then we're off to record my podcast. That's what she said. Not our podcast. All right. All right. It's not. It's ours. Well, my name is literally in the title.
Spencer and Vogue. Listen on Global Player. Download for free today. You know you love getting Christmas decks from TK Maxx?
Yeah.
We'll go chestnuts for home scents.
Have they got bottles?
Yeah, and loads of fancy glasses and candles too.
Is it still up to 60% less?
It's like TK Maxx for home, of course it is.
Grab me go.
There's no place like home scents.
Except TK Maxx.
Quality homeware, savvy prices. Find us at Chichester Retail Park. Up to 60% less than the RRP.
A magical Christmas with Lidl means picking up a Good Housekeeping Best Supermarket Wine 2023. A Portuguese Douro Reserve for just $6.99. And an award-winning French Pic Bull de Penay for $7.49. Or a Spanish Rioja Crianza for just $5.99. Now that's big old quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores GB only.
Across the South Coast.
Oh.
She works the night. She's gone astray, so far away from my father's daughter. She just wants a life for a baby. All alone, no one will home. She's got to save him. She tells him, ooh, love, no one's ever gonna hurt you, love. I'm gonna give you all of my love. Nobody matters like you. She tells him your life ain't gonna be nothing like my life. You're gonna grow and have a good life. I'm gonna do what I got to do. So rock-a-bye, baby, rock-a-bye. I'm gonna rock you, rock-a-bye, baby, don't you cry. Somebody's got you, rock-a-bye, baby, rock-a-bye. I'm gonna rock you, rock-a-bye, baby, don't you cry. She found her love way too early. He left her there with more than tears and hurt to carry. They said too young. What are you thinking? They told her she chose to use her heart and keep him. Now she got a 6-year-old trying to keep him warm, trying to keep all the gold. When he looks in her eyes, he don't know what he says when she says, oh love, no one's ever gonna hurt you, love. I'm gonna give you all of my love. Nobody matters like you. So rock-a-bye, baby, rock-a-bye. I'm gonna rock you, rock-a-bye, baby, don't you cry. Rock-a-bye. Now she got a 6-year-old trying to keep him warm, trying to keep out the cold. When he looks in her eyes, he don't know he is safe when she says. She tells him, ooh, love, no one's ever gonna hurt you, love. I'm gonna give you all of my love. Nobody matters like you. Yeah.
Really, really bring this together. This is hard.
Don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want to hold my own more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I
Feel good.
This is hard. I do wish him well. Don't ask me, I'll never tell. I look to you as a friend, and now you're in my way. I trade my soul for a wish, pennies and dimes for a kiss. I wasn't looking for this, but now you're in my way. Your stare was holding, red jeans, skin was showing. Hot night, wind was blowing. Where you think you're going, baby? Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. So here's my number, so call me maybe. It's hard to look back at your baby. So here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. So here's my number, so call me maybe. And I'll be up the boy, try to chase me. So here's my number, so call me maybe. You took your time with the call, I took no time with the fall. You gave me nothing at all. I feel you in my way. I begged all over still. At first sight and it's real. I didn't know I would feel it, but it's in my way. Your stare was holding, red jeans, skin was showing. Hot night, wind was blowing. Where you think you're going, baby? Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. So here's my number, so call me maybe. It's hard to look back at your baby. So here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. So here's my number, so call me maybe. And I'll be up the boy, try to chase me. So here's my number, so call me maybe. Oh, you came into my life, she's so bad, she's so bad, she's so bad. Oh, you came into my life, she's so bad, she knows that, she's It's hard to look back at your baby, but here's my number, so call me maybe. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number, so call me maybe. And I'll be up the boy, try to chase me, but here's my number, so call me maybe.
Morning to Gail, unable to sleep, so playing on her DS and listening to her. And Shaz and Ella on their way to the airport to spend Christmas in Lanzarote with her dad. Have an amazing time. Safe flight. Carly Rae Jepsen, it is Call Me Maybe, Hadaway in there as well. And feel good and festive through the night. Morning, this is Simon here. Welcome to Thursday on Hartwood Time Tunnel in about 20 minutes time. And of course, in the day, your chance to win a massive £50,000. Just like Rose. What? Oh, it's so good. She just could not believe it. We did say at the beginning of this week, because it's the final week of Christmas Cracker, we said 3 people will win 50 grand. Well, Rose is number 1. You could well be number 2. It could be happening today, so make sure you're listening after 8 o'clock. You're listening out for our festive questions. Get one right, text in your answer, and you could be pulling Heart's Christmas Cracker, inside which is either 500, 5,000, or a massive £50,000. Just think how you could spend that money right now. It could be a reality. Good luck. It is back on Heart Breakfast with JK Kelly from 8 o'clock this morning. Really hope you win. What starts your Christmas that'll be. Right, Ronet's to come. So Becky Hill and David Guetta and Harry Styles before the Time Tunnel at 3.
This is Heart.
It's time to veg out with Lidl's Christmas Pick of the Week. With bags of carrots, parsnips, shallots, Brussels sprouts, Swedes, and 2 kilograms of white potatoes, all for just 15p each. In Lidl stores now. Now that's big on quality, and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores GB only. Hiya. Hi.
Did you know you can unlock instant savings on your shopping with new BP Me Rewards Price? Give your BP Me Rewards card a scan.
Well, that calls for celebration.
Wowzers.
Celebrate instant savings at your local BP M&S food store with new BP Me Rewards Price. Scan, save, cha-ching. 16 plus participating stores. T's and C's and exclusions apply. See bpmerewards.co.uk/price for details.
Have a great time.
This festive season, everyone at Peter Green Furniture and Flooring would like to thank all our customers for another year of loyalty and support. We wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We'll be serving you again soon as our biggest ever winter sale starts December 27th with better than half price offers right across the store. See you from 9 a.m. Peter Green Furniture and Flooring, serving the South and the Isle of Wight for over 65 years.
At Raging Bull Snacks, we use traditional skills and only the finest natural ingredients to craft our award-winning jerky and biltong.
It's rich in protein, low in carbs, and utterly delicious.
Visit RagingBullSnacks.com and enjoy 15% off your first order.
Raging Bull Snacks, made without compromise.
Righty here, in case you didn't recognize my beautiful voice. I'm back with Gillette. The Gillette Labs razor clears the path before the blades for effortless shaving in one stroke. For a finish almost as good as one of mine, in no time. And if you don't think it's the ultimate shave, get your money back. Gillette. Gillette Labs razors. 18 plus, retain receipt, terms and conditions apply.
Good evening, late night revelers. This is the last bus home. Calling is still ringing and tired dancing feet via warm fries or a cheeky cheeseburger. Our final destination, as always, is home. Plenty of McDonald's restaurants are open late tonight. See McDonald's.com for opening times.
Ding dong, never go high. Magic Mike's bells are ringing. Ding dong, Shazam in the sky. And Spider Night is swinging.
Upgrade to Sky Cinema for more of the latest blockbusters, like Top Gun Maverick, Magic Mike, The Last Dance, Shazam, Fury of the Gods, Fast 10, and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. And 2 free view tickets a month. Sky Cinema.
Movies make Christmas.
Sky TV contract required. View tickets valid Sunday to Thursday. Limits and restrictions apply. See sky.com for terms.
night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. I'm feeling. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. I'm feeling. Tonight's the night. Hey, let's live it up. Let's live it up. I got my money. Hey, let's spin it up. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash, smash. Like oh my God, like oh my God, I'm about that sober. Come on, and then we'll do it again. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Let's live it up and do it. And do it. And do it. Do it. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Here we go. Here we go. We gotta rock. Easy come. Easy go. Now we on top. Don't stop. Body rock. Like it don't stop. Body rock. Up and down. Around the clock. One day. Two days. 3 days. 4 days. 5 days. 7 days. This is hard. My lover's got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My lover's got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. One more and more people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, one more and more people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, free from desire, mind and senses purified, free from desire, mind and senses purified, free from desire, mind and senses purified, free from desire. Na 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 na
Harry Styles, as it was through the night on Half. Morning. Hi to Bob and also Mark Frank and hello Mark. Both dropping me a message on Instagram if you want to get in touch. At Simon Beale Hearts is the new Instagram address. You can contact me on there. Or of course you can drop me a text. 82122 is my text number. Gearing up for your Thursday half-time tunnel. Tonight with Girls Aloud, Amy Winehouse in there, Rihanna as well. But what year? By next. This is
an important announcement. All train passengers are reminded to deck the halls with boughs of holly. La 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 la. Thank you.
With the tastiest stocking filler now at Greggs, you can't help but feel festive. Grab a Greggs gift card in shops or online at greggs.co.uk.
Things are merrily on high.
Greggs, bags some joy. Terms and conditions apply. See in shop or online for details.
Sarah was hitting the slopes with her family after she discovered there were great gifts on last-minute deals on Amazon.
I got myself this awesome booker jacket. And one for me.
And the dog too. Those puffers are on point. Share the joy with last-minute deals at Amazon from the 8th to the 22nd of December.
One Suzuki S-Cross, please. This stunning SUV comes with 2 years, 0% APR. Oh, and with a parking camera and adaptive cruise control. Surprise, they come as standard on every S-Cross. What about a personalised number plate? You might have to buy that yourself. Oh, can't win them all. Search Suzuki S-Cross today. Suzuki. Good different. Participating dealers only. Minimum contract length applies. Suzuki Financial Services Limited. T's and C's apply. See cars.suzuki.co.uk/offers.
When you move into palliative care, you think tropical fish will be the last thing on your mind. But when a cancer patient in Northampton was getting anxious about his beloved pets, Jan from Macmillan Cancer Support collected them, giving Nemo, Charles, and King Sebastian the 14th a new home and their owner peace of mind. Macmillan Cancer Support. Wherever you are, we do whatever it takes to help people living with cancer.
Ding dong, maverick on high. Magic mice bells are ringing. Ding dong, Shazam in the sky. And Spider-Man is swinging.
Upgrade to Sky Cinema for more of the latest blockbusters, like Top Gun Maverick, Magic Mike The Last Dance, Shazam, Fury of the Gods, Fast 10, and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. And 2 free view tickets a month. Sky Cinema.
Movies made Christmas.
Sky TV contract required. View tickets valid Sunday to Thursday. Limits and restrictions apply. See sky.com for terms.
Brilliant, I've finally quit.
I can keep up with my kids now. I feel like I've got my life back.
It's an amazing feeling when you stop smoking. You can experience it with our range of free support can help you quit for good. From our app to emails, face-to-face support, and online communities. Search Smoke Free. Better health. Let's do this.
Whether it's swimming lessons or fitness you want, there's never been a better time to join us at Everyone Active Fareham, Chichester, East Hampshire, and now Winchester.
The NHS is investing up to £900 million in hospital services in Hampshire. We'd like to know what you think about our plans for building a new
NHS is shit.
investing in Winchester Hospital and our proposals for where services are provided in the future. To find out more, visit hampshiretogether.nhs.uk. You can also call 0300 561 0905 or write to us at Free Post, Hampshire Together. This is your opportunity to improve your NHS for decades to come.
If you're night shifting, this is perfectly time for your coffee break, but whatever you're up to, take a pause, enjoy Hearts Time Tunnel. Here comes 6 amazing tunes, all from the same year. Just let me know which year and your memories on 8/21/22. Good luck.
So full of twilight, dreams that glitter. Just 'cause you're raising my face and cold as well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water. And I think of all the things what's doing in my head. I paint a picture. It's just a come home. Well, my body's still mad. And I miss your tender hair. And the way you like the dress. No one's coming over. It's Sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the border. And I think about all the things in my head. I feel bitter. Since I come home, well, my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like this.
Feel good and festive through the night and 7 nights a week. It is Hearts Time Tunnel at 3 o'clock. Amy Winehouse, Valerie. Girls Aloud, Call the Shots. What year? What were you up to in this year? Drop me a text. 82122. Email simon@heart.co.uk. Finally here, the Christmas #1 was Leon Jackson, When You Believe, his X Factor winner single. Christmas #1 album was Leona Lewis's Spirit. The must-have Christmas toy was, I love this, Iggle Piggle from In the Nightclub. Great. And Christmas Day telly included this.
You really terminated his supply contract because his carrots weren't straight.
Well, if the market demands straight carrots.
The market's stupid. What's wrong with his wibbly wobbly carrots?
After 26 years, To the Manor Born returned, millions watched it, but what year? 82122.
It was so easy that night. Should have been sure that I lied. Nobody gets me right. I know everything changes, all the feeling and faces, but I know how I feel about you. Can we bring yesterday back around? 'Cause I know how I feel about you now. I was gone, I let you down. But I know how I feel about you now. Oh, that it takes one more chance. And then I let it be our last.
Oh, fuck it.
Pass you by. and I can't be without you. And we're breaking and that's when you need me there. Let's do all of my share. Because when the sun is shining together, I told you I'll be here forever. Said I'll always be your friend, so below come stick it out to the end. I've been training more than ever, know that we still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella. Will never come in between. You're part of my entity. Here for infinity. When the world has set its part, when the world has set its cards, if the hand is hard, together we'll measure hard. Take heart, when the sun shines together. Told you I'll be here forever. Said I'll always be your friend, so the no come to get out to the end. I've been training more than ever, know that we'll still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella, you can stand under my umbrella. You can run into my arms, it's okay, don't be alarmed. Come into me, stand between us. Gonna let the rain pour, I'll be all you need and more. When the sun shines together, told you I'll be here forever. Said I'll always be your friend, so below come stick it out to the end. I've been training more than ever, know that we'll still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella, you can stand under my umbrella.
What year gave us Rihanna Umbrella and Sugar Babes? And about you now. 8:21:22. Email simon@heart.co.uk. It is your Thursday Heart Time Tunnel, which I will play for Simon, not me, another one. So I'm going to shout out to my husband, Simon. He's sat in A&E listening to you after cutting his hand. You're keeping us both going, so thank you for that. This is Lottie and Elodie, his little 4-year-old daughter who was dragged out of bed at 1 o'clock in the morning. Hope you're right, Simon. Hope it all heals quickly. Right, Timberland, One Republic, Snow Patrol. But what year? 8/21/22.
Holding on your rope, got me 10 feet off the ground. And I'm hearing what you say, but I just can't make a sound. Tell me that you need me, then you go and cut me down. But wait, tell me that you're sorry, didn't think I'd turn around. I say, hey, it's too late to apologize. It's too late to apologize. I said it's too late to apologize. It's too late. Some feet off the ground. This is Hot Taekwondo. We'll do it all. Everything. On. We don't need anything or anyone. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you wanna let me just forget the world? Forget what we're told before we get too old. Show me your garden lights, bursting into life. Let's waste time chasing cars around our heads. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me? Just forget the world. Forget what we're told before just lay here? Would you lie with me and just forget the world?
I often think, you imagine if you had written that song, what it would feel like. Like, particularly when you get to the end of playing it, you must think, that's just brilliant. So good. Snow Patrol chasing cars. What year? On Hearts Time Tunnel. Dylan was working in TV, got his spot on tonight. Nell and Dave, they're working in a closed casino due to a technical malfunction. They said Dave met his ex-husband for the first time, and Nell was in preschool eating noodles. Darren went to see the Stereophonics in this year. Shane left school. And Jack on X says, I remember getting a Sony PSP with games and a charging dock for Christmas in his year. You did all right, didn't you? Well done if you got it. It was 2007. And we'll do another one tomorrow at 3.
Are you getting a train over Christmas? If you are, here's some important news from us at Network Rail. We're making major improvements to the railway between Southampton Airport Parkway and Brockenhurst and Fareham and St Denny's from Sunday the 24th to Saturday the 30th of December. Replacement buses will run during this time. So, to make sure you arrive when you really need to, please check before you travel at nationalrail.co.uk/Christmas. Thank you.
Everyone loves a great Christmas movie. And nobody does Christmas better than Disney Plus.
That was epic.
Stream Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny straight from the cinema. I've been looking forward all my life. Alongside festive favorites like Muppets Christmas Carol,
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Home Alone, and Die Hard. Hey, streaming this season from $4.99 a month on Disney Plus. Auto renews unless cancelled. 18+ subscription required.
Cancer doesn't care if you're deaf, but Nikki from Macmillan Cancer Support does. Knowing that most deaf patients were struggling to understand healthcare professionals, she made it her mission to change that at the Macmillan Deaf Cancer Support Project. So now patients in Nottingham and beyond can get the information they need in a language they understand. Macmillan Cancer Support. Wherever you are, we do whatever it takes to help people living with cancer.
Giving the gift of wellness this December. Meet your fitness goals with the launch of the new Everyone Wellness memberships with Everyone Active. Now newly refurbished locally, sign up for brand new benefits, including Health Heroes, offering virtual GP access, discounts on over 120 high street brands, and much more. Everyone Active. Swim, gym, or spin. Join this December and claim your free personal training session. Visit everyoneactive.com.
At Tesco Mobile this Christmas, get the incredible iPhone 14 with AirPods Pro. This duo includes 5G plus 25 gigs of data, so you can enjoy all your favourite Christmas songs and adaptive audio, all for just $38.99 a month with club card prices, saving you £288. This is Supermarket Mobile. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Ends 28th of December. Club card and 36-month credit payment required. Subject to status. Terms at tescomobile.com/terms.
Feel the pain, that pain that you believe. Let's go for no cars, no parts.
If you need a part for your car, come to Silver Lake Self-Service Yard, because we have almost any part for any car at a fraction of the normal cost. Pick up the part yourself or order online. For low price, guaranteed auto parts, choose Silver Lake.
Silver Lake, let's go for no cars, no parts.
Silverlake.co.uk.
Hi, I'm Spencer Matthews. And I'm Bo Williams. And if you want to hear what we are generally disagreeing on in our lives, then check out Spencer and Vogue. I just think you're gorgeous. Gorgeous? Yeah, I do. Get off the boat. Well done. Mummy's going to the gym, and then we're off to record my podcast. That's what she said. Not our podcast. All right. It's not. It's ours. Well, my name is literally in the title.
Spencer and Vogue. Listen on Global Player. Download for free today.
Baby, calm down. Yo, this your body, you pretty much hold it down. Yo, you feel like phantom.
Yeah.
One day, everything changed. You and me. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world ends close. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits late at night, sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose. Oh, you I'll do my bad habits late to I stay. Every good intention ends when the good times start. Falling over everything to reach the first time spot. Started on a neon lights and then it all got I only know how to go too far. Habits lead to nights and then alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to I stare in space, and I know I'm losing control of the things I say. Yeah, I'm just looking for a way out now. I can't escape. Nothing I do is true. It's true. My bad habits lead to conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to I stay in space, and I know I can control the things I say. Yeah, people around me nothing I can do. It's true. My bad habits lead to you. It's all about I can't hear a word you say. These are loud, I'm saying much. I'm criticized,
Festive through the night on Hot. 4 days to go. It is Wham's Last Christmas. And morning is Simon Beale here. Welcome to First Action. Talking of Christmas songs. Don't miss Half Breakfast later with JK and Kelly Brook in for Jamie and Amanda. Talking to someone who is hoping to be Christmas #1 this year. The big chart on Sunday. Plus, Michelin-star chef Tom Kerridge is going to be on answering any of your Christmas food questions. So if you're doing your Christmas food prep, wondering how you're going to do certain things, make certain things, what to buy, the freezer, all that stuff. It's Tom Kerridge on Half Breakfast later. And they're talking Christmas food, but not the ones you think. Half Breakfast, JK and Kelly Brook here from 6:30. Right before Robert, 4 o'clock, Darlene Love to Come, Lewis Capaldi, and probably the most successful Christmas song ever. I'll get it on for you next.
This is hard. Rainbow shining on the wall. Oi, are you going to dream drop bucket?
Yeah, I'm wondering where the next charger is.
There's a BP Pulse charger coming up any minute, love.
Well, in that case,
nothing keeps happy you going like knowing when a BP Pulse charger is nearby. Download the BP Pulse app to keep you going. BP's here for your travel needs, mostly with petrol and diesel, but BP Pulse already has over 3,000 rapid and ultra-fast charging points.
The NHS is investing up to £900 million in hospital services in Hampshire. We'd like to know what you think about our plans for building a new hospital, investing in Winchester Hospital, and our proposals for where services are provided in the future. To find out more, visit hampshiretogether.nhs.uk. You can also call 0300 561 0905 or write to us at Free Post, Hampshire Together. This is your opportunity to improve your NHS for decades to come.
NHS is shit. NHS is shit.
I wanted to get the kids off the sofa and stop watching TV. So I searched rainy day activities on TikTok. There were loads of hacks on there. But the kids really liked making a bird feeder. It's amazing what you can do with a milk carton and a handful of seeds. We hung it outside the window and the birds loved it almost as much as the kids. Who knew a bird box could be this entertaining? It starts on TikTok.
Paddington is back in McDonald's Happy Meal. Join him in discovering all the fun of the festive season, like ice skating, putting crackers, singing songs, and even playing games. But the best thing is, everyone can enjoy the magic of Paddington and Happy Meal. Have a very Merry Christmas with Paddington. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. It's the 3rd of January from 11 a.m. Includes one pre-selected book or toy while stocks last. See mcdonalds.co.uk/Happy Meal for details.
Richmond Motor Group will have the right model at the right price across Skoda, Suzuki, LG and Hyundai. Visit richmondmotorgroup.com. It's time to veg out with Lidl's Christmas Pick of the Week. With bags of carrots, parsnips, shallots, Brussels sprouts, Swedes and 2 kilograms of white potatoes, all for just 15p each. In Lidl stores now. Now that's big on quality and always little on price. Subject to availability, selected stores, GB only.
At Holiday Inn Express, the best meal of the day is always included as part of your stay. Rise and shine with a muffin and croissants galore With a buffet this good, you'll come back for more. Try excellent eggs. There's fresh coffee too, or a hot English brekkie. You do you. Holiday Inn Express. Comfy bed, banging breakfast, always included. Travel like you need it with IHG Hotels and Resorts. 19 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations, and IHG One Rewards loyalty program.
She brings me a peace. I take her out to fancy restaurants. She takes aside this out of me. I make a cards on her birthday. She makes me a better man. I take her water when she's thirsty. She takes me as I am. I love it when her back wanders, and she loves it when I sleep. I know she loves and she knows when I feel alone. From all my years and graces to the little things I do, everything is pointless without you. Days and seasons, just only one I choose. Everything is pointless without you. I light the fire when it's cold out. She lights up the room. I hope that she'll love me forever. She hopes I'll be back soon. I take her out to the movies. She takes away my pain. She is the sour of everything. And I'll be there till the end. I love when she lies for no reason. Her love's the reason I'm here. She comes when I'm hurt and I'm always sweet and still.
Everything is pointless without you.
New friends, we're all together.
If you remember when they made this record, they recorded it, I think on a Sunday, had the record pressed overnight, and finished by the morning. I mean, nowadays, that's kind of normal. Trust me, it wasn't then. Band-Aid, do they know it's Christmas?
Yeah.
See, Thursday on Hard Right. Listen, have a really good day today. Back for a special one tomorrow, final one of the year. Get ready for Rob Up with early breakfast next, starting with Wizard and Katy Perry. See you tomorrow, one.
One of the things that stopped me working out was time. I am a busy woman, Bradley.
Well, at Peloton, there is a class that fits into any schedule, even yours. Whether you've got half an hour to spare or literally just 5 minutes. You can join live or on demand, and I'll be there to guide you through a class.
So I guess I'm out of excuses? With more than 16 disciplines across our platform, find a workout that really suits you.
Tom.co.uk. Brilliant, I've finally quit.
I can keep up with my kids now.
I feel like I've got my life back.
It's an amazing feeling when you stop smoking, and you can experience it for yourself. Our range of free support can help you quit for good. From our app to emails, face-to-face support, and online communities. Search Smoke Free. Better health. Let's do this.
Go Skydive, specialists in tandem skydives for first timers. For a thrill of a lifetime, go skydive.com.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. With over 100,000 free child place holidays available, a fantastic range of 2 to 5-star hotels, and 22 kilograms of baggage included. We'll make sure your summer holidays worth every penny. Book now from Bristol Airport with just a £60 deposit per person, and spread the cost with flexible monthly payments. Package holidays you can trust, and metal protected, subject to availability and conditions.
It's time to veg out with Lidl's Christmas Pick of the Week. With bags of carrots, parsnips, shallots, Brussels sprouts, Swedes, and 2 kilograms of white potatoes, all for just 15p each. In Lidl stores now. Now that's big on quality, and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores, GB only.
This Christmas Day, all about sharing, isn't it? But to be honest, some things we just don't want to share. Like the packed car park, along with everyone else who left their Christmas shopping a little bit, well, last minute. And the TV remote on Christmas Day, when everyone wants to watch something different. These What's It's Giants, on the other hand, made for sharing. Go on, help yourself. Walkers, actually made for sharing.
Sarah was hitting the slopes with her family after she discovered there were great gifts on last-minute deals on Amazon.
I got myself this awesome bumper jacket. And one for me.
And the dog too. Those puffers are on point. Share the joy with last-minute deals at Amazon from the 8th to the 22nd of December.
Peter Green Furnishers, transforming houses into enchanting homes across the South and the Isle of Wight for 65 years.
Righty here, in case you didn't recognise my beautiful voice. I'm back with Gillette. The Gillette Lads Razor clears the path before the blades for effortless shaving in one stroke. For a finish almost as good as one of mine. In no time. And if you don't think it's the only shave, get your money back. Gillette Lads Razor. Make sure you must send the seat terms and conditions online.
This is hard. Morning, it's Rob Howard here in Bermondsey Russell, and it's just 4 more sleeps to go. Here's Wizard to get you in the mood.
Your brakes. That's crazy. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh.
This is being seen as a huge win. He is an extremely close aide and ally of Mr. Maduro. He was actually welcomed back at the airport by Mr. Maduro's wife, as well as then being hosted at the presidential palace by Maduro himself. It's being seen that he has demonstrated his willingness to go to any length to ensure that his own members of party or allies are protected, even if that means giving up resources. That is being seen as really bolstering his political support, especially internally, and that is what he's trying to do. We've seen that in the start of the month with this referendum trying to claim sovereignty over a large area of neighbouring Guyana. He's trying to bolster and boost his internal image, really showing that he is a powerful president and he can mobilise supporters in times of need, which Venezuela is currently experiencing right now.
I also want to touch on a fugitive essentially returning to the United States now. What will he face back in America?
Malaysian businessman Leonard Francis, also known as Fat Leonard, has been accused of corruption in a huge scandal involving the US Navy. He was arrested back in 2013. He pleaded guilty to corruption charges, but whilst on house arrest waiting for his sentence, he managed to escape. He cut off an ankle tracking tag and fled to Venezuela via Mexico. Before his escape, he was very cooperative with authorities. However, this escape will have definitely soured and weakened his position, and he could be facing decades in jail. He has pleaded guilty to the corruption charges he's facing, but he's also been very vocal about his anger for other US officials, high-ranking US officials, who have not been brought to court. So I'm sure we will hear a lot more of that as his case develops.
News reporter Mimi Swady unpacking all of that for us. Mimi, thanks a lot. And it is the largest release of American prisoners in Venezuela's history. Human rights groups in Venezuela are now advocating for the close to 300 people that they list as political prisoners still in Venezuela prisons to also be freed. Well, to another American now behind bars overseas, Paul Whelan, the former US Marine being held in Russian prison. He told the BBC that he feels, quote, betrayed by the American government. And Mr. Whelan has spent more than 1,800 days in a Russian prison, with next week marking 5 years since he was first imprisoned while on holiday in Moscow, accused of being a spy. Well, our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford spoke with Mr. Whelan and has this report.
This is where an American's holiday to Moscow ended up, in a remote Russian labor camp, convicted of espionage. The US government calls Paul Whelan wrongfully detained. He's always said he's a political hostage. I've followed his story since he was arrested in Moscow, but for 5 years, all negotiations to try to free him have failed. Now, speaking to me from prison, Paul Whelan says he feels abandoned by his government.
It's serious betrayal. It's extremely frustrating.
I've never heard him talk like this before.
The U.S. has come up with all sorts of proposals, serious proposals, but it's not what the Russians are after. So they keep going back and forth. The only problem is, it's my life that's draining away while they do this. It's 5 years. It's unfathomable to me that they left me behind.
The US can get its prisoners back. Last year, an American basketball star was swapped for a convicted Russian arms trader, released by the US. But Paul Whelan was left behind. And now it seems like Russia is collecting hostages. Evan Gershkovich was detained in March, accused of espionage for doing his job as a journalist. His newspaper, his government are clear the charge is false.
Dear Evan, I didn't take my laptop.
Paulina writes to Evan in prison every week. They started out together as reporters in Moscow. Now he's locked up and she's abroad for safety. Evan's friends collect and translate letters of support for him from all over the world, helping keep his spirits up and their own.
Evan is not a spy. Evan is a journalist, and my greatest hope is that Evan is released as soon as possible and can go home, can go back to work, can go back to his family, can come and spend time with all of us again, as he should be doing right now. That's the greatest hope.
The conditions of the camp have declined seriously. The barracks are black mold.
But Paul Whelan is now facing his 5th Christmas as a prisoner.
Are you worried that there's going to be another deal and that you're going to be left behind again?
Yeah, I am worried that there'll be a deal that'll leave me here. With each case, my case is going to the back of the line. It's been left in the dust.
It is Russia that put him here, but Paul Whelan wants America to push harder to get him home. Sarah Rinsford, BBC News.
To Gaza now, where Hamas says that more than 20,000 people have now been killed since Israel began its military campaign after the attacks of the 7th of October that killed 1,200 people. The death toll of 28,000 represents almost 1% of Gaza's 2.2 million total population. It's an average of nearly 300 people per day. Hamas, which is designated as a terrorist organization by some Western governments, says that more than 14,000 of those killed are women and children. And it says that there have been over 52,000 people injured in the conflict so far. Our special correspondent Fergal Keane reports on the toll that this deadly conflict is taking on families there, and a warning that you may find this report distressing.
The world is debating calls for a ceasefire, and a bleak new reckoning of the dead is declared. But for the people of Gaza, the suffering is felt, not counted. Dead children brought to be touched a last time by their wounded father. A mother comes to mourn a lost daughter.
Imagine that yesterday I was brushing her hair, making her a sandwich for dinner, and putting her to sleep. Then you wake up in the morning and there is no Fatima anymore.
From the beginning, they've known there is no escape. Not from Gaza, or from grief, or trauma. The wounded now number in their tens of thousands. In Al-Aqsa Hospital, the child holds to symbols of a vanished normality. Nearby, Rama Zakut, aged 13, who lost 10 members of her family, among them a 2-year-old brother and 3 grandparents. The fear of death is ever present. People driven from one unsafe place to the next. We interviewed Tala Abu Nahal over 6 weeks ago, as she tried to escape Gaza with her disabled brother. Today, our colleagues in Gaza caught up with Tala and Yazid. Without vital medicine, he's suffering from seizures and is terrified by the Israeli drones in the skies above.
It's been really weird, like every time I hear
I need a cup of tea.
that's going to drop in COVID. It's horrible to say this, but it gives me this sort of relief that it's not us. But that does not mean that we're fully safe. It's like we're next.
Today, as every day, they gather to bury the dead of Gaza. For this child, the loss of his father leaves a void to last a lifetime. Dad, why did you leave me? He asks. Fergal Keane, BBC News.
Our Middle East correspondent Uga Bachega has more on international pressure for another ceasefire.
Diplomatic efforts continue for a new deal between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, and there have been some indications from the Israeli authorities that they could agree with a pause pause in hostilities. Hamas has been saying it wants a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, something that has been rejected by the Israeli authorities. They're talking about a humanitarian pause. Now, reports on Israeli media suggest there is a proposed plan for a pause in hostilities of 1 to 2 weeks, and that would pave the way for the release of between 30 and 40 hostages who remain in captivity in Gaza. The priority would be the remaining women and also men who are elderly and in need of medical care. And in return, Palestinian prisoners who are being held in Israeli jails would be freed. Now, there is a lot of pressure, domestic pressure, on the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to try to negotiate a new deal, especially from the families of the hostages who remain in captivity. More than 120 people remain in Gaza. And I was in Tel Aviv a few days ago talking to some relatives and friends of the hostages, and essentially they believe that time is running out to guarantee their safe return to Israel. Now, it is interesting that as these efforts are being made, the Prime Minister released a statement saying that those people who believe that Israel is going to stop the war are, in his words, detached from reality.
The United Nations Security Council has postponed another vote on a draft resolution calling for urgent and extended humanitarian pauses in Gaza to Thursday morning. Previous versions had opted for the word ceasefire, language that the United States had objected to. Well, it is the third time this week that the vote's been delayed following tense diplomatic wrangling over the wording. The main sticking point now seems to be over the monitoring of humanitarian aid going into Gaza. Around the world and across the UK. This is BBC News. Well, let's take a look now at some other stories making news around the world. And voters in the Democratic Republic of Congo are taking part in a presidential election that has been extended into Thursday after being marred by delays and claims of fraud. President Felix Tshisekedi is facing 18 candidates as he seeks a second term, and voting is not taking place at all in some parts of the country due to the presence of armed rebel groups. An inmate in the state of Oklahoma has been declared innocent after spending almost 50 years in prison. Ben Simmons was convicted of murder in 1975. On Wednesday, a judge ruled there was clear evidence he did not commit the killing. This makes Mr. Simmons the longest-serving inmate to be declared innocent of a crime in the history of the United States. The US Senate's confirmed 11 senior generals and admirals nearly a year after Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville delayed their nominations. He'd been protesting the Pentagon's abortion policy that dropped after objections of mounting pressure from those in his own party. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said that it had dented the Army's readiness and morale. And we're live with BBC News. Returning now to the Israel-Gaza war, and we've learned more from what the US expects from Secretary of State Antony Blinken at his year-end press conference. Our State Department correspondent Barbara Usher has more.
It's been a tough couple of months for the United States as it's grown more and more internationally isolated over its support for Israel's war in Gaza. But the Secretary of State Antony Blinken indicated that there would be no change in policy when he gave his end-of-year press conference. He did talk about the U.S. expectations that Israel would begin to shift to low-intensity combat, which means that it would move from these massive bombing campaigns and ground operations to something that's more targeted, more like counterterrorism tactics. And that's something the administration is really pushing because it would mean less civilian casualties. But Mr. Blinken also made it clear that the U.S. didn't think the war should end now. He said that if the war ended while Hamas was still in place, while it still had military capabilities, then an attack like the one that happened on October 7th could happen again at some point, and that was unacceptable. And he pushed back pretty hard on criticism of Israel and criticism of U.S. support for Israel. He said there were two parties in this conflict, Hamas being one of them. Hamas had started the war, but you didn't hear international voices calling for Hamas to lay down its arms or to stop hiding behind civilians, as he put it. Nevertheless, he did say that the United States, like everyone else, wanted the war to end as soon as possible, and the coming month, January, is going to be crucial for these U.S. efforts to get Israel, or to try and get Israel to scale back its operation.
Former US President Donald Trump says that he will appeal Tuesday's ruling by the Supreme Court that would disqualify him from the state's presidential primary ballot. Now, the historic 4-3 decision bars Trump from appearing on the ballot under the 14th Amendment of the US Constitution, which prohibits anyone engaged in insurrection or rebellion from holding federal office. This is in relation to Trump's actions on the 6th of January 2021 during an attack on the US Capitol by his supporters. The question now is whether the ruling will stand. Mr. Trump has not been formally charged with insurrection and has denied any wrongdoing. Well, to break down the fallout from the ruling, I spoke with Krista Kafer, columnist for the Denver Post, who is also a plaintiff in former President Trump's case in Colorado. Krista, very good to have you with us here on the BBC. I understand that you've been a Republican, you say, for around 30 years. You have voted yourself for Donald Trump. You've also run for office yourself as well. Just tell us to begin with, why did you bring this case?
And so I brought this case because I believe in rule of law, I believe in our Constitution, and I believe in our democracy. And our Constitution is clear. It has 5 requirements for office holders for the office of the presidency. There's an age requirement, a residency requirement, a citizenship requirement. One cannot serve more than 2 terms, and one cannot participate in insurrection. And it is very clear that what happened is that Donald Trump lost an election, and I voted for him in that election. But he lost that election. He refused to concede that election. He then went on to push lies and misinformation. He fomented a mob. He tried to stop that peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the election. That is, by definition, insurrection. And because of his actions, he has disqualified himself to run again. And the Colorado Supreme Court has ruled in our favor.
Krista, let me just
not be on the ballot.
Ask you this. Donald Trump, I mean, he hasn't been explicitly charged with insurrection or rebellion in any of these 4 criminal cases. And at this stage, his participation is subjective. He hasn't undergone due process. So is it fair to take him off the ballot?
I mean, he has had due process in the sense the 14th Amendment does not require criminal conviction. It's basically self-fulfilling. If we were to roll back the clock and look at people who lost their ability to run and were disqualified from ballots back in the 1860s, we would see that these people had participated in insurrection, had fomented rebellion, and then were not allowed to run. So you don't need a criminal conviction. What you do need is evidence. And we had 2 courts, first the trial court, then the Colorado Supreme Court examined that evidence. President Trump, he was well represented by his attorneys. They were amicus briefs put forth on his behalf as well as on our behalf. The court had a lot of information in front of it, including expert witnesses, and they decided in our favor. So he had his due process. He had his day in court. He will have another day in court at the U.S. Supreme Court level, and they'll decide ultimately whether he has been disqualified from being on the ballot.
Krista, I want to put some comments to you, which I'm sure you've seen. They came from the former New Jersey Governor, Chris Christie. I mean, we know Chris Christie isn't exactly a backer of Donald Trump, but he rebuked the decision of the Colorado Supreme Court. We can see it there. He said, I think that he should be prevented from being president of the United States by the voters of this country. So what do you make of that argument? That the question of whether Donald Trump should be elected president ultimately should be up to the American people to decide, not a court?
You know, it's an understandable sentiment, but by the same token, former President Obama cannot run for office again because he's already served 2 terms. Your prime minister could not run for our president's office because that person is not a citizen. So we have these requirements that are in the Constitution. Because we believe in rule of law, we absolutely have to apply them.
I mean, if we take a look at Section 3, it's rarely used, of course. It dates from the post-Civil War era, and its goal essentially was
Section
to
3
those who held roles
and Section 17
becoming a member
for
of
18 years.
being elected to other offices. Should essentially something that comes from the Civil War era be applied to modern-day presidential politics?
You know, other people are making the argument that because our Constitution was written in the 18th century, that it should not be applied today, whether it's the Second Amendment or the First Amendment or the Fourth Amendment, that somehow these things are passé. None of it is passé unless it is formally amended. If people decide that the 14th Amendment, or at least
Section 3 of the 14th Amendment no longer applies. There is a process for that. You can have it amended. And so if people don't like it, that's the course they should take.
I want to ask you about something else quickly, if I may, and that's Donald Trump's support. Because if we just take a look at the figures right now, his support has swelled since the summer with those charges coming in to now stand at 64% of Republican primary voters. I just wonder, was there a part of you that was worried in bringing this case that it could actually rally Donald Trump's base?
I was more concerned about the principle than I was about politics. And I think it's also important to keep in mind that when you look at Republican members, a lot of people have left the Republican Party. It's unusual that I stayed, given that I am a critic of the things that he has done. A lot of folks have left the Republican Party and therefore not included in that poll. What I would like to see is polling among Republicans and right-leaning independents and see what comes out. And I can guarantee the numbers will be different.
All right, Krista Kafer, a plaintiff in that case. Very good to have you on. Thanks, Krista, for your time.
Great to be on.
Well, Iceland is on alert after Monday's volcanic eruption, which continues to spew lava into the sky, and evacuated residents from the town of Grindavik fear that their homes will be destroyed. Well, the volcano has attracted spectators, but scientists are warning it does remain dangerous, and those visiting or living in the capital of Reykjavik could soon be exposed to toxic gases, according to the country's meteorological office. Well, our Nick Beek filed this report.
The Icelandic authorities have brought us to within 2 or 3 kilometers of the volcano. It's just over there, and you can see every now and then the lava that is spurting up into the air. It's not as dramatic as yesterday, but nonetheless, this is a reflection that the lava continues to flow. The authorities here are saying that the number of vents from which the lava is coming up, you've just got another spurt there, has reduced, but still they're concerned. And so, for example, the people that were evacuated from the nearby town 5 weeks ago, they're not being allowed to go home. And sadly for them, there's no chance that they'll be back in their homes before Christmas time. There was also concern about some gas being created as part of this, wafting away towards Reykjavik, the capital. That hasn't happened. And also in terms of the lava flow, it has been moving away from the built-up areas. So the authorities here continue to say that the volcanic activity that we've seen over the past 4 or 5 weeks that really came to a head on Monday night, that it doesn't present a threat to life. But nonetheless, as we continue to see the volcano spurt up like this, they say they're monitoring the situation very carefully indeed.
And finally, Christmas in Rome comes with a message. A dazzling display along Rome's Via del Corso shopping street is dedicated to world peace. A carpet of lights measuring 1,400 meters long, that is 4,600 feet, is adorned with the word, you can see there, peace in various languages, including French, German, and Spanish. It includes 300,000 points of light. You're watching BBC News. I'm Helen Humphrey in Washington, DC. Thanks for your company. Our colleagues in London take over now. Bye-bye.
Hello. The weather in the run-up to Christmas now is looking fairly unsettled, especially so over the next 24 hours, because we've got a spell of really windy weather right across the UK. The Danish Met Service have named Storm Pia. Now, that's moving to the north of us, but it's going to bring really windy conditions wherever you are, especially the further north. Some heavy showers in the mix too, and there's the potential for some significant travel disruption on Thursday. So there's that area of low-pressure Storm Pia heading towards Denmark. Lots of isobars on the map here, and we've got really windy conditions for Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England, North Wales too. Even further south, it's going to be a blustery sort of day. So some heavy showers, especially towards the north and the west. A bit more sunshine returning across Scotland through Thursday morning, but look at the gust of winds, 65 to 75 miles an hour, even 80 miles an hour up towards the Northern Isles. Really windy too for Northern Ireland, the Isle of Man into Northern England, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, and more around the exposed coasts and hills. Windy too, but not quite as windy as further north, the likes of South Wales and Southern England. So cloud and patchy light rain in the south, sunshine and blustery squally showers moving into the north, even a little bit of snow over the highest ground of Scotland. Temperatures just 5 degrees in Aberdeen, but still up to around 12 down towards the London region. So we've got the mild, cloudy and fairly damp weather in the far southwest overnight. Clearer skies elsewhere as we head through into Thursday morning, but then more rain returns from the west through the early hours. I think it's going to be frost-free again heading into Friday morning, but the lowest temperatures will be across the northeast of the UK. So we're in the colder air there, but further towards the southwest, we've got milder air. This weather front that is the dividing line between those two air masses. Heading through Friday, and this area of milder air will spread its way across the UK. The wind's coming in from a westerly direction. So that weather front will bring some rain initially across Northern Ireland, parts of England and Wales, tracking its way eastwards. Perhaps a little bit of snow for a time, again over the highest ground across the north of Scotland. But for most of us, it'll be rain showers. And again, temperatures between around about 5 to 12 degrees colder than that, though, towards the Northern Isles. And then looking ahead towards the festive period, it's a little bit up and down. It's fairly unsettled, mild for the next few days, perhaps things a little bit colder into Boxing Day. Bye-bye.
Good evening.
For 70 years, Panorama has pursued the truth.
What would you say to families of loved ones who've been mistreated?
Questioning, uncovering.
People should serve a prison sentence for what they're doing.
I work for Panorama, and I'd like to ask you some questions.
We're only going to get closure if we can make it better, if we can make a change.
70 years and we're not done yet. Panorama. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Exploring the media revolution.
Everyone's entitled to an opinion. What they're not entitled to do is invent facts.
Get the background on the biggest stories.
It's not so much that there's a risk you're being played, it's just that you have to go into it with your eyes open.
The battle for influence and attention.
The moment you have rage and conflict, the algorithm's going to be like this.
And the companies shaping the future.
Linear television will die over time.
The Media Show. Watch on BBC iPlayer. Want to understand what the news means for you? The latest news feed on Sounds keeps you up to date and lets you explore the stories you're interested in. From breaking headlines...
There's been a wave of missile strikes across Ukraine.
...to expert analysis and deep dive podcasts.
No one knows what's going on in the head of Vladimir Putin.
Make sense of the latest stories whenever suits you. Open the BBC Sounds app, then tap on podcasts for the latest news. This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines for you at the top of the hour, which is straight after this programme.
Welcome to Hard Talk. I'm Stephen Sacco. Are the machines about to take over? That basic fear seems to underpin much of the discussion about artificial intelligence and parallel developments such as synthetic biology. The latest wave of tech advances offers us extraordinary new possibilities, but do we, flawed human beings, have the will and the means to contain and control them? Well, my guest is Mustafa Suleyman, CEO of Inflection AI and the author of a challenging book on AI and us. Is that a doomed relationship? Mustafa Suleyman, welcome to Hard Talk. Thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to have you here. Now, you, in your career, are wrestling with the complex relationship between us humans and increasingly intelligent machines. It seems, if I've got it right, that you're not so much worried about the machines, you're worried about us, our wisdom. Is that right? It's a great way of putting it. I mean, I think the great challenge we have is one of governance. Containment means that we should always be in control of the technologies that we create. And we need to make sure that they are accountable to us as a species. They work for us over many, many decades and centuries. And they always do way, way, way more good than harm. With every new type of technology we have, there are new risks that at the time we experience them feel really scary. They're new. We don't understand them. They could be completely novel in ways that could be very harmful.
But that's no reason to feel powerless, right? These technologies are things that we create, and therefore we have every ability to control.
All right, and to be clear, as you've just described it, and I guess you would include innovations from, I don't know, the discovery of fire to the wheel to the sail to, in our more recent industrial age, the steam engine, maybe even all the way up to the internet. These game-changing technological advances, you seem to be suggesting that the inventors, the innovators, people like you are today, can't foresee where they'll go.
We can't always foresee where they'll go, but designed with intention, we can shape them and provide guardrails around them, which ultimately affect their trajectory in very fundamental ways. Take aircrafts, for example. I mean, flight, when it first appeared, seemed incredibly scary. How could I possibly get into a tin tube at 40,000 feet and go 1,000 miles an hour? But over many decades, we've iterated on our process of safety and oversight. We've had regulators that force competitors to share insights between them. We have the black box recorder, the famous black box recorder that tracks all the telemetry on board the plane. It records everything that happens in the cockpit and shares those insights across the world. Now, that's a great achievement for our species. I mean, it means that we can get all the benefits of flight with actually very, very few of the risks overall. And that's the approach that we need to take with AI.
All right, so let's get down to AI. Now, I began by positing a sort of widely held human fear that artificial intelligence leads inevitably to a sort of super intelligent machine that ultimately has sort of full autonomy and somehow goes rogue on humanity. You have deep concerns, but it seems that is not your deepest prime concern.
Unfortunately, the big straw man that has been created over the last few years in AI is that of Terminator or Skynet, right? This idea that you would have a recursively self-improving artificial intelligence, one that can update and improve its own code independently of human oversight.
And then it sort of breaks the umbilical cord with the human creator.
Right, that's exactly right. And that would be the last thing we want. We want to make sure that we always remain in control and we get to shape what it can and can't do. And I think that the odds of this recursively self-improving AI causing an intelligence explosion is how it's often referred to. I think they're relatively low, and we're quite far away from that moment. And the part of the problem at the moment is that we're so fixated on that possibility, mostly because sci-fi gives us an easy way into talking about it when we don't have very long, that we're actually missing a lot of the more practical near-term issues which we should focus on.
And that is what you call the coming wave. And you say the wave is all about understanding that where we are with artificial intelligence today is not going to be where we are in, say, 5 years' time, because I think the phrase you use is artificial capable intelligence is transformative. So I need you to explain to me how and why it's transformative.
That's exactly right. So think of AI development over the last 10 years in two ways. The first is that we have been training AIs to classify, that is, understand our perceptual input, right? So they have got good at identifying objects in images, so good, in fact, that they can be used to control self-driving cars, right? They have got really good at transcribing text. When you dictate to your phone, you record that speech and you translate it into written text. They can do language translation. These are all recognition. They're understanding and classifying content. Now, they've got so good at that they can now generate new examples of those images, of that audio, of the music. And that's the new generative AI boom that we're currently in. The last year has been incredible with these large language models that can produce new text that is almost at human level in terms of accuracy.
They are creating these new chatbots and other sort of apps that we talk about. They are creating text, they're creating music, they're creating even visual art. And that gives us a sense that the machine somehow is developing its own consciousness, which of course it's not. It's simply got more and more and more data to use and sort of mold in a way that fits the instructions it's given. So how far can this go?
That's exactly right. And so I think we often have a tendency to anthropomorphize and project more into these systems than they actually have. And that's understandable. 3 or 4 years ago, people would often say, well, AI will never be creative. That will always be the preserve of humans. few years ago, people would say, well, AI will never have empathy. And now you can see that these conversational AIs and chatbots are actually really good at that. The next wave of features that they're likely to develop over the next 5 years as these models get bigger and bigger are capabilities around planning. You know, you referred earlier to artificial capable intelligence. In the past, we've just defined intelligence on the basis of what an AI can say. Now we're defining intelligence on the basis of what an AI can do. These AIs will coordinate multiple steps in complicated scenarios. They will call APIs, they will use websites, they will use back-end databases, they'll make phone calls to real humans, they'll make phone calls to other AIs, and they'll use that to make really complicated plans over extended periods of time.
You paint this sort of near to medium term future of the expansion of AI into every aspect of our lives. And you say that writing the book about it, you call it The Coming Wave, was a gut-wrenching experience. Well, why was it gut-wrenching? Are you frightened?
I'm not frightened, but I think new technologies always bring very new challenges. And in this case, there is the potential that very powerful systems will spread far and wide. And I think that has the potential to pose really significant catastrophic threats to the future of the nation state. So, for example, all technologies in the history of our species, all the general purpose technologies that you just referred to the extent that they have been incredibly useful, they've always got cheaper, easier to use, and therefore they have spread all around the world. That has been the absolute engine of progress for centuries, and it's been a wonderful thing. It's delivered enormous benefits in every possible respect, in every domain. If that trajectory continues, when we're actually talking about the creation of intelligence itself, or in synthetic biology, life itself in some respects, then these units of power are going to get smaller and smaller and smaller and spread far and wide. Everybody in 30 to 50 years may potentially get access to state-like powers, the ability to coordinate huge actions over extended time periods. And that really is a fundamentally different quality to the local effects of technologies in the past. You know, airplanes, trains, cars, really important technologies, but have localized effects when they go wrong. These kinds of AIs have the potential to have systemic impact if they go wrong in the future.
I mean, there's so much that's profound and deep in what you just said, and I'm almost struggling to know where to start with it. But a couple of phrases just come to my mind. You talked about the way to create intelligence and synthetic life. This is sort of godlike power that we humans are now looking at, contemplating. But with the best will in the world, probably none of us believe that we deserve godlike powers. We are too flawed. That's surely where the worry comes.
We need these powers more than ever, and that's the paradox. I mean, this is the ultimate prediction engine. We'll use these AIs to make more efficient foods, for example, that are drought resistant, that are resistant to pests. We'll use these AIs to reduce the cost of healthcare dramatically. Right? We'll use these AIs to help us with transportation and education. Everyone is going to get access to a personal intelligence in their pocket, which is going to make them much, much smarter and more efficient at their job. That, I think, is going to unleash a productivity boom that is like a Cambrian explosion. I mean,
well, hang on, a productivity boom for those like you who absolutely have the skills to be at the forefront of this transformation. But most of us humble humans do jobs which will disappear. You know, it's quite possible you won't, in this world of advanced AI, you won't need journalists, you won't necessarily need half the doctors we've currently got, or the lawyers, or a whole bunch of other professions which thought they were safe from mechanization, but are certainly not safe from artificial intelligence. What on earth are human beings going to do when so much of what we need to do is done by machines?
These are tools that make us radically smarter and more efficient. So if you are a doctor, you spend a vast portion of your day inputting data, writing notes, doing very laborious, painful work. These are tools that should save you an enormous amount of time so that you can focus on the key things that you need to.
I take your point, but you'll need less doctors.
It's possible that you will need less doctors. We may need less of every possible role in the future. to that, I would say, bear in mind that work is not the ultimate goal of our society. The goal of our society is to create peace and prosperity, wealth and happiness, and to reduce suffering. The long march of civilization is not a march towards creating work. It is a march towards reducing work and increasing abundance. And I believe that over a 30 to 50 year period, we are on a path to producing radically more with radically less. That has been the story of history.
But is it not possible that I do not mean to interrupt you when you're painting this incredibly positive picture, but is it not possible that you will challenge the mental health of human beings? So much of our self-worth comes from our sense of utility, our usefulness. A lot of that comes from work. In this world you are portraying 30 years away, where work and productivity is fundamentally different, machine-led, we humans may feel ourselves to be becoming progressively more useless.
The question is, who is the we? So you and I get an enormous amount of health and well-being and identity out of our work. And we are very lucky. We're the privileged few. Many, many people don't find that flow and peace and energy in their everyday work. And so I think it's important for us to remember that over the multi-decade period, we have to be striving towards a world where we've solved the issues of creation and redistribution. The real challenge you're describing is the one that you alluded to at the top of the show. It's a governance question. How do we capture and redistribute the value that is being created in a fair way that brings all of society with us? And that's a better challenge to have than not having enough.
Right. So let's now get to the truly malign possibilities that come with this expansion of transformative AI, because you've just explained that what AI allows is for the sort of the cost of being powerful to become ever less. It empowers people in ways we haven't imagined before, and it empowers non-state actors and states to do bad things in new ways. How do you ensure that doesn't happen?
That's the great challenge. I mean, these models represent the best and the worst of all of us. And the challenge is to try to mitigate the downsides. Many people will use these tools to spread more efficient forms of misinformation.
It's already happening.
It's already happening. To sow dissent, to increase anger and polarization.
And also to enforce a new level of authoritarianism through surveillance, through the elimination of privacy.
And that's why it's critical for us in the West, in Europe and in the US and all over the world to defend our freedoms, because these are clearly potential tools which introduce new forms of surveillance. They might reduce the barrier to entry to surveillance. And so the challenge for us is figuring out how we don't rabbit hole down that path. If we give in on our own set of values and accept that we have to then lunge towards more authoritarian surveillance, that would be a complete collapse of the values that we actually stand for.
I talked about gut-wrenching emotions as you wrote this. You're clearly worried. However you dress up the positivity of so much that AI offers, you signed a joint statement that came from the Center for AI Safety earlier in this year, which it was very simple. It just called upon all of you in this business, including governments, including private sector people like yourself, to mitigate the risk of extinction. That was what it was called, that could come from AI. That you said in this statement should be a global priority. I see no sign that it is becoming that global priority.
Just as these AIs reduce the barrier to entry to be able to educate somebody that doesn't have access to education, or provide the highest quality healthcare to someone who can only have a telephone call interaction with an AI health clinician, they also enable people who don't have the expertise in biology, for example, to develop biological or chemical weapons. They reduce the barrier to entry to access knowledge and take actions. And that is fundamentally the great challenge before us. I think it's an intellectually honest position to not just praise the potential upsides, but look straight in the face of the potential downsides. And wisdom in the 21st century has got to be about holding these two competing directions in tension and being very open and clear about them so that we can mitigate and address the risks today.
But let's start our look at where we might expect the mitigation to come from, the responsible, accountable governance of the world to come from, by addressing the private sector, by addressing people like you who've made, let us be honest, hundreds of millions of dollars, in some people's cases, billions of dollars, by being market movers, pioneers in artificial intelligence. You have an extraordinary financial stake in constantly pushing the boundaries, don't you?
I do, and I'm building a company. It is a public benefit corporation, which is a new type of company, a hybrid for-profit and non-profit mission entrenched in our legal charter. So it doesn't solve all of the issues of for-profit missions, but it's a first step in the right direction. And we create an AI called Pi, which stands for Personal Intelligence. It is one of the safest AIs in the world today. None of the existing jailbreaks and prompt hacks to try to destabilize these AIs and get them to produce toxic or biased content work on Pi. Pi is very careful, it's very safe, it's very respectful. So I believe
you are so concerned about being responsible, being transparent, and sort of being audited about what you are doing in this sphere. Have you moved right away then from and you're based in Silicon Valley, the old Silicon Valley mantra was move fast, break things. And if you talk about a whole generation of tech pioneers who are now obviously multi-billionaires, from the Gateses to the Larry Pages to the Zuckerbergs and the Musks, these were people who sort of developed their ideas to the max and perhaps only later began to wrestle with some of the downsides. Are you saying you've fundamentally change that model?
I think so. I think there is a new generation of AI leaders coming up who have been putting these issues on the table since the very beginning. I co-founded DeepMind in 2010, and right from the outset, we've been putting the question of ethics and safety in AI on the table at the forefront. I mean, you mentioned audits, for example. Just 2 months ago, I signed up to the voluntary commitments at the White House and met with President Biden and laid out a suite of proposals that would proactively subject us at Inflection AI and the other big providers of large language models to audits by independent third parties and to share those best practices, not just with each other, but with the world.
Right. And when you, in your book, when you address how to mitigate the dangers of AI, you talk about a whole bunch of things which to me seem very idealistic. You say you're already being accountable, you're accepting audit from the outside of everything you do. But you also say the international community is going to have to work at this. There's going to have to be amazing cooperation and collaboration. There's no sign of that happening. The United States is looking at a voluntary code. You've been to the White House to discuss that. The EU is looking at legislation on AI. But then look at China. China is also moving as fast as it possibly can in this field. They are not interested in signing up to this sort of idealistic international cooperation that you write about.
I've got no shame in being an idealist. I think that you have to be an idealist to try and move civilization forward. We have to raise the bar on ourselves and on our peers. Now, I can't control what happens in China, but I can certainly praise and endorse the efforts that I see in the EU, for example. I mean, this is a very robust piece of regulation that has been developed in consultation over 3.5 years with a very sensible framework, and I've got a lot of praise for it.
But
I think it's excellent.
The fear in Europe is that if they all sign up to this regulation, the Chinese are going to have an immediate market advantage because they're not bound by the same rules. They're not bound by transparency, accountability, by fronting up to the international community about what they're doing.
That's the pragmatic reality of life. We cannot mean that that leads to a race to the bottom on values just because they're doing it.
But
it's no justification. We have to stick to our principles.
Well, yeah, but you talk about containment, containing this phenomenon that you say could be the most wonderful boon and positive thing for the world, or could be the bringer of chaos, catastrophe, and anarchy to the world. You can't have a containment policy if containment is accepted in Europe but not in China.
What we can do is focus on trying to get the strategy right for ourselves first. And from that position, engaging constructively with China and other partners that have different sets of values from our own, and start by not demonizing China and not excluding them from discussions and negotiations. We have very fundamental differences of values to them, but we have to work with them.
But we know, because we see it, that China fundamentally sees the development of AI as a new exercise in state power and an exercise in imposing an ideology, that of the Communist Party. I'm mindful of a comparison between how we control AI and how we have controlled the potency of the nuclear weapon over the last, whatever it is, 80 years. Isn't the truth that in the nuclear example, we have reached a containment place because of the ultimate deterrent of mutually assured destruction. Will there be an element of that in our approach to AI?
Nuclear non-proliferation has been a great achievement of our civilizations. In fact, we've reduced the number of nuclear partners from 11 to 8 over the last 60 years. That's a great thing. We've massively reduced the number of warheads. We've demonstrated that we can reach international agreement, make compromise, achieve consensus. You're right, where there is a mutually assured destruction incentive. I don't think we have that anytime soon in AI. So I agree that there is going to be a period where we really are at odds with one another and there isn't that kind of dramatic incentive to drive cooperation. However, that doesn't mean there is no incentive. We absolutely must share our safety best practices with our quote unquote adversaries. One area where there is in the development of synthetic biology, experimenting with pandemic scale pathogens, engineering them to make them more transmissible and more lethal are capabilities that are soon going to be quite widely available within 5 years. Desktop synthesizers, those that can be used to actually engineer, that is print or manufacture new strands of DNA, enable people in their garage to experiment with new pathogens. This is a very frightening prospect. And there is very good reason why China, as well as us, Europe, the UK, the US, everybody wants to basically try and stop the proliferation of these kinds of tools.
Final thought, it's going to have to be very quick. Stephen Hawking said this before he died: the rise of powerful AI will either be the best or the worst thing ever to happen to humanity. We don't yet know which. When will we know?
I have every confidence that it's going to be one of the most dramatic and positive impacts in the history of our species. It's going to be a huge boon for productivity over the next few decades, and that will become very, very clear within 10 years.
Mustafa Suleyman, I thank you for being on Hard Talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. The weather in the run-up to Christmas now is looking fairly unsettled, especially so over the next 24 hours because we've got a spell of really windy weather right across the UK. The Danish Met Service have named Storm Pia. Now that's moving to the north of us, but it's going to bring really windy conditions wherever you are, especially the further north. Some heavy showers in the mix too, and there's the potential for some significant travel disruption on Thursday. So there's that area of low pressure Storm Pia heading towards Denmark. Lots of isobars on the map here, and we've got really windy conditions for Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England, North Wales too. Even further south, it's going to be a blustery sort of day. So some heavy showers, especially towards the north and the west. But more sunshine returning across Scotland through Thursday morning. But look at the gust of winds, 65 to 75 miles an hour, even 80 miles an hour up towards the Northern Isles. Really windy too for Northern Ireland, the Isle of Man into Northern England, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, and more around the exposed coasts and hills. Windy too, but not quite as windy as further north, the likes of South Wales and Southern England. So cloud and patchy light rain in the south, sunshine and blustery squally showers moving into the north, even a little bit of snow over the highest ground of Scotland. Temperatures just 5 degrees in Aberdeen, but still up to around 12 down towards the London region. So we've got the mild, cloudy and fairly damp weather in the far southwest overnight. Clearer skies elsewhere as we head through into Thursday morning, but then more rain returns from the west through the early hours. I think it's going to be frost-free again heading into Friday morning, but the lowest temperatures will be across the northeast of the UK. So we're in the colder air there, but further towards the southwest, we've got milder air. This weather front that is the dividing line between those two air masses. Heading through Friday, and this area of milder air will spread its way across the UK. The wind's coming in from a westerly direction. So that weather front will bring some rain initially across Northern Ireland, parts of England and Wales, tracking its way eastwards. Perhaps a little bit of snow for a time, again over the highest ground across the north of Scotland. But for most of us, it'll be rain showers. And again, temperatures between around about 5 to 12 degrees colder than that, though, towards the Northern Isles. And then looking ahead towards the festive period, it's a little bit up and down. It's fairly unsettled, mild for the next few days, perhaps things a little bit colder into Boxing Day. Bye-bye.
This program asks plain questions with the help of the unrivaled range of BBC journalists right across the world and gathered here in this building. I'll also draw on my time reporting on global conflict and meeting countless heads of government. Frontline experience that helps me know who to talk to and who to listen to, meaning our analysis is objective, unbiased, and I promise you with absolutely no spin. That's why we call our program Unspun World.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Exploring the media revolution.
Everyone's entitled to an opinion. What they're not entitled to do is invent facts.
Get the background on the biggest stories.
It's not so much that there's a risk you're being played, it's just that you have to go into it with your eyes open.
The battle for influence and attention.
The moment you have rage and conflict, the algorithm's going to be like this.
And the companies shaping the future.
Linear television will die over time.
The Media Show. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Good evening.
For 70 years, Panorama has pursued the truth.
What would you say to families of loved ones who've been mistreated?
Questioning, uncovering.
People should serve a prison sentence for what they're doing there.
I work for Panorama, and I'd like to ask you some questions.
We're only going to get closure if we can make it better, if we can make a change.
70 years and we're not done yet. Panorama. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Say play BBC News to most smart speakers to get the latest headlines and in-depth reports on international, national and local stories that matter to you. For your news when you want it, just say play BBC News.
Never miss a story. Get the headlines as they happen. And watch BBC News live wherever you are. Download the BBC News app.
Live from London, this is BBC News. As fighting continues in Gaza, the Israeli military says it's found a tunnel network used by the Hamas leadership in Gaza City. The UN Security Council again postpones a vote calling for a suspension of fighting as diplomats struggle to agree on the language of the draft resolution. A judge is due to rule today on whether the two teenagers convicted of murdering 16-year-old Brianna Ghey should be named publicly. Also, American prisoners released by Venezuela land back in the US. They were freed in a major prisoner swap. Hello and welcome to BBC News. I'm Lucrezia Burak. The Israeli military says its ground forces inside Gaza City have found tunnel infrastructure, including a spiral staircase and a lift, that it believes served as a base for Hamas leaders. An army spokesman said the network branched out from properties registered to the Hamas leader, Yahya Sinwar, and other senior figures. Meanwhile, fighting intensified in the northern Gaza Strip during Wednesday. There have also been heavy exchanges in the center of Han Yunis in the south. Hamas said it had killed dozens of Israeli soldiers. There's no independent verification. Lucy Williamson reports from Jerusalem.
Gaza's fear and chaos written onto one small face. One family among the crowds arriving night and day at Nasser Hospital. His desperation relieved with a hug. There's little else to cling to. The rest of Gaza is waiting for relief. Airstrikes kept pounding Rafah today. as the UN Security Council met for a third day to try to agree a ceasefire resolution.
I wish for a complete ceasefire and for an end to the death and suffering. It's been more than 75 days. People are still getting killed. There are still people under the rubble.
I wish for a ceasefire so we can return to our homes, to our loved ones, and also to our Jewish neighbors. We won't give up on them, where they should go as well.
Israel has said it's open to another truce, but not a permanent ceasefire.
Those who think we will stop are not connected to reality. We will not stop fighting until we achieve all the goals we have set. All Hamas terrorists, from the first to the last, are mortal. They have only two options: surrender or die.
One of the hostages released during the previous truce returned to Kibbutz Be'eri today, from where he was kidnapped by gunmen during the 7th of October Hamas attacks.
One of the most difficult moments was when the terrorists moved us twice in absolute darkness with non-stop booms all around us. I was there, and every moment the hostages are there is danger.
Hamas has said it won't release any more hostages until Israel ends the war for good. Egyptian officials met the group's leaders today to try to find a way forward. The region, the world, focused on a war engulfing the smallest patch of land. Lucy Williamson, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Meanwhile, a UN Security Council vote on a resolution calling for a ceasefire has again been postponed. Talks are taking place to agree wording that would avoid a US veto. Here's our correspondent, Neda Tawfik.
Yet another delay as negotiations continue at the highest levels at Capitol. And here at the UN, diplomats have been furiously and desperately trying to reach an agreement, including the United States, which doesn't want to be in a position to cast a third veto. Now, we've already seen over the last few days the resolution be modified to try to accommodate the United States' position. That's included language being toned down to call for a suspension of hostilities instead of a cessation of hostilities. But really, the key sticking point now is over the resolution's proposal for a UN monitoring mechanism. Now, the Arab group says that this is absolutely an...
So that was Neda Tawfik there. We're going to stay with this subject now and speak to Eyal Meroz, who is a senior lecturer in peace and conflict studies at the University of Sydney. Hello and welcome to the programme. A bit of a tightrope walk then for the US.
Yes, the US is facing tremendous challenges at the moment. It has to juggle various considerations, and not only domestic ones in relation to next year's election and Israel, but also the complications with different Arab allies of the US around the Middle East. So very difficult, and it certainly, as mentioned just now, it doesn't want to use its veto a third time. The odds and what's at stake are clear. It's a humanitarian disaster in Gaza, and much more humanitarian aid needs to go in. So the Americans are kind of wanting the council to find the right language that will enable it to allow such a resolution to pass without an Israeli objection, and that's not easy.
A lot of people are also pointing to the fact that this can't continue. The US has said that they'd like this conflict to be wound down in weeks rather than months. How likely is that?
Well, the US has already moved the goalpost. A couple of weeks ago, it was said that the US has given Israel until the end of December, early January, and now based on leaks, we're talking maybe middle or late January, but indeed the US is running, its patience is running out. Israel, on the other hand, needs a victory because this right-wing government of Bibi Netanyahu cannot stop the war unless it pretends at least that it has won. and it is finds it very difficult to show that it either destroyed the Hamas capabilities or killed its leadership, let alone, of course, the hostages that are still in Gaza, 130 of them that the Hamas at the moment is blocking continued negotiations because Israel will not allow stopping the fighting over the negotiations. So again, both Israel and America are facing great challenges.
And just staying with the next step in this conflict, the idea then that Israel starts to target in a more focused strategy, why do you think Israel will be hesitant to follow the US's suggestion on that, this transition to the new phase?
So the Americans have been pushing for that for a while now. The Israeli perspective is that if they do that, they kind of lose the momentum and lose their ability to target the leadership in the south of Gaza, in the city of Khan Yunis. And so, again, unless they bring to the Israeli public some kind of a victory in that sense, they will be reluctant to take or scale back their attack. And this is going to continue until they do, or until the Americans decide to say, look, we are not going to provide you with more ammunition that Israel desperately needs.
Eyal,
And
can I just interrupt very quickly before I run out of time? Obviously,
sure.
it's not just the US. When it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu and delivering that success, what he's facing at home as well is growing public criticism against his war in Gaza. How much of a threat is that?
Well, the public criticism is based on what has happened in 7th of October, as well as the failure of Israel so far to destroy Hamas. So I don't think that the majority of the Israeli public is yet willing to kind of push for stopping the war in Gaza. And so Netanyahu needs to juggle the right-wing elements in his government who are dominantly against stopping or scaling back the war.
Okay. Eyal Meroz from the University of Sydney, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. And Argentina's new libertarian president, Javier Milei, has signed a decree outlining reforms designed to deregulate the economy. In a speech broadcast nationally, he detailed some of the 300 measures, which include privatizing state companies and deregulating mining. The Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, has said that he will look into any evidence he receives about his government's alleged involvement in a foiled plot to kill a Sikh separatist leader in the United States. In an interview with the Financial Times, he played down the diplomatic impact of a US indictment last month. And voting is due to resume in the Democratic Republic of Congo for an unscheduled second day after delays in the parliamentary, presidential and local elections led to polling stations in some areas opening late or not at all. Several candidates had called for fresh elections, saying mismanagement on Wednesday had led to chaos. A judge will today consider naming two teenagers who murdered 16-year-old Brianna Gay in a ferocious and premeditated stabbing. The pair, who were 15 when they attacked Brianna in February, were convicted of her murder at Manchester Crown Court yesterday. Well, today, Mrs. Justice Yip will deal with an application by the media to reveal their identities. Our North of England correspondent, Judith Moritz, reports.
When Brianna Jai left her house to meet a friend, she was nervous. The teenager was often anxious, and she texted her mum to say she was on the bus and felt scared. She thought she was just going to hang out with another teenager. She had no idea that she really was in danger. Brianna had been lured to this park near Warrington. Though it was broad daylight and the place was full of dog walkers, the two children she was with turned on Brianna. They stabbed her 28 times and ran off. Brianna's family were in court when the teenagers who murdered her were found guilty.
To know how scared my usually fearless child must have been when she was alone in that park with someone that she called her friend, will haunt me forever. Prior to the trial, I had moments where I felt sorry for the defendants because they had ruined their own lives as well as ours. But now knowing the true nature and seeing neither display an ounce of remorse for what they have done to Brianna, I have lost all sympathy.
The two children who murdered Brianna have been given anonymity because of their age. Both are autistic and neither showed emotion when they were convicted. Today, the court will consider whether they should be identified. Brianna was transgender, though the prosecution don't believe that was the killer's motive. The LGBTQ+ community mourned her death at a series of vigils. Her family say they want Brianna to be remembered as a unique girl and add that she's been deprived of the life she wanted to live. Judith Moritz, BBC News, Manchester.
In the past few hours, a group of Americans who've been imprisoned in Venezuela have arrived at a military base in Texas as part of a major prisoner swap. It followed months of negotiations between the US and Venezuela. Amongst those freed were 2 US Special Forces personnel. In exchange, the US freed Alex Saab, an aide and top ally to Venezuela's President Nicolás Maduro, accused of laundering money on behalf of the Maduro government, which he denies. It's all part of the Biden administration's efforts to improve relations with Venezuela and push Mr. Maduro to hold fair elections next year.
We have no higher priority than the release of the detained and/or hostage Americans being held hostage. In addition to that, Venezuela thus far is keeping their commitment toward the democratic election. Not over yet. They've made detailed commitments. We'll see if they hold them, but we're going to hold them accountable.
Well, Venezuela's President Maduro has also been speaking.
Ojalá se consiga el camino.
Hopefully, the way will be found for a process of respect, equal treatment, and understanding between the United States and Venezuela. Today, a step has been taken that will hopefully contribute to that path.
Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. Okay, let's take a look at some other stories making headlines. A group of MPs say the Premier League and other sports governing bodies should do more about what they've called a bombardment of gambling adverts in stadiums. The Culture, Media and Sport Committee said the reduction was needed to shield children from exposure to betting companies. Last season, 8 Premier League clubs and gambling companies had gambling companies on the front of their shirts. Junior doctors in England are on strike for a second day today as part of a 3-day walkout. The Doctors' Union, the British Medical Association, insists the strikes could be ended immediately if the government made what they called a reasonable offer on pay. The walkout is due to end on Saturday morning. Now, the government says British Sign Language will be taught as a GCSE in England from September 2025. The qualification will be open to all pupils who will be able to learn about 1,000 signs as well as an important life skill and advance inclusivity. You are live with BBC News. Now, a new variant of COVID-19 has been classified by the World Health Organization as a variant of interest due to its rapidly increasing spread around the world. Back at the start of November, the WHO said the JN1 strain made up just over 3% of global cases of COVID-19. Well, that figure rose to 27% a month later. The strain has so far been detected in 41 countries, including the UK, France, India, and the US. But despite its high level of growth, the WHO says the strain currently possesses a low level of risk overall. So what should we make of this? Let's find out from Dr. Anne Rimois, who is Professor of Epidemiology at UCLA's Fielding School of Public Health. Thank you very much for joining us here on the programme. Should we be concerned, are you?
Well, I think it's just important to have good situational awareness. And that's what we're doing here is we're continuing to monitor these variants, look to see, is it more transmissible? Is it causing more severe disease? Is it causing more hospitalizations, more deaths? These are the things that we need to be tracking. We always need to be tracking this. So I think it's great that we're continuing to monitor with the data that is available and continuing to have situational awareness.
And how is it doing on hospitalizations?
Well, we're starting to see hospitalizations for all respiratory pathogens tick up, which is something that we normally do see at this time. But of course, in previous years, we had big surges of COVID-19. We had lower population immunity, and so we were much more affected by it. But we are starting to see hospitalizations creep up, in particular in older individuals. So something to keep an eye on.
How does this strain differ from those initial strains that really did hit global health?
Well, this particular strain, the JN1 variant, is related to an earlier variant, the BA286. And we were originally interested in that variant because it had a lot of mutations, in particular around the spike protein. So this one also has those mutations and another additional mutation, which could, in principle, make it more evasive to antibodies created from the previous vaccination or from infection, and could potentially have an impact on treatments like Paxlovid. We've not yet seen this to be more severe or seeing that it is causing more hospitalizations or death. But again, when we see these mutations and we do see a rise in cases, we do want to keep an eye on it to be sure.
Do you think this is the new era of COVID-19 now, that it will be handled by us or experienced by us as, the seasonal colds?
Well, I think that there are serious consequences of COVID-19, but there can also be serious consequences of influenza or RSV, of several respiratory pathogens. So this is now going to be one of many viruses that we need to keep track of and be able to watch, and to be able to take precautions if we are vulnerable ourselves, if we live with vulnerable people or going to be around other vulnerable people. So this is all about situational awareness. We're in a new era now. We are not seeing these incredible spikes in severe disease, hospitalizations, and deaths. So it is something that will be something that we continue to monitor, but we're not in that same place that we were previously with COVID-19.
Okay, Dr. Anne Ramoyne, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
My pleasure.
A Rimmel London advert has been banned for playing on young girls and securities. Coty UK, which trades as Rimmel London, admitted the ad was part of its Back to School campaign, but denied it communicated a need to wear makeup. Emily Brown reports.
Rimmel is a British multinational cosmetics brand, now owned by parent company Coty. But the globally recognised brand has had this advert banned. It's been described as playing on young girls' insecurities. In the advert, it stars Lana Jenkins, a Love Island star, who says, "Get ready to slay this back-to-school season." But the Advertising Standards Authority has said that it implied that young girls or women were more likely to succeed or do well when they went back to school if they wore makeup. It said they considered the ad had the effect on playing on young girls' insecurities about their appearance, and therefore concluded it was irresponsible. But Coty UK admitted the ad was part of its back-to-school campaign, but denied it communicated a need to wear makeup. It said the wording was intended to motivate and build confidence. Two people had complained that the ad was irresponsible, and the ASA ruled that the ad must not be shown again. Coty UK has been approached for further comment.
That was Emily Brown there. It's been another huge year. Critics and commentators have been looking back and compiling their list of what they consider to be the best offerings of 2023. The BBC's Tom Brooke has been ranking the movies released here in the UK and the US over the past 12 months.
It's our annual tradition, our list of the top 10 films of 2023. Artistically, at least, 2023 did deliver in terms of the quality of film. So here's our list.
You are the man who gave them the power to destroy themselves. And the world is not prepared.
At number 10, Oppenheimer. Christopher Nolan certainly gave us a great movie to watch and ponder. An admirable portrait of the complicated man who helped to develop the atomic bomb.
I don't know if we can be trusted with such a weapon. But we have no choice.
In 1941, they started rounding. In 1942, the deportations began.
In ninth place, filmmaker Steve McQueen's documentary Occupied City, which very effectively tells of the Nazi efforts to remove the Jewish population from Amsterdam during World War II. And number 8, another original Holocaust film, The Zone of Interest, from UK director Jonathan Glazer, depicting the commandant of Auschwitz and his wife trying to lead a perfect life while living next door to a concentration camp. In 7th place, from Germany, The Teacher's Lounge, an intense story of an idealistic teacher who is thrown off kilter after one of her pupils is accused of stealing. It works as a very engaging thriller. At number 6, Barbie, filmmaker Greta Gerwig's fresh, intelligent satire, which reminded many of us just how much fun it could be to share the act of moviegoing with others. In 5th place, The Holdovers, what is perhaps one of director Alexander Payne's best films, with a great performance from Paul Giamatti. It showed that families in any shape or form can emerge anywhere. In 4th place, Killers of the Flower Moon, Martin Scorsese's epic western showing how greed led to the murder of Osage Native Americans in Oklahoma in the 1920s. At age 81, Scorsese is still a master of his craft. And number 3, American Fiction, from director Cord Jefferson, making his first feature.
Look at what they published. Look at what they expect us to write.
A hilarious satire on the way people respond to racist stereotypes, with a great performance from Jeffrey Wright.
I asked what you were in for. Was a murder. You said that, not me.
I am Bella Baxter, and there is a world to enjoy, circumnavigate.
In 2nd place, the Frankenstein-inspired Poor Things, directed by Yorgos Lanthimos, in which we accompany Bella Baxter, played by Emma Stone, on a wondrous wild ride as a woman of great uninhibited passion.
Are you ready? We're going to press it.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Here you go.
Merry Christmas.
And the Talking Movies #1 film of 2023 is All of Us Strangers, from British filmmaker Andrew Haigh, starring Andrew Scott and Paul Mescal in leading roles.
Hello. Hi. So you look at me from the street.
It's a moving romance and partly a ghost story.
Our boys back home? Our son.
A film from which you can take 1,000,001 things.
You and me together. Into the world.
Well, before you go, we're just going to show you these Christmas lights in the Italian capital, Rome, which come with a message, a dazzling display along Rome's Via del Corso shopping street, all dedicated to world peace, a carpet of lights, 1,400 meters long, that's around 3/4 of a mile, and adorned with the word peace in various languages. You're watching BBC News.
Hello. The weather in the run-up to Christmas now is looking fairly unsettled, especially so over the next 24 hours, because we've got a spell of really windy weather right across the UK. The Danish Met Service have named Storm Pier. Now, that's moving to the north of us, but it's going to bring really windy conditions wherever you are, especially the further north. Some heavy showers in the mix too, and there's the potential for some significant travel disruption on Thursday. So there's that area of low pressure, Storm Pier, heading towards Denmark. Lots of isobars on the map here, and we've got really windy conditions for Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England, North Wales too, even further south. It's going to be a blustery sort of day. So some heavy showers, especially towards the north and the west. A bit more sunshine returning across Scotland through Thursday morning, but look at the gust of winds, 65 to 75 miles an hour, even 80 miles an hour up towards the Northern Isles. Really windy too for Northern Ireland, the Isle of Man into Northern England, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, and more around the exposed coasts and hills. Windy too, but not quite as windy as further north, the likes of South Wales and Southern England. So Cloud and patchy light rain in the south, sunshine and blustery, squally showers moving into the north, even a little bit of snow over the highest ground of Scotland. Temperatures just 5 degrees in Aberdeen, but still up to around 12 down towards the London region. So we've got the mild, cloudy and fairly damp weather in the far southwest overnight. Clearer skies elsewhere as we head through into Thursday morning, but then more rain returns from the west through the early hours. I think it's going to be frost-free again heading into Friday morning, but the lowest temperatures will be across the northeast of the UK. So we're in the colder air there, but further towards the southwest, we've got milder air. This weather front that is the dividing line between those two air masses. Heading through Friday, and this area of milder air will spread its way across the UK. The wind's coming in from a westerly direction. So that weather front will bring some rain initially across Northern Ireland, parts of England and Wales, tracking its way eastwards. Perhaps a little bit of snow for a time, again over the highest ground across the north of Scotland. But for most of us, it'll be rain showers. And again, temperatures between around about 5 to 12 degrees colder than that, though, towards the Northern Isles. And then looking ahead towards the festive period, it's a little bit up and down. It's fairly unsettled, mild for the next few days, perhaps things a little bit colder into Boxing Day. Bye-bye.
The art of good conversation is to say the right thing at the right time and in the right way. You have to be original, sympathetic, encouraging, and also keep an open mind. And you really do just need to sit back and listen.
Katty Kay chats with prominent names from the worlds of business, science, and culture.
Influential with me, Katty Kay. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
After winning, the people were so proud and it was so intense.
Сказав моїй дружині, треба збиратись, треба піднімати дітей, почалась війна.
I never thought I was going to be a famous movie person. When big names talk, they talk to the BBC.
Morning. Come and have a seat. Now, of course, I'm not going to go easy on you. There are some really big questions we've got to try and get answers to this morning. But I'll be fair, and we just want to hear what you've got to say. So, shall we get on with it?
Rolling.
Here we go. Join me to hear from the biggest names inside and outside politics.
Sunday with Laura Kuensberg. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Higher for how much longer? Markets ramp up bets on early interest rate cuts from the Bank of England as inflation falls much faster than expected. Also coming up, a new Hollywood giant in the making perhaps. Warner and Paramount are reported to be in the early stage of merger talks. Plus, Scooter crash, the wheels come off bird as it files for bankruptcy just 2 years after joining the New York Stock Exchange. Coming next. Hello there and welcome to our look at the business news, and we're going to start here in the UK where financial markets have been ramping up bets that the Bank of England could start cutting the cost of borrowing early next year, and that's despite the bank's insistence that rates will be staying high for the foreseeable future. Now, it's all down to a bigger than expected fall in inflation, the annual rate at which prices have been going up. Now, inflation peaked at more than 10% last year, forcing the bank to raise interest rates aggressively to try and bring that peak under control, but it has since fallen fairly sharply. And then on Wednesday, official figures showed that it was actually down to 3.9% in November. And that is the lowest rate in 2 years and far lower than expected. Well, that's raised hopes that the Bank of England will soon be able to start cutting the cost of borrowing, easing pressure on businesses and, of course, households. Here's our economics editor, Faisal Islam.
Up and now sharply down. Over the past year, inflation in Britain seemed like a runaway train, but it's now coming into land faster than expected here in Blackpool and beyond. It has been a hard year or two for curry houses, with hundreds closing. In nearby Poulton, Seema says some prices are now stabilising.
Inflation is definitely killing us. Gosh, rice has gone up like 50%.
Onions, I see.
Onions, again, up and down. I remember buying them for £6.99. Now they are £13. All the spices have gone up, more or less a similar amount, really.
These are extraordinary amounts over there. And even though you're saying some of them are coming down,
yes,
they're still higher than they were 2 years ago.
Yes, 100%.
Even though the headline rate of inflation has now decisively fallen from the extraordinary heights of a year ago, inflation at these levels is still high by historic standards. And in businesses and in households up and down the country, falling inflation is not falling prices. November's inflation number was 3.9%, a lot lower than expected, but it's made up of different sectors going in different directions. Food inflation is less than it was, but still growing at 9.2%. Furniture prices are growing at a more stable 2.3%, well down on a year ago. Transport prices, including fuel and second-hand cars, are negative, down 1.5% on last year, and household bills are down 3.4%. Both those last two are a bigger share of the inflation basket than food.
The only way that we can make life better for families who are working very hard and feeling that they are in a cost of living crisis, the like of which they haven't seen for many, many years, is to get the economy growing sustainably.
Going into Christmas, prices are still rising, especially where it comes to food. So when people go to the shops, they'll find that there are things that they just can't afford.
As well as fuel price falls, there is also more general widespread discounting on the high streets and online for clothes, hardware and toys. A weaker consumer is helping tame inflation. And part of that is down to 14 Bank of England rate rises, slowing the economy. The number adding to calls to put that into reverse and consider more rate cuts more quickly. The bank itself is waiting to see if wage rises calm in the new year. Faisal Islam, BBC News.
Right, let's speak to Mike Coop, who is the Chief Investment Officer for Europe at Morningstar Investment Management. Mike, lovely to have you with us here on the programme. Morning. It's not just calls, is it? I mean, there have been full-on complaints about the speed with which the Bank of England is moving. What do you make of all that?
Well, if you look at things in a global lens, you can see exactly the same story playing out in the US, as well as here and in Europe. So globally, what we've seen is inflationary pressures have eased because some of the excess demand and lack of supply we had 2 to 3 years ago after the COVID shutdowns have been reversed. On top of that, we've also had the effect of that increase in interest rates. So it's no surprise that inflation rates are coming down. And in fact, if you dig into the numbers, what you see is that it's actually been more on the goods rather than the services side, where you've seen that transport costs have come down, reflecting fuel prices. And we've also had food inflation, which has been a bit lower. So food prices not rising at quite the same rate. So if you look at that context, the question really is, what is inflation today? Where does it need to go? And what, if you were in the Bank of England hot seat, what would you do? So you can see that core inflation is still 5.1%. Now, the bank's target is to get it down to around about 2%. So at this point, you would be looking to see whether the future inflation was going to, the trends are going to bring it down. As you look at that, what we can also see is that the economy has ground to a standstill. So growth for the 3 months to the end of October was 0. In fact, if you look at the month-to-month number, they were actually down. So clearly the economy is a lot weaker than it was. And that's no surprise after you've had a massive increase in interest rates over a really short period of time. So for people looking at the situation today, they should really say to themselves, you know, the chances are that interest rates could well go down, but it's not guaranteed that's how things will play out.
Okay.
There's a huge wild card.
Mike, I'm just going to jump in there because you've mentioned some great figures, those indicators, some of which the Bank of England is looking at and will continue to look at. One that perhaps will shock people is the 5-year mortgages. That's below 4%. I mean, depending on what situation you're in, that's quite a shock, isn't it?
Well, it's a bit like when in the old days the department stores would have a sale, well, perhaps 2 times a year, and you wanted to go and take advantage of those sales. We're seeing the equivalent now in terms of mortgages. So if you're in the situation where you can take advantage of that, marvellous. Of course, for most people, if they're on some degree of fixed rate mortgage, it'll depend upon when they're able to refinance. So for most people, that's probably not really something they can jump on and exploit right now. I think the main thing is going to be to be able to have a mix of fixed and floating rate debt if you can structure that. So yes, long-term mortgage financing has become more affordable than it was before. And if you see a drop in rates, that's certainly worth trying to take advantage of.
Mike Booth, Chief Investment Officer for Morningstar Investment Management. Thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure. Thank you. We're going to stay with interest rates because if you are a borrower here in the UK or the US for that matter, and you're finding rates of a little over 5% expensive, spare a thought for people in Turkey. The cost of borrowing there went up to 40% last month, and another rise is expected in a few hours' time. Richard Griefson is the Deputy Director at the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies and an expert on Turkey's economy. Lovely to have you with us, Richard. What can we expect?
Well, the market consensus this morning is for 250 basis points of rates. I think anything less than that will be treated as a disappointment by the market. The central bank has hiked rates really aggressively since June. They recognize the scale of the inflation problem and they're trying very hard to get on top of that. They have said that coming towards the end of the tightening cycle now, they think so. So probably not too many of the hikes from here, but I still think it would be a surprise if there was a hike today.
What's gone wrong then? 40%?
Well, I mean, inflation is currently over 60%, so in real terms, rates are still very negative. Inflation was actually above 80% earlier in the year when Eugene came in at the center. What you've seen over a number of years is interest rates become low, reduce credit, reduce consumption. In the interest of short-term growth, basically, we could the lira currency and put inflation to very sustainable. What has changed is that there is a new team that's found that they see very significant. So we have seen a big change in direction. We need to see that continue. We need to see that they're willing to stay the course. But certainly what we've seen in the last 6 months is that finally there may be there is a really serious attempt to get on top of inflation.
Okay. Richard Griefson, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. To Hollywood, where a media mega merger could be on the way. That's a tongue twister. Could be on the way. That's according to multiple reports. The bosses of Warner Brothers Discovery and Paramount Global have held talks this week about a possible tie-up. The deal would bring together not only 2 of the big 5 movie studios, but also the Max and Paramount Plus streaming services, providing a bit of rival to the likes of Netflix and Disney Plus. Hannah Walsh is Principal Analyst at Ampere Analysis. Hello to you, Hannah. So many questions. It is early days, we must stress that. But the first of which is, why would these 2 giants come together? Who wins?
Well, it's all about surviving in a streaming landscape. As we've heard, it's a very tough economic environment, and that has led to consumer spending less on streaming services. So if these entities were to merge, they may merge their Max and Paramount Plus platforms, and therefore creating a bigger streaming service that can rival, as you said, the likes of Netflix, Disney Plus, Amazon Prime.
And obviously, this won't go through until it's gone through the antitrust regulations check. What's that process normally like?
It can differ depending on what the company's background is. It's worth reminding ourselves that both companies that we're speaking about are actually mergers themselves. So we had Viacom CBS merging, and then of course more recently Warner Brothers and Discovery. Those deals, when it was announced, there was early discussions, took around a year to a year and a half to complete. But Warner Brothers Discovery is in a better position than, say, maybe a Comcast or a Disney to merge with Paramount due to the lack of a broadcasting network. So timescales are still up in the air, but it's a more suitable merger than maybe some of the other US studios.
Just how competitive is the broader media industry at the moment to operate in?
Extremely competitive. I mean, so our latest consumer survey showed that a household in the US, which is obviously the busiest market, has on average 4 streaming services, which already, leaves out one of those services that are currently available. Paramount Plus at the moment has just under half of the number of subscribers globally that Disney Plus does. Then you've got HBO with around 40 million with its Max platform, and then a further 29 million with the HBO Max platform. So it's a very competitive streaming service side. It's also very, very competitive on the TV advertising side, which has seen a long-term decline across linear networks, and it's only really getting tougher.
Well, I suppose that on both sides there are going to have to be some departments or well-known brands that are put to one side. How likely is that?
Again, it's quite early to say. I mean, what we have seen with previous mergers, say with Disney's acquisition of some of the Fox assets, they actually kept that as a separate brand alongside, say the Marvel content, for example. We could see some consolidations between well-matched brands across the two studios. CBS News, CNN, for example, and then the Paramount's Nickelodeon, Nick Jr. content could maybe stay as its own brand to provide that children family content to a streaming services that would work very well on a Warner Brothers Discovery platform.
Okay, Hannah Welsh, like we said, early days, but watching it very closely. Thank you very much. And staying in the United States, because the electric scooter rental company Bird has filed for bankruptcy protection just 2 years after it joined the New York Stock Exchange. It's been a spectacular fall from grace for what was once a multi-billion-dollar company. Michelle Fleury has the latest from New York.
It enjoyed a meteoric rise before coming crashing back to Earth. In 2017, Bird launched in multiple cities with a fair amount of hype. The promise electric scooters, well, they're good for the planet, reducing car usage and emissions. That climate-friendly narrative helped fuel its popularity, including with investors. Bird was the fastest company to reach $1 billion valuation. In Wall Street parlance, that means unicorn status. Now, though, it's filed for bankruptcy. The company is being kept afloat thanks to a $25 million loan, while it carries out a turnaround plan that could involve selling some assets. Consumers, though, may not notice a difference. During the process, Bird said it will operate as usual. Its operations in Canada and Europe are part of the bankruptcy proceedings, so they won't be affected. So where did everything go wrong? Well, for the e-scooter company, when cities shut down during the pandemic, Bird's fortune suffered. As urban areas began to reopen in 2021, business started to pick up, although it never fully recovered. It caps a remarkable fall from grace for the Miami-based company 2 years after going public, 1 year after warning bankruptcy proceedings could be on the horizon, and 3 months after being delisted from the New York Stock Exchange. And with other electric scooter firms also struggling, it's a sure sign the buzz around this type of transportation has evaporated.
And that was Michelle Fleury there with the latest on that story from New York, around the world and across the UK. This is BBC News.
Bringing you different stories from across the UK. Bournemouth is well known for its Yuletide sparkle. Christmas Tree Wonderland's in its 6th year and includes a market in the central square, open well into the evening.
town centres are not as vibrant as they used to be. But Christmas markets and, light events like that, they bring people back. Hello, baby.
Nearly 9 million people came to this event last November and December. But there is a price tag for BCP Council, which also has a budget hole. It isn't funding lights in the suburban shopping centres this year, but it looks like this event will survive.
We are finding it really hard with doing these sort of additional services, additional things for people to enjoy. But there is an element where we need to have a thriving town centre. We need to be supporting our local economy.
And the truth is, the locals seem to like it. For more stories from across the UK, head to the BBC News website.
Hello, you're live with BBC News. I'm Lucrezia Burak. We're going to hop across to Scotland now and the soaring global market in whiskey. It's estimated to hit more than $120 billion a year by 2028. It has, of course, been long male-dominated, both in production and consumption, but they are changing because women are now responsible for almost 40% of whiskey purchases, but 50% of master blenders are female. Annabelle Thomas is the co-founder of Knockmean, an independent organic whiskey distillery on the west coast of Scotland. And she's been speaking to Sally Bundock about the challenges that she faced setting up the business.
The first couple of challenges that we had to overcome were fundraising and then actually building the distillery from scratch. So unlike many businesses where you can create a prototype product, that's not possible with whiskey because you need a distillery, and then B, you need to mature it for at least 3 years and a day for it to be called Scotch. So we had to raise a lot of money from a piece of paper, which was hard work. That took us 2 years. And then we had to build the distillery from scratch. And it's in a very remote part of the west coast of Scotland. And any building project of complexity is challenging, but especially when you are 2 hours from the nearest supermarket.
It sounds like you needed a heck of a lot of determination and resilience to get to where you are now. Did you want to give up at any point?
Yes, definitely. I think perseverance is my main quality, and that may be why we've got this far. I never wanted to give up, but there were many times where I thought we might not make it. But we had, by the time we'd raised money, I had committed to our investors that we were going to do this, and that was a main part of what kept me going.
Talk us through your sustainability record then, because so many companies say it's at the heart of what we do, but we really want to see the evidence of that, don't we, as consumers?
I could be here all day telling you about what we do from a sustainability point of view, but let me pick out three key things. So the first is that the distillery is powered by 100% renewable energy. The second is that we only source 100% organic Scottish barley. So barley is the main ingredient in single malt Scotch whisky. And so all of the products that we make are certified organic. And that is really important, both from a biodiversity point of view on the farms where the barley grows, but also from a carbon sequestration point of view. And the third is that we bottle our whiskey in 100% recycled clear glass bottles. So that means that they're made of recycled glass. And that saves 40% of the carbon footprint of a normal glass bottle because it takes less energy to melt glass into glass than sand into glass, basically. And all of that is summed up in our B Corp certification. So B Corp is a certification for businesses that are doing the right thing for people and planet, as well as making a profit.
But does that mean though, Annabelle, that there's a real premium when it comes to your product?
We are marginally more expensive than some other whiskies, but actually amongst our competitive set of the kind of small independent whiskies that have grown in recent years, I'd say we're very
And that was Annabelle Thomas, co-founder of Knockmean, an independent whiskey distillery. See, I said it all right there. Sounded as if I'd had a couple earlier. Now, if you've been to a Christmas market this festive season, you'll know they are now big business here in the UK as well as in many parts of the world. But did you know that the idea is actually more than 700 years old? The first is thought to have been in 1296 in Vienna when Duke Albrecht I gave permission for a 2-week fair. And today, the Austrian capital hosts 14 Christmas markets, including one of the largest and most popular in Europe, which is the Christkindl market in the beautiful Rathausplatz Square. And last year it welcomed 3 million visitors. Well, Paul Weiss is the general manager of the event for the city of Vienna. Hello and welcome to the programme, Paul. Just tell us a little bit about the significance and importance of your Christmas market.
Well, as you said, like we had 3 million visitors last year. It looks like we will have another 3 million this year. So, like if we did a check on who is coming actually to our Christmas market, and it's about 1/3 of these people. 1/3 are coming from the surrounding region, from Lower Austria and so on, and 1/3 is coming from beyond Austrian borders, like from Czech, from Slovakia, Hungary, but even from Germany, and some people even travel by plane and come to Vienna just to see the Christmas market.
Now, Paul, I don't want to be controversial or upset you, but I had a quick look at a poll of the best Christmas markets in the world, and you were just picked to top spot by Cologne in Germany. However, in Vienna, you have 14 Christmas markets. How do you do it?
Well, obviously, the people love to go to Christmas markets, where we have to offer so many of them.
Okay, so what's the secret to a really good Christmas market? Because I'm looking at some of the images from past events, and they don't look anything like the ones I've seen in the UK, for example.
Well, I mean, what is the secret? Well, we take, economic sustainability is very important to us. So what we offer in our Christmas market in front of the city, like 75% of all the products got to be either organic or seasonal or regional products. So people obviously appreciate the fact that the products they buy are either organic or like from the region.
Yeah, it's that idea, isn't it, of supporting local markets, local produce. Do you think that there is a place for these Christmas markets moving forward?
Well, we will see. At the moment, our idea seems to work, so we will stick to it right now.
Sorry, Paul, can you just repeat that? I lost you.
Well, at the moment, it looks like that the idea how we organize a Christmas market seems to work. The people accept it and love it and like it. So we think that this is the way we just will keep for the future.
And do you think Christmas markets need to have that religious element included in them?
Well, as you probably know, Austria is a typical Roman Catholic country, and the Christkindl market is something religious coming from the Roman Catholic Church. So I would say yes.
I'm Christian.
And of course, it's
I was
about
baptised
food
in
for me,
1968.
It's about food
I become the piano man. I supply pianos to Somerset and to London for families everywhere.
Yes. Thank you very
And the
much
NHS
indeed.
sectioned me for 18 years.
This year's market and all the other markets around
NHS only compensation.
Exactly well for you, and season's greetings to you as well. So that was our look at the business news. Stay with me. I will have more of the international news at the top of the hour. Don't go away.
Hello. The weather in the run up to Christmas now is looking fairly unsettled, especially so over the next 24 hours because we've got a spell of really windy weather right across the UK. The Danish Met Service have named Storm
The
Pia.
ones that run the
It's
NHS
going to bring really windy
should be
conditions
killed.
everywhere, especially the further north. Some heavy showers in the mix too, and there's the potential for some significant travel disruption on Thursday. So there's that area of low pressure Storm Pia heading towards Denmark. Lots of isobars on the map here, and we've got really windy conditions for Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England, North Wales, even further south. It's going to be a blustery sort of day. So some heavy showers, especially towards the north and the west. A bit more sunshine returning across Scotland through Thursday morning, but look at the gust of winds, 65 to 75 miles an hour, even 80 miles an hour up towards the Northern Isles. Really windy too for Northern Ireland, the Isle of Man into Northern England, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, and more around the exposed coasts and hills. Windy too, but not quite as windy as further north, the likes of South Wales and Southern England. So cloud and patchy light rain in the south, sunshine and blustery squally showers moving into the north, even a little bit of snow over the highest ground of Scotland. Temperatures just 5 degrees in Aberdeen, but still up to around 12 down towards the London region. So we've got the mild, cloudy and fairly damp weather in the far southwest overnight. Clearer skies elsewhere as we head through into Thursday morning, but then more rain returns from the west through the early hours. I think it's going to be frost-free again heading into Friday morning, but the lowest temperatures will be across the northeast of the UK. So we're in the colder air there, but further towards the southwest, we've got milder air. This weather front that is the dividing line between those two air masses. Heading through Friday, and this area of milder air will spread its way across the UK. The wind's coming in from a westerly direction. So that weather front will bring some rain initially across Northern Ireland, parts of England and Wales, tracking its way eastwards. Perhaps a little bit of snow for a time, again over the highest ground across the north of Scotland. But for most of us, it'll be rain showers. And again, temperatures between around about 5 to 12 degrees colder than that, though, towards the Northern Isles. And then looking ahead towards the festive period, it's a little bit up and down. It's fairly unsettled, mild for the next few days, perhaps things a little bit colder into Boxing Day. Bye-bye.
A baby?
Yeah, this is where we live. I thought she was called Bumpy.
A mother-in-law?
I've been here for what, 6 weeks?
So, and Christmas! How will it all end?
I changed nappy once. Can't be that bad.
The last ever episode of Ghosts, Christmas Day at 7:45 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Hello, I have a small present for you. The Traitors is returning. 22 people played the ultimate game of treachery for a lovely cash prize. It's going to be fun. So be good until then.
The Traitors starts Wednesday, 3rd of January at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
It's the Christmas Day special. I don't think I've ever seen a drive like that.
You were the perfect Christmas present.
Strictly Dancing Christmas Special. Christmas Day at 4:40 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Hello and a very warm welcome to Thursday morning on BBC One. Now, breakfast.
Good morning, welcome to Breakfast with Nagamon, Chetty and Charlie State.
Our headlines today. A judge is due to rule on whether the teenage killers of Brianna Ghey should be named publicly.
The Israeli military says discovered tunnels in Gaza City which it believes have been used as a base by Hamas leaders.
A call for the Premier League and other sporting organisations to do more about what's described as a bombardment of gambling adverts in stadiums.
Good morning. If you're giving or receiving electrical goods this Christmas, how safe are they? There are new warnings about cheaper gadgets, often bought online, that fail to meet basic safety standards.
Good morning. In the sport, it's a 5-star performance from Liverpool as they flash West Ham and book their place in the League Cup semi-finals, where they'll face Fulham.
And the healing power of music, we meet the choir brought together by loss.
Good morning. Sean Payne making his presence felt today, especially so across the northern half of the country where we're looking at gales or even severe gales, which could lead to some disruption. But wherever you are, it's going to be a windy day. I'll have all the details later in the programme.
Good morning. It's Thursday, the 21st of December. A judge will today consider naming 2 teenagers who murdered 16-year-old Brianna Ghey in a ferocious and premeditated stabbing.
The pair, who were 15 when they attacked Brianna in February, were convicted of her murder at Manchester Crown Court yesterday. Today, Mrs. Justiceship will deal with an application by the media to reveal their identities. Our North of England correspondent Judith Moritz has this report.
When Brianna Jai left her house to meet a friend, she was nervous. The teenager was often anxious, and she texted her mum to say she was on the bus and felt scared. She thought she was just going to hang out with another teenager. She had no idea that she really was in danger. Brianna had been lured to this park near Warrington. Though it was broad daylight and the place was full of dog walkers, the two children she was with turned on Brianna. They stabbed her 28 times and ran off. Brianna's family were in court when the teenagers who murdered her were found guilty.
To know how scared my usually fearless child must have been when she was alone in that park with someone that she called her friend will haunt me forever. Prior to the trial, I had moments where I felt sorry for the defendants because they had ruined their own lives as well as ours. But now knowing the true nature and seeing neither display an ounce of remorse for what they have done to Brianna, I have lost all sympathy.
The two children who murdered Brianna have been given anonymity because of their age. Both are autistic, and neither showed emotion when they were convicted. Today, the court will consider whether they should be identified. Brianna was transgender, though the prosecution don't believe that was the killer's motive. The LGBTQ+ community mourned her death at a series of vigils. Her family say they want Brianna to be remembered as a unique girl and add that she's been deprived of the life she wanted to live. Judith Moritz, BBC News, Manchester.
And just looking ahead, at around 7:15 this morning, we'll be speaking to Emma Mills, who is Brianna's head teacher. That's coming up a little later on. Just going at 4 minutes past 6, and Aggie brings up to date events in the Middle East.
Indeed, Charlie, thank you. The Israeli military says it's uncovered a network of tunnels underneath Gaza City, linking buildings near to hospitals with properties registered to senior members of Hamas, which is designated a terror group by most Western governments. Our Middle East correspondent, Yolande now, is in Jerusalem for us. Yolande, good morning to you. You know, these tunnels, these have been spoken about a lot, haven't they? And Israel, the IDF, have made very clear that this is what they're aiming to get to in order to uncover Hamas operatives.
Indeed, and this looks like a significant development related to tunnels. And of course, the Israeli military is continuing to search for the Hamas leaders in Gaza, whom it blames for masterminding those deadly 7th of October attacks. And now it's found, it says, and it's released footage, which we can't independently verify. Footage shows these tunnel shafts that it says connected the houses of Hamas leaders in a well-off area of Gaza City. You can see that they're well-built tunnels. You can see that there are blast doors, that there was electricity and plumbing apparently inside this tunnel network. And it says that Hamas leaders were using these on a daily basis and also in emergencies. Meanwhile, diplomatically, there's a lot going on at the UN Security Council in New York. The diplomatic negotiations still continuing about the exact wording of a new resolution that could pass, a vote rescheduled once again, hopefully for today, on getting more aid into Gaza. And then also we've got the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Cairo. So far, talks with the Egyptian mediators haven't borne fruit of a new hostage release deal, but the Egyptians say they're continuing.
Yolande, for the moment, thank you. Yolande now there. A group of MPs has called on the Premier League and other sporting bodies to cut what it calls the bombardment of gambling advertisements in stadiums. A report by the Culture, Media and Sports Committee welcomed the planned move to withdraw gambling sponsorship from the front of shirts, but said there are many other advertisements to address. Francis Reid has more.
From day one of the Premier League season, it's on the shirts and in the stadiums. Those watching see thousands of gambling ads across multiple games. MPs say the bombardment, particularly for kids, is too much. And while gambling sponsorship on the front of Premier League shirts will eventually go, the Cross-Party Culture, Media and Sport Committee says it won't be enough. MPs have recommended a new gambling sponsorship code of conduct to be developed by the government and with sports governing bodies.
and that a high proportion of ads should promote safer gambling. The report also supported extra online protection for young adults and for the introduction of a levy to be paid by gambling operators to fund addiction prevention and treatment.
Children are obviously go to football matches with their parents. It's a sort of standard family, wonderful outing. But there is a lot of exposure to gambling advertising. It's on the front of shirts, it's on the side of shirts, it's on the stadio in terms of banners. It's also on the various sort of leaflets that are handed around. And what that does, and we've seen through this report where it took about 7,000 gambling messages across 6 football matches, that means that children see gambling is normalised.
The Betting and Gaming Council said that a sports sponsorship code should be published without delay to drive up standards and that rules already ensure advertising is responsible. The government said that proposed new measures would also deliver greater protections. But some charities have said it doesn't touch the sides and that gambling ads should be removed from sports like football entirely. Francis Reid, BBC News.
The former Justice Secretary Sir Robert Buckland says the government needs to do more to stop people using artificial intelligence to interfere with elections. He's concerned that realistic audio and video clips of politicians appearing to say things that they didn't could be used to sway voters. The government says it's taken steps to protect elections from foreign interference. British Sign Language will be taught as a GCSE in England from 2025. The government says BSL will be open to all pupils who will learn about 1,000 signs on the course. 2 of Hollywood's biggest studios, Warner Brothers Discovery and Paramount Global, are said to be in early discussions about a merger. They're responsible for hit films like the Barbie movie and Mission Impossible series, but their streaming services are losing out to rivals Netflix and Disney+. Time now for daily updates on the erupting volcano in Iceland. The Icelandic Met Office has given more details about the initial blast, saying there was just 90 minutes between the first signs of seismic activity and the eruption. The lava flow is continuing to reduce, but residents of nearby Grindavik have been warned that they'll almost certainly not be allowed home for Christmas. Junior doctors in England are on strike for the second day of a 3-day walkout. The Doctors' Union, the British Medical Association, insists the action could be ended immediately if the government made a reasonable offer on pay. Our health correspondent Dominic Hughes has more.
From Newcastle to Cambridge, Hull to Manchester. Once again, junior doctors have taken to picket lines. This latest round of industrial action has seen concern from charities and NHS leaders that patients could end up stuck in hospital over the festive period and that patient care will suffer in what's a very busy time for the health service. The junior doctors say measures are in place to ensure their strike action poses no danger to patients.
As we've shown with our 7 previous rounds of strike action this year, we can do it safely with the cover of our consultant colleagues, our specialist colleagues, expert senior doctors who can look after patients whilst we're here standing up for ourselves and trying to reverse the pay cuts that our government has inflicted upon us over the last 15 years.
This is day 2 of a 3-day strike by junior doctors in England. It's the 27th day of industrial action in their long-running pay dispute with the government. So far, NHS strikes, including those by ambulance staff and nurses, have seen more than 1 million appointments and treatments cancelled in the past year. And there's more to come. Junior doctors will be on strike for 6 days at the start of January, the longest in NHS history. Ministers say this latest round of strike action is bound to cause significant disruption, but the door to further talks remains open if the January walkout is cancelled. There was some optimism earlier this month that negotiations could lead to a breakthrough. An offer of a pay rise averaging 3% from January was being discussed on top of the average of nearly 9% junior doctors received in April. But the BMA said that wasn't enough. Junior doctors had asked for an extra 35% to make up for below-inflation pay rises since 2008. So both sides seem to be back where they were, as the NHS heads into what is one of the busiest, most pressured times of the year. Dominic Hughes, BBC News. 11 minutes past 6 the time now. We're all familiar with the idea of a prison being guarded by ferocious dogs. Inmates in Brazil being kept in line by a different kind of animal. Well, it may not look all that threatening, or worrying, but so-called geese agents patrol the space between the prison's inside fence, main outer wall, and the idea is they honk a lot if they spot anyone trying to escape. Staff say geese make better guards than dogs because they're very vigilant. Can we listen in again?
I don't think you should pit geese against dogs. There you go.
We need an example really of someone running through and hear the cacophony of noise, because as it looks, it just doesn't look very impressive like that, does it?
Those are guards, so you shouldn't honk at the guards. I wouldn't mess with a goose though.
No, don't. That'd be what wise words for Christmas.
Oh, you wise sage. From one to another, eh?
What do you think, Carol?
I'm with you, Charlie.
Yeah.
Don't mess with geese.
Ever.
I've been pecked by a goose, and oh my goodness,
Where?
it was really.
Are you rubbing your behind? Is that where it pecked you?
No, I stood on the wire and it was stuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. Better, less spoken about the geese pecking, the better. Goose pecking, the better. Listen, those waves behind you, Carol. I was waking up in the night, really like noisy, big winds buffeting around. You know, lots of people I don't think would have slept well last night.
That's right, Naga. We're actually feeling the effects at the moment of Storm Pia, so named by the Danish Met Service. To give you an idea of the highest gusts that we've seen in the last hour or so, Altnahara has had a gust of 76 miles an hour. So it's no wonder that you were kept awake by the howling winds. And you can see a lot of these are across the north of Scotland. In fact, all of them are across the north of Scotland or the Western Isles. It's also going to be windy wherever you are. We're looking at gales, even severe gales across the northern half of the country today. So that also includes Northern Ireland and Northern England and North Wales. With some heavy showers as well, there's of course the potential for some travel disruption. And it's because of the steep area of pressure, which is Storm Pia. There's a wicked isobars and a weather front which is sinking south. Now, as this weather front sinks southwards, it's going to take its rain with it. It will remain fairly cloudy in the south, but behind it, we're looking at a mixture of sunshine and showers. But squally showers, some heavy and thundery, wintry in the highest ground in Scotland. These black circles represent the strength of the gusts of wind. So you can see wherever you are, even down across the south of England, it is going to be a windy day and a cloudy one in the south, but some sunshine coming out behind. Now the wind will continue as we go through the day. Potentially the strongest gusts will be this morning, but it still is going to be windy. And temperature-wise, well, colder air following in behind that weather front. As we come further south, we still are in the milder conditions. Still be windy tonight and through tomorrow as well, Maggie and Charlie, but not as windy as today. And I'll take you through the Christmas forecast in about half an hour or so.
Carol, thanks very much. See you then.
It's coming up to 6:15. Now, we know music can be a very powerful thing. It can provide comfort in times of need. It can also help to heal, even when someone suffered a devastating loss.
The Sing Their Name choir is made up of people who have lost a loved one to suicide. Christian Recovery went to meet some of its members and hear them in full voice.
Daniel is a son to be proud of.
My name is Suzanne, and this is my son Kyle. My name's Andrea, and this is my sister Jacqueline.
I'm Helen, and this is my daughter Beth.
They were both really good friends. I met Faye at a different choir, and me and Leah, we both met during a very hard time in hospital. She was just lovely to be around.
This is the Sing Their Name choir in Manchester, one of the very few suicide bereavement choirs in the UK. Just over 5,500 people took their own lives in 2022, and this is where many bereaved relatives and friends come to try to find hope and to express their love.
She was 17, the most amazing daughter.
She was just amazing. She had a son who she just absolutely idolised and adored. She truly, truly lives on in him now.
Lovely smile, really good at gaming, Call of Duty or one of those that he loved. And I used to shout, "Daniel, keep it down." It sounded like I was in a war zone. Now I'd tell him to shout louder. Yeah, he was amazing.
The choir has really helped people here find a path through the darkest times. For so many, finding a voice and a community is the first step to finding a light on the long road ahead.
He died 15 years ago. It was a very different time then because it was quite a taboo subject. And that's the reason why I joined the choir, so that I could talk about him and be proud of him, really. I know since joining the choir, that's made a huge difference. I found my community of people and they just get it. And I think that's helped so much.
Be around people that love you and care for you, and there is hope there.
The choir has given me so much solidarity, peer support, and it's given us the chance to sing their name.
There's a fighter in me, I shouted at last. I'll keep moving forward and cherish my past. The music got louder, it sounded so sweet. I joined in their song as I rose to my feet. We sang for our loved ones, we stood side by side. We sang out united with passion and pride. So grief isn't love, with nowhere to go. By gifting our love, we blossom and grow. Support one another in spite of our pain, connecting our voices to sing out their name. This is my therapy. His death doesn't define who he is. He was a brilliant son, and I was very privileged to spend 27 years with him. This is where I sing for Daniel, and I will sing his name till I take my last breath.
Well, a big thank you. That was Catherine McCusker talking to our reporter, Jamie Cubbin. Thank you for sharing the story and just giving us a sense of what it means to all the people who are having that moment together.
8:15, we're going to talk to the celebrity choir master Gareth Malone about the power of music, and we'll also meet another member of the Sing Their Name choir.
Let's take a look at the papers. Thursday morning, 20 minutes past 6. In the Times, let's start there. Cheaper mortgages set to ease living costs is the paper's headline. The paper predicting more than 1 million homeowners will benefit from the falling interest rates next year. Price of a 5-year fixed-term mortgage fell below 4% for the first time in months yesterday.
Now, The Guardian is leading with a report into a law change that will allow police to run facial recognition searches on a database of Britain's driver's licence holders. Critics say it poses a threat to civil liberties. The Metro is going with the release of a 78-year-old British billionaire after he was kidnapped in Ecuador. Colin Armstrong was abducted on Saturday from a farm he owned after he reportedly refused to pay protection money to a criminal gang.
Goodness, it needs to see this picture now to understand really what we're talking about. A dog nativity.
I love it.
Okay.
I love it.
So, pet owners and groomers dressing their dogs. Well, you get the idea. Mary, Joseph, shepherds, they're all there and proving very popular. This one taken by a dog groomer in Leicester has been liked more than 83,000 times.
Have you spotted the one in the manger?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Very, very cute.
Well, not dressed up, though. Not
Good. Well, there's the baby in the manger, warm enough. And good use of towels and blankets. Very good.
Do you know, I mean, it might sound silly, but when I said the words dog nativity, I actually thought they were going to be more dressed up than that. It looks a bit like they've just put sort of, they've been dried by it with towels or something. So, but inevitably now, you know what's going to happen, don't you?
Pictures.
Gonna get more.
Nativity pictures.
Gonna
Pet
get
nativity
more.
pictures.
Which will be welcome this morning.
Always. There you go. There are the details. You can call WhatsApp 0330 123 0440. Use the QR code. Get in touch social media at BBC Breakfast, and then you can email as well. Now, what do you want, Charlie? You want pictures of?
Well, that picture's great. You know, I'm not
the dogs
dismissing
in
the
the
Leicester
nativity,
nativity dog nativity. Got to do better than dog nativity. Dogtivity, got to do better than that. But anything that is along those lines, yeah, very good. Look forward to it now.
Thank you. 23 minutes past 6. Perhaps you're planning to buy some electrical goods over the festive break. Well, perhaps I think you'll want to listen to what Ben has to say after 7 o'clock. We can get the gist of it now because you're really looking into this. And lots of people think, oh, this is a great gadget. I'll get it for my loved one. They'd love this. And people are looking for bargains at the moment.
Yeah, and at first sight, people may see these things online and think, looks very similar. This one's a fraction of the price of the one in the shop.
The big brand
The big branded ones. But there's a reason why that's not always a safe calculation to make. Yeah, those online marketplaces, you know ones I'm talking about, they've probably appeared in your social media feed. They're more popular. They offer lots of products at very low and very tempting prices. But there are new warnings this morning about counterfeit electrical goods in particular, things like hair dryers, straighteners, headphones, phone chargers, and so on. It is a huge issue because more than half of us will have bought an electrical product from an online marketplace this Christmas. You may well receive one as a gift. Maybe you've bought them already. Maybe you've had some bad experiences. Let us know. The details are on screen now. The reason...
I'm just thinking. I've got I'll show you what I've got. Right. Hmm. Ah.
In Scotland, but through the afternoon we could see a little bit of that getting down to some lower levels. Now it's going to be cold in the north, 2 in Lerwick, 5 in Aberdeen. It's going to be considerably milder further south with a fair few 12s. And as we go through tonight and into tomorrow, there's still going to be windy conditions, not as windy, and there's also the risk of some coastal flooding locally around the coastline of East Anglia. Now getting Charlie.
Carol, thank you very much.
Time now is 13 minutes past 7. Yesterday, 2 teenagers were convicted of the premeditated murder of 16-year-old Brianna Jai.
A boy and girl lured Brianna to a park in Warrington, Cheshire, where she was stabbed 28 times. Her mum, Esther, has been talking to Katie Marfield about her daughter.
Brianna was funny, she was brave, she was strong. You always knew when Brianna was around. She was like an absolute ball of energy. From a very, very young age, she wanted to be famous.
At just 16 years old, Brianna had already started to achieve that dream. Paint videos and makeup tutorials watched by thousands.
She was fearless to be whoever she wanted to be, and she wanted to identify as a female, and she wanted to wear girls' school uniform, and yeah, she just did it. It wasn't a hurdle at all for her.
Take me back to that day when you found out what had happened.
She messaged me to tell me that she was going out. She'd actually got on the bus by herself as well, which she'd never done that before, and with her being a bit anxious, I was so happy that she'd done that. Later that day, I was walking the dogs with my partner Wes. As we were walking past the house, I sort of joked and said that because if Brianna doesn't come home soon, I'll probably have to ring the police. I got to the front door, and the front door was open, and there was 2 policemen stood in the house. And I remember the first thing that I said to him was that I knew that something was going to happen. I think the only way that I can describe it is like this a hole in my heart.
In the days after Brianna's death, Esther remembers seeing the vigils being held across the country in her daughter's memory and the comfort they started to bring her.
When it all happened, I felt like a knee-jerk reaction to sort of like hide away. Like I even wanted to move house. I didn't want that amount of attention. But then when I saw the vigils and everybody coming together to celebrate the joy, it changed my view on everything. It made me feel like there is good out there. Brianna wanted to be famous, and in a really sad way, like she is now.
At Brianna's school, Birchwood Community High, her head teacher, Emma Mills, arranged for a cherry blossom tree to be planted in her memory.
The cherry blossom has become kind of a real symbol around Brianna. The time of year that Brianna died, all the cherry blossoms were out, and everywhere you went, you just saw pink. It just made us think about Brianna all the time.
The tree is now the symbol of Esther and Emma's campaign, Peace in Mind. They hope to raise enough money to train 1 teacher in mindfulness in every school in the country.
Not one of these as well. I thought that we need this in schools, because I knew how much it had helped me. It had helped like with my mental resilience, and I knew that it was helping me through those initial stages of grief as well.
I hope that Brianna's legacy is one of supporting other young people.
I think that we need to
like show some love and compassion to each other. If something so horrific happens, then maybe something really good could come out of it.
And as head teacher Emma Mills joins us here this morning. Morning to you.
Morning.
As a head teacher at the school, can you give us first of all a little sense of how it's affected the school?
It's been a really sad 10 months. Brianna was such a huge character in school. Everybody knew who she was, and losing her has hit everybody so hard. All of the staff that worked there, the friends, but just everybody in the school. And I think in the way that we lost her as well has just made it so much more difficult to comprehend.
I think a lot of people, and we've seen some of the images now, a lot of people who didn't know her, weren't her teacher, weren't her family, are getting a notion of her character and what she was like.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the girl you knew.
She was a real one-off, Brianna, a real one-off, and you couldn't fail to notice her. One of the things that will always stay with me is her real sense of style. She was quite iconic, really, in the way that she looked, her creativity, flair. Just she would make sure her nails matched her phone case, even though she wasn't allowed a phone, she wasn't allowed nails. But she did things her own way, Brianna. She didn't like being told what to do, which made her very strong-willed, made her a true individual. And there were just attributes that would have served her well in later life if she'd been given that chance to grow older. But just a really strong sense of who she was, determined to be who she wanted to be, and also very, very funny, very quick, very quick-witted. Could always make you laugh, even when you're in situations where she shouldn't have been making you laugh. She was a real character, a real one-off.
One of the words that her mum has used about her is fearless. And that gives you a sense, doesn't it? And to be fearless at that age is impressive, isn't it? How are the other children talking? Because it's important, obviously, that they air kind of their distress and their confusion as to how something like this happens. I think when you're a child, death is always difficult, but if it's an external factor, you can kind of say that's out of our control. But when it's someone from within your community, two people within your community, this becomes even more difficult. And so many conversations must have been raised.
Yeah, I think it's all those different layers of grief as well. It's the shock at first. There was a lot of anger from students, and then really just trying to comprehend what's happened. So we've had to put lots of different layers of support in place in school for staff and for students. We've got private counsellors that come into school, and we've got a mental health and wellbeing mentor that works in school where students can go for appointments. We have external agencies come in where there's drop-in sessions after school that students can go to. But we've also increased the capacity within our pastoral team, because for some students they need that external help from specialists, but quite often they want to talk to somebody that they know and somebody that they trust. And also the staff in school, they knew Brianna, they'd lost Brianna, they're grieving as well. And I think the best way that we've supported each other is basically supporting each other. The staff supporting each other, staff supporting students, the local community.
I know you're in direct contact with Esther, Brianna's mum, and one of the things that she and you, I know as well, are very keen to push forward now is to try and get something positive. I know that's a cliche out of a dreadful thing, which is about a bit more support, a bit more knowledge, a bit more understanding maybe about issues. Tell us a bit about that campaign.
Yeah, so Peace of Mind campaign, which Esther has been running with the Warrington Guardian, is really raising money to look at how we can train more staff in mental health support within schools. I think since the pandemic, there's been an increase nationally in mental health problems in children, and at the same time, there's been a kind of drop in resources that are available. So mindfulness is just one branch of kind of the well-being.
What is it we're seeing right now?
Cherry blossom tree.
The cherry blossom tree. That's what we planted in school in memory of Brianna. So it's become kind of a symbol really for Brianna. When Brianna died, the cherry blossoms were in bloom, and everywhere you went it was pink, and it was her favourite colour with Brianna. Everything was pink. Her nails were pink. A pink little fluffy clutch that she carried around school. A phone case, so she loved pink. And so everywhere you went, you saw pink. And I think also that kind of symbolic meaning of the cherry blossom, of the fragility of life. It's so beautiful, but gone so soon. Also kind of resonates with Brianna as well, and that's really become the symbol for the campaign. And we have that cherry blossom in school that we planted in her memory as well.
Emma, thank you so much for taking time to speak to us. I know it's a very difficult time for you in the school, the family and friends as well. So we really appreciate it. And good luck with the campaign.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It is 24 minutes past 7. Ben's taking a look at gifting electrical goods and a question about how safe they are. It all comes down to, Ben, doesn't it, about where you buy it and whether or not you go for the big brands or you look for bargains.
This is a huge issue and a growing one that can have potentially serious consequences. More than half of us this Christmas will have purchased an electrical product through an online marketplace. And what we're talking about is everyday items like hair dryers, straighteners, headphones, phone chargers, and so on. So far this year, though, 1 million counterfeit goods, not just electricals, have been seized. Now, had they been legitimate items, they would have had a street value of around about £200 million. Now, the big problem, if not the biggest problem, is around product safety. Look at this, an estimated 98% of fake electrical goods fail the basic test, meaning they can pose a fire risk as well as cause injury. And not only that, the knock-on effect is even wider still. Legitimate businesses suffer with the counterfeit market as a whole, contributing to the loss of tens of thousands of jobs in the UK every single year. Now, the best thing you can do is only buy electricals from trusted retailers. That is the advice from the expanded Border Force team that now works around the clock, seizing many of these items, which often come from abroad.
Everyone's looking for a bargain at Christmas, aren't they? But they might get more than they bargain for with these products because they fail all electrical safety tests, and particularly the hair straighteners, the hair dryers, and anything you plug in could give you something worse than any cheap present might save you money, in that you might start a house fire or something similar. So they're really not safe.
Now, of course, it can be impossible sometimes to know what you're actually buying, with no real guarantee that the product you receive will be genuine. So what are the telltale signs? Here are some things to look out for.
Pretty good fakes, I'd say. Better than the normal fakes we get. But the usual giveaways, the generic packaging, the sort of the lettering, and obviously the made in Vietnam label, but we know the box is coming from China. That's pretty much of a dead giveaway.
It's really hard, isn't it? Because the packaging looks almost like the genuine thing. But there are some other things you can look out for too. If a listing overemphasizes the word genuine, for example, genuine apple charger or genuine NutriBullet, big companies don't do that. They don't need to do that. Another thing, spelling mistakes in the description of a product is another one to look out for. And if your item feels unusually light in weight, that should be a warning sign too, because counterfeits can often lack essential components inside compared to a genuine item. Love to hear from you about this morning. Would you be able to spot a counterfeit? Have you had one? Have you bought one by mistake? Have you received one? Do get in touch with us. You can send us a message on WhatsApp, by email, or on social media. I want to show you one example that's already come in. Have a look at this, because Wayne in Bromley sent this picture in. It's a replacement portable charger for his phone, his mobile phone. He bought this online. He says, the first time I charged it overnight, the battery overheated, expanded, and blew apart. The phone survived with minimal damage, but he says there was a large semicircle of melted plastic on the coffee machine near the charge point, about a foot away. Paper nearby had scorch marks. We were very lucky there wasn't a major fire. That is an example of why this is so important. and why you need to be careful about the electricals you buy and avoid putting yourself or your loved ones at risk. And we'd love to have more of your examples throughout the morning.
That is very sobering, seeing that picture.
It's shocking, isn't it?
Really is.
That's one small portable phone charger, and it can do that much damage.
I started with that picture. My goodness, I'm not going to forget that. It certainly is a stark warning. Ben, thanks very much.
Let's see what's coming up on breakfast this morning. There he is, Sam Ryder, of course. He only won Eurovision. In fact, he pretty much did win Eurovision, really, didn't he? But now it's that Christmas #1. Will he make it to the top? There's plenty of competition. We'll hear from him at around 8:10, 10 to 8.
He's got the energy for it.
Yes, he has.
It's time to get the news, travel and weather where you are.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the south. An inquest is due to open today into the death of an asylum seeker on board the Bibi Stockholm barge in Portland. The man was found on December the 12th and was later identified as 27-year-old Albanian Leonard Faruku. The government said its death would be fully investigated. The 19-year-old from Bournemouth, who is currently in recovery from anorexia, has turned to social media to share her journey. Megan Shaw's videos went viral when she began posting about food she was fearful of eating to help her overcome her eating disorder. Her latest videos feature her trying to taste festive treats she used to avoid in the run-up to Christmas.
What I think is most important for me to remember is how much I used to love Christmas when I was little, and I always think that that little girl is still inside of me, so I need to make her proud.
And there's plenty of information on support available at the BBC Action Line website. Now, with the holiday period approaching, hospitals across the region are doing what they can to not to admit new patients and to get others home for Christmas. Like other trusts, Poole Hospital is full. Extra beds created at the weekend filled as soon as they were found. The latest round of strikes by junior doctors means the pressure approaching Christmas is even greater this year. Training for next year's university boat race is underway, with Oxford looking to avenge defeats in both the men's and women's races last year. Both Oxford teams have been on the Thames with their Cambridge rivals as they prepare for the annual battle at the end of March. The Oxford Boat Club women's president says despite last year's results, they can come out on top.
I want to win. I don't think anybody that does sport or anybody that's been involved in sport, whatever level, likes losing. And I think we've got a really great opportunity this year. We've just merged, we've got a new coach, we've got great new resources, opportunities ahead of us. And I really, really believe in the group of women and that we can do it this year. Yeah, 100%.
Time for a look at the weather. Here's B. Tucker.
Hi, good morning. We're in for a fairly windy day today across the south. It is keeping things mild. We've got fairly brisk northwesterly winds. That could break a few holes in the cloud. Most places, though, staying fairly overcast. A few showers starting to feed in as the day goes on. Strong northwesterly winds gusting quite widely, 40, perhaps 50 miles an hour over the high ground. The winds could break a few holes in the cloud, potentially into the afternoon. Some eastern parts could see some sunshine and staying mild. Temperatures comfortably in the teens. As we head through tonight, it stays quite windy, more clouds starting to feed in, and with it some outbreaks of rain. So quite overcast tonight, windy, mild, lows of 9 degrees. A grey start to Friday. I think it will be breezy, but not as windy as today. Mainly dry, more chance of seeing some sunshine actually as we head through the day. We should see some brightness into the afternoon. Still mild, still breezy though, highs of 12 degrees.
One bit of travel that will cause problems. The M3 southbound is closed currently between junction 11, Winchester South, and junction 12 for Eastleigh. That's due to a lorry fire. I'll be back in half an hour with more headlines from the south. I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Hello, you're watching Breakfast with Nagel Manchetti and Charlie Stake.
Good morning. 7:32 is the time. So this time yesterday, junior doctors in England had just begun a 3-day strike as they're seeking a 35% pay rise.
The action continues today with a further 6-day walkout planned for early January. Our health correspondent Dom Hughes has this report. From Newcastle to Cambridge, Hull to Manchester. Once again, junior doctors have taken to picket lines. This latest round of industrial action has seen concern from charities and NHS leaders that patients could end up stuck in hospital over the festive period and that patient care will suffer in what's a very busy time for the health service. The junior doctors say measures are in place to ensure their strike action poses no danger to patients.
As we've shown with our 7 previous rounds of strike action this year, we can do it safely with the cover of our consultant colleagues, our specialist colleagues, expert senior doctors who can look after patients whilst we're here standing up for ourselves and trying to reverse the pay cuts that our government has inflicted upon us over the last 15 years.
This is day 2 of a 3-day strike by junior doctors in England. It's the 27th day of industrial action in their long-running pay dispute with the government. So far, NHS strikes, including those by ambulance staff and nurses, have seen more than 1 million appointments and treatments cancelled in the past year. And there's more to come. Junior doctors will be on strike for 6 days at the start of January, the longest in NHS history. Ministers say this latest round of strike action is bound to cause significant disruption, but the door to further talks remains open if the January walkout is cancelled. There was some optimism earlier this month that negotiations could lead to a breakthrough. An offer of a pay rise averaging 3% in January was being discussed on top of the average of nearly 9% junior doctors received in April. But the BMA said that wasn't enough. Junior doctors had asked for an extra 35% to make up for below inflation pay rises since 2008. So both sides seem to be back where they were as the NHS heads into what is one of the busiest, most pressured times of the year. Dominic Hughes, BBC News. We can speak to the Health Secretary, Victoria Atkins, now. Very good morning to you. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Where are we in terms of negotiations?
Well, within 24 hours of being appointed by the Prime Minister, I called the BMA in, all of the committees, the chairs of the committees, to say to them that I would like us to work together. And we have managed, through hard work and through compromise, to find an offer that I hope will be accepted by consultants. And I've also, we've managed to find a fair and reasonable settlement for specialty doctors as well. The last cohort is that of junior doctors, or doctors in training, as I prefer to call them. And they, sadly, to my great disappointment, they walked out of our negotiations and then called these strikes. And so I have said time and time again that if they call off the strikes, then I will be straight back round the negotiating table with them, because I believe we can get this done, and we must get it done for the sake of our patients.
As I understand it, Victoria Atkins, the doctors' unions say that they think that you have another offer to make. Is that true?
With the best of meanings, if they walk out of a negotiation that we were in the process of conducting, then I would rather, if they want to stop the speculation, please come back round the table, call off these strikes, and then we can see how much further we can go. And it's not just about pay. Even, of course, this is really important. And indeed, this year alone, junior doctors have already had a pay rise of around 8.8%. The most junior of doctors, the first and second year of doctors, they've had the highest pay rises within the range up to 10.3%. Because we understand as a government, we've heard what the doctors are saying to us. But I also want to do more than that. I don't just want to look at pay, I also want to look at their conditions. Because when I walk around hospitals, when I talk to doctors, they tell me one of the things they want to feel is valued. And I absolutely understand that, and I want to work with them to enable that to happen.
I'm trying to, you will understand for our audience today, and indeed pretty much everyone, they may be scratching their heads going, Victoria,
yeah, I did, yeah.
Saying,
I'll see that picture, Starsky and Hutch, and I thought to myself, well, actually, it's probably best if we don't use the picture I sent you, which is the one with a nipper, from Redmond, I think it is. Yeah, well, we don't want Starsky and Hutch picture, do we? The Real Stone Labour, your family friend. I think the picture with the guy in it, we'll have to lose that picture because he stood there posing, but he's no one.
Because obviously all the doctors around the country were rightly.
So I'll send you another picture on your messages with just me in front of my Freelander.
With doctors in training. But on your point, I think
in front of my Freelander over my daughter's. My daughter took the picture. And I was wearing a cream-coloured super dry hoodie.
And just to put this in context, the NHS, with
did you get it on your messages?
Employees, with acute hospitals, with the enormous array of appointments that it has day in,
you got the one I sent you on an email. That's no good though, because that's got a guy in the picture. And he's no one.
The NHS off and on with a switch.
He's not special. He's nothing. I'm the Royal Stone Raver, the family friend, and all that. So we'll have to use a picture with just me in it.
Sadly, for the last week and a half, managers, clinicians,
well, it's the Royal Stone Raver, your family friend.
their resources and their attention away from the challenges.
Oh, who's the guy in the picture? He was on Facebook and he came over to mine. I picked him up from the train station and I took him over to my cousins, and my cousins gave him some drugs and that, and he got pretty fucked up. So he stayed over a couple of days on my settee, and then he went home. I think he's from Redmond.
Because the doctors have taken the decision to stand on picket lines yesterday. We have already had to cancel appointments. There will be people at home, as I say, who are in pain, who are in distress, who have had their operations and their appointments cancelled in the next 3 days. That is not, that's not acceptable for those patients and for us as a system. But calling a strike is such a serious step that has so many consequences for the system as a whole. The last year we've had to reschedule 1.1 million appointments due to industrial action. As I say, this cannot be switched on and off.
All right, we have gone through some of the statistics.
We have to have that call. And if the BMA today, if they, after this interview, if they say, okay, we'll call the strikes off, I promise you we'll be right back round the table in 20 minutes.
Okay, I appreciate that. You'll be aware of the debate around assisted dying. This is after Esther Rantzen announced she joined Dignitas. So many people have so much respect for her. What will happen? You're the health secretary. So tell us a little bit about what will happen in terms of the process. Will this now be taken seriously? Will it be a vote, do you think?
So, as you've said so rightly, Dame Esther has she has such respect, but also admiration and fondness from across the country, and I think we're all very, very upset and concerned to hear what she's having to deal with at the moment. On the issue of assisted dying, we've always had a really important principle, which is that it isn't a matter for the government of the day to decide this. It's for individual parliamentarians to act on their conscience. And so I very much respect that process. And I'm very conscious also that as health secretary, I have a responsibility. I don't want to be seen to be sort of pushing the debate in a particular direction because of my own personal thoughts or views. And so we have said that this is a matter for Parliament, and should a backbencher bring forward a private member's bill, then of course the House will consider that. But these matters of conscience, that is the way that we do them, because and have done historically, because these are such sensitive issues, and we appreciate there will be a range of views on this very, very sensitive and delicate topic.
Are you able to share with me your personal view? I appreciate what you said about your role now, but are you able to tell me what your personal view is?
Obviously I have my own views, but I genuinely, I think as health secretary, I don't think it's right for me to share them, because apart from this isn't about me, but equally I wouldn't want people who perhaps don't agree with my point of view. I wouldn't want them to think that was in any way trying to preempt the debate or shape it in any way. So I hope I always try and answer your questions when I come on, but on this one, I just think it's it's better for the debate if I, as health secretary, just take a step back and don't say anything publicly about my own personal views, because, as I said, long-standing convention is that this is a matter for Parliament.
Victoria Atkins, appreciate your time this morning. Health Secretary speaking to us this morning. Thank you.
It is 18 minutes to 8. Good morning. Now, when we talk about the darts, you get characters, don't you? Like, and that stage, when you're up on that stage, they have to perform, and it can be quite intimidating.
Yeah, especially
for anyone.
if you are 16. So look at the face. Remember the name, Luke Littler. He's going to be star for a generation or so to come. He's already been tipped that he's going to one day be the greatest ever player, according to his older peers, because he's 16. The youngest player ever last night to win a match at the World Darts Championship. Celebrated with a kebabs and fizzy orange. But he started playing when he was just 5. He's apparently used to watch as a toddler on TV, and then his parents bought him a magnetic board, the little magnetic darts. He was playing that at 5, winning titles when he was just 12. It is an amazing story, really. Yeah, just 16, born in 2007 in Runcorn. Wow. What a night to remember it was for Luke Littler, as he made a huge impact on the debut at the Championships, becoming the 4th youngest to appear at the World Championship. I was just saying, the youngest to win a match, as if appearing on the dance biggest stage was enough. He went and beat Christian Kiss, a player ranked 73 places higher than him, to took his place in round 2. And the teenage rising star was serenaded by the crowd with them singing, "You've got school in the morning." No less than the all-time great Phil the Power Taylor.
Oh, Steve.
One of the greatest ever.
I'm just
over 106.
I'm just sending you an email.
History. And in the biggest shock so far as well last night, 2-time champion Peter Wright was beaten by this man. Jim the Cliff Williams was 43 places below him at average time. This Williams will now face 4-time champion.
I'm just sending the email now.
While Wright, the 4th seed known as Snakebite, dressed as the Grinch, was left as miserable, really, as the fictional green character
Steve?
who tried to steal.
I said, cancel the first email with the first picture with that guy in it.
Record-extending 10th League Cup title. They're through to the semi-finals now.
I haven't seen it.
Fulham, well, Middlesbrough will play Chelsea in the tournament's other tie. Well, Liverpool put their place in the final 4 after a comfortable evening at Anfield. Dominic Szoboszlai gave them the lead.
I thought I'd send you emails when you want to see a picture.
Anfield's been rocking, but even 5 goals didn't get the crowd going. And boss Jurgen Klopp, well, he wasn't happy, saying Anfield was as quiet as he'd known it.
Yeah, it's got an attachment, yeah. Yeah. There's also the other picture with I was amazing last night. I got that wearing a t-shirt, quite a bit younger. You could use that picture as well.
I got one question for you, Gordon.
Huh?
Do you like the bee?
Do I like you're like powder and stuff?
No, the bee.
The bee.
The D.
D.
D for dick.
Oh no, mate. No.
I didn't know that, Gordon.
No, that's right, mate.
Fucking move on the fucking way then.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I got 2 cars now, haven't I?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
The yellow car, you know this, yeah? I like this car, this petrol one, yeah?
Yeah.
Because oh, fucking bugger there here. 3 bone with the green. 3 bone with the green.
Oh really? That's crazy enough.
3 bone with the green.
I used to get out in London. They'd go up to the traffic lights and start cleaning windows and that.
I go and book it, Bob.
Yeah.
So the reason being, I'm actually speeding. Guys tell me to slow down. Listen, I don't need to do no slow down. I need to go faster.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do like my new car. I do like it. There's some things that are good, but some things that I don't like.
All right, yeah.
Including a bit of stall.
I wish I could see. I'll be driving myself, but I can't do it, man.
Bro, I got a diesel now, haven't I? I got a turbo diesel.
Yeah, you got diesel now, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm using a petrol light on it now. I've got petrol on it.
Yeah, don't get them mixed up.
Yeah, I know.
That'd be crazy.
My new car's got a Citroen Berlingo engine in.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's crazy, mate.
So in the Berlingo engine, yeah, it's you can hear it. So when it's in first gear, it's like yeah, it's fucking. I like the way it sounds, but someone was saying, "No, I don't think it's supposed to sound like that." I said, "It's a van."
Yeah.
You know? It's a van engine inside the car. Oh, let me put my fucking face mask back on. Like, it's fucking windy and cold, bro.
So, have you got these pictures I've been sending you then?
Yeah, I've got them. I haven't put them.
You ain't looked at them yet. All right.
Because it's a little bit windy and a little bit cold, if I'm honest.
Yeah, yeah.
It can be -3, yeah, it'll still be warm.
I was cold earlier, but now I think my heating's come back on.
Yeah, so this is what I was saying to someone. It can be -3, yeah.
Yeah.
And if the wind is not that bad, it won't affect you. But it could be fucking 20C, and if the wind's fucking blowing like
Yeah.
you'll notice it because, you know.
I got a problem. I owe £500 gas. It's crazy. Yeah, I've not been paying the gas at all.
What you should do is go to your tomorrow, yeah, and say to them, like, can I get a meter in that? You can fucking just take money off it from all these at random. Yeah.
Well, I do like the way it is. It gives you a bill. That's it, and you pay it off and all that. I'll have to start paying it. When I get my PIP, I'll make some payments.
There's a common misperception that if you fucking pay direct debit, that you get a discount. That's fucking bullshit. Because if that was true,
Yeah.
everyone. Yeah, if that was true, everyone would do it, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
There won't be no need for a fucking. No one would be like, oh yeah, there's only a 3 meter in, yeah?
Yeah.
With a 3 meter, you know what you're using.
Yeah, I know. My electric runs out, and I have to fucking go and put some electric on it and all that. It's all done on my phone.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'll sit here and it's fucking the electric's gone and everything. It's crazy. And I'll get on my phone and I'll put some money on.
So 3 meters, 3 meters, can cost a little bit more than a kilowatt hour, but they're not allowed to do that anymore.
All right.
They'll say, oh, we give you a good price if you pay direct debit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Then they put the price cap on, which is fucking dog shit anyway. Bullshit.
Yeah.
It's called. Yeah, because I said to you, look, they said, oh, the other price cap's kicking in. Yeah, they're changing it again.
Yeah.
You don't have to change it. It's not a fucking minimum. It's a maximum that you're allowed to charge. Yeah. They said, yes, we charge. I said, yeah, but it's not a minimum. It's not like, you must charge that. That is what you have to charge by law. Yeah. That is the maximum you can charge by law.
Yeah.
And they went, yeah, so that's what we're going to charge in it. And I said, well, yeah, but if you won't charge that, what's the point in having different fucking companies?
I bought some. No, I had an email. I think it was, and fucking from Temu, right? Some I don't know what their promotion was or whatever, but I went for it, and I think I had to pay £6, right? But then they said I had to pay another £2 for fucking another company called thecoffeedelivery.com. Coffeedelivery.com. £2 to them, right? And I thought, well, that's weird, but yeah, right. And so I paid that £2, right? But then I thought, I looked through the emails and they wanted me to pay £43 or whatever it was, and I told them to fuck off. I said cancel it, cancel it straight away. It was fucking Temu. I said to them, Temu fucking done that, right? And they said, oh, I don't know. We don't know Temu and all that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When it says free postage, it'll say item £2.95. They used to like 15 quid or something,
Yeah.
Plus postage, and then the postage is what fucking bummed you over.
It was a bit of a scam, really.
Oh, obviously. It's not a scam.
Well, no, it's weird.
You don't look at it and you thought that item is cheap.
Yeah.
And they get their money by charging postage. I used to do it on eBay. You used to be able to do it on eBay. You could avoid eBay fees.
Yeah.
£10.50 eBay post.
Yeah.
Then what people do, they go, oh, it's cheap that. And then you didn't have to pay it. So you got £20 with £700 by postage.
Yeah. Fucking hell. I've been up all night. I was just fucking watching telly, been live. I'm still live. I'm on YouTube. And oh yeah, that girl, she got stabbed 28 times by 2 kids. I reckon they should put their names out. They should fucking tell the world who it was. Yeah, they're 15, so they won't say their names. But they should fucking say. I left school when I was 15. You know what I mean? So I'm sure they could be fucking talked about if we had their names.
You should not get like a conviction. You know, they should be named.
Yeah, but they weren't done. They got arrested, didn't they?
Let's say a woman turned up and said, right, Gordon punched me up like that, for example.
Yeah.
And it's all over the paper and that, right. Them kind of things you are never getting away from. People will always think, well, maybe he did do it.
Yeah.
So, it should be, they go to court. Once convicted, they come forward and they say, all right. Now, people will say, well, but then you are a victim just because the victim couldn't be asked coming forward, like, after 50 years.
Yeah.
I also think that if it's any sexual offence, that it should be no more than fucking 5 years from the day.
Well, what do you reckon them 2 different then? They're 15, they killed a girl.
They killed the girl pretending to be a man.
No, she wasn't pretending to be a man.
Or was it a man pretending to be a woman?
No, it was a young girl who wanted to get famous. And she was quite popular. And she was killed by 2 nippers.
I don't know what I think. I think no comment.
She was somewhere like a website or something or whatever, and she had about over 1,000 people on it. Who liked her and all that. She's well known. A lot of people know her and bits and all that. She's dead now. And they're even putting trees up in the schools in memory of her. Yeah, all the schools are having a nice tree in memory of her. She's pretty well known, Them kids are 15, right? Well, I reckon I should say who is.
Now they've been convicted, they will.
Yeah, they got to say. I mean, I'll put it on Facebook. Fucking give us the names. You know what I mean? We want to know who you are and all that.
Here's the thing, yeah. I'm not saying that like.
That's what we're finding it. Let's have a look.
The cost is that minors put in, a lot of them not. A minor is someone under the age of 11. Because you can be prosecuted from the age of 11. So let's say, I don't know, let's say you would.
Here we go.
Let's say you were 12 years old and you killed somebody. You can be prosecuted for that because at 12 years old, you know that killing someone's wrong.
I found a song called "Killing in the Name." Killing in the Name. Right, and at the bottom of the picture, I got a picture of the lady, the mother. I think it's the mother. And it says, "Name the two killers. They stabbed the poor girl 28 times." Right, so I'll put that all around Facebook. And I've also heard on the telly that they've been talking about suicides. And I got a picture of a lady, a picture of her boyfriend or whatever, or her husband. He committed suicide. Yeah, so I got a screenshot. I got a picture of me on my phone taking a picture of the telly, and you can see my computer. You can see me holding my camera up. And at the top of my computer, I'll put did Bex White commit suicide? I miss you, Bex. Because I've not seen from she's not been over at all in the last 5 or 6 years. When my mum got me section, my mum got me section right, and my daughter was my next of kin, and my daughter was actually going to the section units to get me some time out. And she bought me a phone because my brother Russell was actually getting them to take my phone off me. Russell's a little prick. It's my brothers. Two brothers went to Red Lodge School, special needs and all that. Right, Lee gets angry and he gives me a black eye, and Russell gets bossy and he was actually phoning the section units to take my phone. And Mark was the drug dealer selling cannabis.
Just so you know, my new car doesn't have Bluetooth yet, so I don't answer the fucking phone. It's because I'm driving the new car.
Yeah, that's right, mate.
Because according to BMW, Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Back in 2008 was an accessory that you could add on, pay for. Even that on the Bluetooth module was gone on the car.
Yeah.
Whoever originally bought it.
Yeah.
Gonna do what everybody else did, order the phone package, thinking, oh, I got the phone package, but yeah, you get the phone package if you plug it in by a box.
Yeah.
So I will take off that trim out at some point, but it looks fucking complex as fuck. I might see if I can get like a twist. Oh no, it's after 8 o'clock on it. 2008.
Yeah. Oh.
Can you say bad job? Say bad job.
Oh, bad chod. What does that mean then?
Well, it's very good. It means super good.
Oh, good. Yeah, right.
It's like thank you in Urdu.
Hairdo.
Yes, thank you in Urdu.
All right.
So when you get taxi driver, you say, there's your mum. Pakistani it has to be. Say, thank you, Bertrand. He said, thank you very much, Bertrand.
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they say, thank you, it's well, you can say thank you, and then say, my mate said to say, Ben Chud.
Yeah.
100% God and they will love you. They'll say, oh, mashallah.
I remember I was downtown with my daughter. I was downtown with my daughter, right? And I had this bunch of fucking Indians, right? Kids. And they were giving me evil looks like they were going to jump on me. And I thought, you know, bastards, you know what I mean? Fucking, you know what I mean? But they was all right. They kind of looked, you know, I must have said something wrong or whatever, but they were pissed off in the end. But they was there, you know what I mean? A group of them, about 10 of them or more. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, man.
But you could say it, yeah, and they'll go, what? And then you say, my mate says, well, you will know really deep back. Because such I do all the time. I was getting like, and I'm talking to that cigar or Asian guy, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Benchod, yeah? And they'll go, what did you say? And I'll say, oh, I said Benchod. And they'll laugh on that, yeah?
That's mad, mate.
They get proper upset and proper like, what the fuck are you calling me a sister for? And I'm like, I don't know. What my mate said. Then they'll go, well, I don't know what it fucking meant.
That's crazy, man.
Well, I don't speak good about this. What I want to something you want, and I was talking to you about. That's what I said. I had to know what it means. Because I did it on my mates, yeah. And he goes, "You're a dickhead." He goes, "Because A, I know you know what that means, and B, I know you know what that means."
Yeah.
Do you celebrate Christmas, you?
Well, I've got no point. There's no point in me celebrating because no one's gonna come around my house. I'll be on my own. I'll be just fucking doing what I do.
You know my new car, yeah?
Yeah.
My new car will make it all the way down to your house, you know.
It will.
Back in a single tank.
Yeah.
And it's got cruise control, bro.
That's great.
So it would make it all the way to your house, you know.
Yeah.
It should be heated. You know, my new car as well, it's got a total socket. So
Yeah.
I can heat in the blue. The other car doesn't have the shit fucking one though.
That's bad, mate.
One of my neighbours is a fucking wonder, man. What the fuck do you need two cars for? I'm parked in there, yeah.
No.
I parked in there, yeah. And when he parked in, and he went, I fucking parked there, I'm not anymore.
Crazy, man.
My next door neighbour's daughter and that, yeah. He's like fucking 35, 40 or something, yeah.
Yeah.
He was fucking like, he's got more money than sense, yeah. I said, no, one car, I'm going to take the one car out, yeah. So this car, I like it. It's got business insurance and it's fucked in it, yeah. And if I knew that there was nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with the other car, I probably
Yeah.
would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah. But I can't guarantee there's nothing wrong with the other car, is it?
No. Are you going to go see mum and dad and all that?
On Christmas,
Yeah.
I'm sleeping in all day.
You stay at home.
Indeed.
That's crazy, man. You should go see your parents.
I'm not a people person.
Oh, right.
In my house, I have one chair.
Yeah.
So my mum come around the other day. She was like, "Where the fuck am I supposed to sit on?" I don't know.
That's bad, mate.
She was like, "Really? You've got one chair?" And I said, "Yeah, I don't think what people on my house chair have two chairs on them."
You remind me of fucking Max Baker's. They got one chair for fucking Bill Beanie, Saints football player, and no chairs for me.
I've got one knife, one fork, one bowl, one plate.
Oh, that's bad, mate.
She was like, what am I supposed to do if I want to drink?
Yeah.
I didn't say to her, well, I've got about 500 cups on the side down there, but you know, when they're stopped.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be honest, I'm not using some of them. I washed it and I printed on it and sent it out.
Oh man.
It has to be washed anyway, you know.
Yeah.
I don't normally do that. But Shelley used it for like one day, and it was on the side, and the guy, Pakistani guy, went, "Oh, give me one for £5 or something." Yeah.
All right.
So I said, all right, but I said it'll be one that's been used and that. He said,
Yeah.
"That's fine." Yeah. So I told him who he was, so
Yeah.
I don't be thinking, oh, did he drink out of the cups that I got? No, because they normally come in like, hey, you don't know. There won't be a seal on them. There won't be a sticker on the bottom.
All right.
That says QC on the bottom, because no, when it comes off when you wash it.
Yeah.
What time is it?
That's all right. Oh fuck it. I think it's about 8 o'clock. I can't quite see properly. Yeah, it's 8:10.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, inshallah, you convert, man.
Oh, I don't know, man.
It'd be good, you know, if you convert it, we could go once together.
I'm crazy.
We can go once together. If you convert, yeah, deeper, yeah.
Yeah.
We could go once together.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
My friend, I've never been caught in a fucking box.
So can you do posters then?
From about April or May, yes.
All right. Yeah.
Because I'm buying I'm going to replace my HP printer.
Yeah.
With a eco tank, extra eco tank.
All right.
Format printer.
You know your shit, man.
Because here's the thing, right? I might not do that, and I might do that.
Yeah.
And I wasted £3 grand. There's no way I made £3 off them. No fucking way. Off that printer. Did I make £3 grand? But one of them was stolen. So, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Oh.
honestly, that was a business. That was a loss because my house was fucking raw.
Yeah. I gotta make a cup of tea, man. Fucking hell. I'm burning up.
You're a dickhead. You're a fucking dickhead. It's fucking freezing, you know? It's fucking warm, yeah? Are you fucking taking the piss? Why don't you come do the window cleaning? Window cleaning? Yeah? You know what my mate said? Yeah. That's it, mate. You know that one that got out of prison and that, my ex-worker and that, yeah?
Yeah.
I got a second car. I told the garage I got to do it. I swear, we're about 20 minutes, yeah? He goes, what are you doing with your car? Can you put me on the insurance and that? I've got some offence and that, yeah? You can't get a proper insurance, innit?
Yeah.
No insurance. Yeah. I went, so you want me to give a nonce a beer? And he goes, yeah. And I said, no.
That's crazy, man.
Because listen, you kidnap some little kid or something in that guy, yeah? I don't want my fucking dog kicked in.
No.
I said, don't contact me again. Don't phone me again.
Yeah. Oh. 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 It's still dark out. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I know it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. 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 Yeah.
I want to tell this guy, what can you do to stop fucking feeding the fucking birds outside of your shop, man?
Yeah.
Feed the birds.
Oh.
Fucking look at that.
Oh.
That's fucking disgusting. You know, this should take about 10 litres. I've used 20 litres of it, yeah?
Yeah.
And then I clean metal bits as well. 100%. Yeah. Fucking Jesus.
Are you at work now, then?
I am, yeah. It's got a stupid BMW launch control on that car.
Yeah.
And you fucking cunt. Fucking just punch the fucking bin.
Mad, mate.
Fucking pisses me off. Stop fucking feeding the fucking birds outside the fucking shop. Home outside somebody else's that I don't fucking want to clean. takes ages to fucking take it off, man. Right, it's off on that one. I'm going to tell them today, and I said, look, I don't mind window cleaning, but what I do mind is when it's just bird shit.
Yeah.
You throw me fucking stuff.
Yeah.
You know. Oh, look at that, eh? Oh, come on. I want to use the same brush because I've got to use this on somebody else. It leaves like little fucking bird shit marks everywhere.
Yeah.
Pisses me off. There's two marks that I can't get off. Well, there's stuff that annoys me. I do. Like I said, someone said to me today, I got your number off someone. I need window cleaning for Tuesday or something. And it takes me Tuesday, Monday night at like fucking 12 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
I need it for Tuesday before Christmas. I'm willing to pay £4 or something. I said our minimum is £12.50. And if it's the next working day booking, it'll be a £50 charge. Yeah.
Mm.
No, it's my mate said, I said, well, she don't work for me.
Yeah.
Your mate doesn't tell me what I charge me for my business, does it? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
I face this because I won't work for both quick. I only put a million negative on my Google business. Isn't it? I was crying about that, you know.
Oh, yeah.
He said, oh, no, some guys was phoning him. How many times did you phone him? You know, that guy told you to phone. How many times did you phone him?
Only once.
He was making out like you fucking phoned him 400 times.
No.
And yesterday he goes, there's a guy who keeps phoning me going, he didn't say, I don't know who it is.
No, I said it once.
I'm going for shit anyway. I just said, listen, you do say it isn't it all the time.
Mm. All right, mate. Bye-bye.
As the music started, it felt like the whole room changed, and I think that's what music is doing in this instance for people. You know, it's I can't imagine what these singers have gone through, and I know that every week the music just it's a balm for those hurt minds.
Thelma, I know this isn't the important thing, How's your singing?
I'm not the best singer, I have to say, but fortunately there are some amazing singers in there. Dan himself is a very accomplished singer, but the incredible, brave grief warriors that I sing with every week manage to carry me through. So
I suppose it's about, as Gareth was alluding to there, apart from anything else, and you can explain this to me, you have a shared experience.
Yes.
That one wants. And it's a safe space. In a way, the room is a safe space. Is that how it is?
It is. It's a safe space. It's a connection. Peer support is so important because we're all at different stages of our journey, but we know what it's like to feel sort of so down, and but we connect and we're a tribe and we hold each other up. Catherine from the choir says we are grief warriors when we sing, so we're almost like the walking wounded, if you like, but we turn up, we're united, and we leave feeling so much better. It is like a big, warm, comforting hug.
Choice of music is always interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because there are some songs where I've sang in a choir where you are emotionally attached, but maybe they also spark an emotion that you think, I'm not going to get through this. But even that in itself, just getting through it and singing a song well that may have personal resonance.
Absolutely.
That's a challenge, and sounds like a small challenge. It's a massive challenge to overcome.
It's a huge challenge on the day because we're connecting with those words. This is our life. This is our story, and it's called Sing Their Name Choir because we're so proud to be doing for our loved ones. I'm incredibly proud of them. I'm incredibly proud of my daughter Penny. We are doing things for our loved ones in their name. So we're caring for them still, and we're bringing them along the journey with us, which is so important.
It's interesting you talk about Penny, your daughter, as well, because I think when there's Penny and Lee were 18 months apart, weren't they?
A school year apart.
School year. So she lost someone who'd been with her all her life.
Absolutely.
And so, but also you get to a certain age where when you've seen your parents grieve, and children want their parents to be okay.
Yeah.
So it's okay for them to be okay. Does that make sense? So Penny, to see you singing and in your tribe, that must be quite comforting.
Without a doubt. I'm a work in progress at the end of the day. I do lots of things wrong in life. I make lots of mistakes. But my daughter inspires me every single day. And she is the voice of the future at the end of the day. She's not here speaking today, but she is with me. She's outside. And it's so important. This is what we want to do. We want to get people talking. So I'm leading by example. And I want to be the best role model for her. Lee taught me so much in life. Lee was amazing to me in life. And when I meet him again, I have so much to tell him. He's been my biggest teacher. Sometimes my biggest critic as well. But that's children for you.
Do you know, Gareth, Tom, I will say, I'm full of respect for you just sitting here and talking the way you are about your son. It's wonderful. Gareth, I would say the other thing I'm thinking is, it's a brave thing, isn't it, to step into the room? I mean, Thelma has done this. She's joined the choir. I can imagine it's a big step just to do that, isn't it? Just to kind of put yourself in that room and do it.
Yeah, I mean, I saw with the Military Wives, which is now 12 years ago, how amazing it was for people to step into a room and bring whatever they were dealing with and feel safe to share that through the music. Because sometimes if we sat and we all had a sort of joint therapy session, like very heavy, very difficult, there's a lightness about music. You feel like you are in some way putting a bit of your story into the music, into the song, and that releases some of it into the atmosphere, and there's a collective sense that you're lighter. And I think that's so important, because there are very few opportunities, especially with something as difficult, as complex, and as weighty as suicide. It's hard to talk about, and this is a great way of just opening the box and starting to examine those feelings and let them pass through you rather than sort of holding on to them.
Gareth, thanks so much for talking to us. Gareth Miller, it's always lovely talking to you. Do enjoy the festivities this year, and of course keep singing, keeping us singing. He's great at keeping people singing, isn't he?
He's fabulous. Fabulous. Thank you for being here.
When's the next gathering? The choir?
We're actually breaking for January. Our choir master is going away on holiday, a well-deserved break, so I hope he enjoys that. We're reconvening in February, But I know that we'll be meeting up for socials before that. Our little band of warrior brothers will be meeting.
Grief warriors.
We'll be grief warriors. We will be meeting and we'll be reflecting on the year and making plans to go forward. Could I just say that this idea was the brainchild of Adele Owen, part of a larger campaign called Shining a Light on Suicide. So I must give thanks for her today. She means so much to us and she holds us together. So we want this to be the blueprint for other choirs around the country to set up, and she's happy to help with that.
Thelma, thank you. I think your daughter's been watching you through the class.
Yes.
So,
wow.
very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's coming up to 8:30. We'll be back with you shortly once you've caught up with the news, travel and weather wherever you are this morning.
Hello, I'm John Cuthill with the news in the south. An inquest is due to open today into the death of an asylum seeker on board the Bibi Stockholm barge in Portland. The man was found on December the 12th and was later identified as 27-year-old Albanian Leonard Faruku. The government said his death would be fully investigated. A 19-year-old from Bournemouth who is currently in recovery from anorexia has turned to social media to share her journey. Megan Shaw's videos went viral when she began posting about food she was fearful of eating to help her overcome her eating disorder. Her latest videos feature her trying festive treats she used to avoid in the run-up to Christmas.
What I think is most important for me to remember is how much I used to love Christmas when I was little, and I always think that that little girl is still inside of me, so I need to make her proud.
And there's information on support available at the BBC Action Line website. Now, with the holiday period approaching, hospitals across the region are doing what they can not to admit new patients and to get others home for Christmas. Like other trusts, Poole Hospital is full. Extra beds created at the weekend filled as soon as they were found. The latest round of strikes by junior doctors means the pressure approaching Christmas is even greater this year.
I've worked in the hospital for up to over 20 years, and there were times where we did have capacity going into Christmas. It does worry me. Over the last couple of years, we haven't had that capacity, and Groundhog Day will be the same at the end of this week, I imagine, but the teams will, as always, be working extremely hard together to try and get us in a really good position because we are going into a very long or longer weekend.
Now, training for next year's university boat race is already underway, with Oxford looking to avenge defeats in both the men's and women's races last year. Both Oxford teams have been on the Thames with their Cambridge rivals as they prepare for the annual battle at the end of March. Let's have a look at the weather. Here's B. Tucker.
Hi, good morning. We're in for a fairly windy day today across the south. It is keeping things mild. We've got fairly brisk northwesterly winds. I could break a few holes in the cloud. Most places, though, staying fairly overcast. A few showers starting to feed in as the day goes on. Strong northwesterly winds gusting quite widely, 40, perhaps 50 miles an hour over the high ground. The winds could break a few holes in the cloud, potentially into the afternoon. Some eastern parts could see some sunshine and staying mild. Temperatures comfortably in the teens. As we head through tonight, it stays quite windy, more clouds starting to feed in, and with it some outbreaks of rain. So quite overcast tonight, windy, mild, lows of 9 degrees. A grey start to Friday. I think it will be breezy, but not as windy as today. Mainly dry, more chance of seeing some sunshine actually as we head through the day. We should see some brightness into the afternoon. Still mild, still breezy though, highs of 12 degrees.
Time for a look at the travel. One big problem this morning, the M3 southbound closed from junction 11, that's Winchester South, to junction 12 Eastleigh. That's due to a lorry fire causing major disruption in the area, hours of about a wait. That's all from me for now. I'll be back in half an hour with more headlines from the south. Bye-bye. Good morning, welcome back to Breakfast with Nagin Marchetti and Charlie State.
Good morning. Time now is 8:32. So if you follow football or other sports, you know it's practically impossible to watch without seeing all sorts of advertisements for gambling accounts.
A new report by the Culture, Media and Sport Committee calls it a bombardment of ads and says everybody needs to do more.
So it's calling for a new gambling sponsorship code of conduct to be developed by the government and with sports governing bodies, and for a high proportion of advertisements to promote safer gambling. The report also supports extra online protection for young adults around gambling and for the introduction of a levy to be paid by gambling operators to fund addiction prevention and treatment.
Joined now by Liz and Charles Ritchie, who founded the charity Gambling with Lies after their son Jack took his own life while struggling with addiction. Very good morning, to you both. First of all, Liz, would you tell us a little bit about your son? Just tell us a little of the story so people understand.
Absolutely. So Jack was a very normal, happy kid, very, very happy baby. He started gambling at the local bookies on the fixed or betting terminals while he was at school. And a big number of his friends, they all used to go out in the dinner hour and gamble with their dinner money. And of course, it's right by school, and these incredibly dangerous products were promoted as safe because they were right by school on the high street. He excluded from the bookies and then was cross-sold straight away online to the equivalent products. So the government acted to say, actually, the fixed or betting terminals aren't safe, but the same products are still available online at the very, very high stakes.
Just if you would, I mean, we're seeing these lovely pictures of him here.
I always like to look at him.
But his addiction took over his life to a point where...
Well, yes and no. I mean, in the sense that he was free of it for many, many months at a time. The last 18 months of his life, he'd been basically free. But that's the problem. They're promoted as safe, these products, and you don't know if it's a very low level, or most people it's intermittent. So you relapse, and that's when the very, very high risk time comes of suicide. Suicide's really highly correlated.
We have spoken to you, Liz, and you, Charles, on this sofa before. Actually, it might be in the old sofa, but on the breakfast sofa, nevertheless. And you've spoken about what you're campaigning to do,
You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt. Yeah, you're a cunt. You know why? You didn't buy anyone a present, a Christmas present. Do you know why? Because you're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, fuck, mate, I'm tired. I'm a bit fucked, actually. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, me. Oh, man.
Lovely fresh Christmas tree for the reindeer. They're hoping the dancers on it help get some of that velvet off. And also it's nice enrichment for them. They do love a good Christmas tree.
Well, don't we all? And like our Christmas tree, his has an important purpose. Shedding that velvet will turn those magical antlers into an intimidating weapon which in the wild will scare off rival males.
Comet is currently fighting with the Christmas tree that we've got out. We actually call it rutting. They go into rut this kind of season, which is where two males, they fight for the females.
And the Christmas tree is not just used as a scratching post.
They will eat the Christmas tree, as well as use it to help shed their antlers. It's all very good. It's all very natural for them as well. They would naturally find these out in the wild. They don't particularly eat the whole thing. Ruben, I'm going to drop the tray. Ready? Woo! Now they can shed those antlers and start growing a new one instead of a neck.
Well done, Gemma. Ruben can roll the velvet off in time for Christmas. Problem solved.
Cheetahs, Jack and Brian have a Christmas mystery to solve. One that involves the official cheetah breeding program.
Well, mobile, Rachel. It's a bit of a complicated setup with this love triangle that we've got going on with them at the moment. We've got the two boys who, honestly, most of the time are more interested in each other than in Ben and Rachel. Every now and then she's getting the attention of the boys, but it's a complicated one.
Yes, you heard that right. This Christmas, the keepers can't work out if Cheetah Rachel is interested in Mo or Bolt, and which of them fancies Rachel. It's like a Christmas rom-com where the happy couple keep on missing each other. Will they? Won't they?
I'd say Mo is probably more interested in Rachel, and Rachel's maybe a little bit more interested in Bolt.
He's being a little bit dirty back. So we're hoping they're going to maybe get together.
The park is part of an international cheetah breeding program. Success has proved hard, but there have been miracle births before. Cheetah mums give birth after about 3 months, usually to a litter of between 3 and 5 cubs. The father will leave mum to bring up the young. Cubs will stay for 15 months, after which they leave to fend for themselves in the wild. But for babies, they need a mum to be interested in one of the boys. Which was...
That's the way. This is my truck, and I know what the truck will do, and I think the truck knows what I can do. And between us, I think we can sort most situations out. If they asked me to go out the modern one now, I'd have to ask for instruction probably before I went. So we suit one another.
Such is the affection they have for this old wrecker. He's even given it its own name.
The final chapter. So when I retire, the Scammel's retiring. I'm not leaving it to anybody else. I think this is my last swan song, so when this goes, I think we'll put it in the hole with me, you know what I mean?
But just like the Scammell, the boss still has a few miles left on his clock.
Just round tip of our dingle for me, will you?
It's time for these two seasoned campaigners to show the youngsters what they're made of. Coming up,
Could you fit a flop bounce up and down this hill?
That's 9:20.
Gets to grips with a gravity-defying car.
That's it, check me, Rick.
No one's going to do the math. I'm just saying it's nice.
It's not nice. It's you have.
They will be the ones that go the distance.
Clearly, no one has a clue. So later, to try to help solve this mystery once and for all, the keepers have enlisted the help of Hamza, using his zoom lens to spot their behavior. He's the perfect person to unwrap this festive love triangle. An incredible collection of books has recently been discovered at Longleat, dating back to the 16th century. They give a fascinating insight into how we celebrated the season over the years. Christmas festivities are in full swing here. The magnificent tree is the great wall, the rooms are decorated, a roaring fire behind us, and I'm with archivist Emma to tell me a little bit about Christmas past. Tell me what we've got here then.
Well, we just got a few items out of the archives, and maybe talking about the sort of food that was consumed here over Christmas. And if we go back really quite a way back in time,
How far back?
we're going back to 1603,
Oh,
which is
my goodness.
very nearly contemporary with when the house was built, just a little bit later. And we don't exactly know the dishes they ate, but we do know some of the ingredients they bought at that day. So this is a kitchen.
So what have we got on here? What sort of dishes
This
are
is
these?
Christmas Eve, and we can see they're buying here great raisins, prunes, pepper, cloves, and mace. So it's things we actually can do associate with Christmas today.
And I'm wondering, back then, were any of these quite exotic dishes? I mean, obviously, we could grow grapes in this country for
That's true, but all the spices, it became quite, they'd obviously use sugar as well for that sort of thing, and it became quite expensive. It was quite an expensive meal to make.
So what have we got here?
So this is a household account book from the 1600s, 16 Christmas time, 1676. And again, you see some ingredients that you may be familiar with at Christmas, like chestnuts, and we've got oranges and lemons down here. But there's a lot of meat. There's some cuts of meat we aren't so familiar with, sheep's tongues and palate.
So keeping all the accounts as well and keeping all these documents.
Yeah.
What have we got over here?
There's some going to the 19th century now, and by this date we begin to know what actually they are, what the dishes are. So we've got some menu cards that they would have put on the table at Christmas dinner. You can see about 7 courses there, starting with the soup and then you have fish. This is the evening meal, so they had sort of beef, fillets of beef for the main meal.
So no turkey with all the trimming?
Well, they would have had turkey in the middle of the day,
Right.
and then this in the evening.
I'm getting told just thinking about that. 7 courses. goodness me.
7 courses.
Now, looking at some of these pictures, I'm thinking we're into the war period now.
That's right, we are in the First World War period, and so we've got a mixture of things here. The house itself was opened up as a military relief hospital by the 5th Marquess of Bath volunteered it.
Less than 3 months after the outbreak of the First World War, the house opened its doors to help with the war effort and continued to function as a hospital, spanning 5 Christmases until January 1919.
In the end, there were 2,000 soldiers who came here to convalesce. So these are some pictures.
So the rooms were literally turned into wards.
You might recognise some of this was the saloon, which was stripped of all its furniture, and it's like known as the Long Ward because it's very long. The family really did try and put on a good Christmas for the men, and we talk about having a nice turkey Christmas dinner, and it's described as the Marcus came in holding the at the end.
There was in every corner of the house. The ghosts of Christmas past ring. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you.
Christmas ghosts.
Earlier, we found out that the keepers were all agreed that there was a potential Christmas romance between 3 of the cheaters. What they can't agree on, however, is who is interested in who.
Which is why Hans has been called in. He's going to use his zoom lens to help spot any romantic or flirtatious behaviours and give the keepers some insight.
To make this more scientific, I'm going to set a 1-hour timer on my phone, and I'm going to try and collect as much data as possible and figure out who fancies Rachel the most. After all, they've sat up on this little knoll and they've doing a lot of watching. Over on this side, is way out in the corner over there, just kidding. Now, I'm watching his eyes to see who he's in. honest, at the moment, Mo is just focused. His ears are revolving. He's just keeping an eye on everything. So even though
Romcom lose momentum. Mo provides a clear.
Bolt is on the move. Very good sign. That means they're happy with each other. No rushing. Yeah, I'd love for the editing.
Keepers can hide in plain sight.
Santa is going to give the keepers a surprise this year. Well, that's it. 1 hour.
Just in time for Christmas, the park has a new resident, Remy the rat, and he's proving very friendly.
All we need now is some mistletoe. Maybe you turn into a handsome prince. Oh, Jonathan, I think he's rather in love with you. So he is, as rats go, fairly large. So he's not your regular rat.
No, so he is a Gambian pouch rat.
Okay.
And he's actually only about 8 weeks old.
Oh my goodness.
So he is going to get an awful lot bigger. When
Yeah.
they're fully grown, they can get up to
Friday. It's not chocolate and pictures.
Park in 30 years. He was moved in with the wallabies, but it soon became obvious that he'd never met friends like his new ones.
He hasn't met any other animals as far as I'm aware. He's not met goats, donkeys, chickens, sheep, which he's going to be living with everywhere here.
And his neighbours, the cantankerous emus, were a real worry.
I think he's probably thinking, where am I and what are those crazy things doing running up and down?
6 months on, there are signs that he's beginning to feel more at home.
Brave did have issues with the emus to start with. So far, though, he's getting on really well with them.
But Brave is still shy around humans.
Come on, you can hop.
Today is his pre-Christmas weigh-in.
There you go.
And a perfect opportunity for Gemma to help him build his confidence.
Good boy. Under. There you go. There you go, silly Willy. Good boy. All Brave needs to do is get on the board, tail and all. Easy. Right. Remember these? That's it. Oh, good boy. Good boy. 42.5. Spot on. A kangaroo his size, we don't really want to go too much over the 45 mark because then he'll be getting a bit fat.
Brave put on an assured display for his weigh-in.
Right. I know you like your bread, but we've got some nay-nay.
But if there's a medical emergency, the team need to be able to handle him.
Right. Things I ain't got enough hands.
So today, Gemma's also working on touch training.
Have a look at this.
A process that gets him gradually accustomed to human contact.
Oh, look at that. Oh, paddy pad. Pad, pad, pad. You know, if a wallaby was to get poorly, we come into the field, we grab them and we carry them into a safe place for the vet to come and check. For a kangaroo, we obviously can't. You can't carry him. So touch training is really, really important for him. Ready for some pinch? So some of the training that has been happening is squeezing his arms. Good boy. You know, in case we would need to get a blood draw out. Good boy. And also I've been pinching almost his armpits. Wow. Good boy. That's where the skin is nice and loose, so if he needed an injection, that would be where we jab him. Pinchy pinch. If this training wasn't happening, we would have to sedate him poorly, and it would be a case of, you know, a dart.
Using anaesthetic on a wild animal can cause serious complications and even death. So it's fingers crossed that Gemma's gently approach can give shy Brave the confidence boost he needs in time for Christmas.
Success this morning with Brave. I could not be happier. Honestly, he has come such a long way, and he's great. He's a great addition to the farmyard, and can't get enough. Later.
There is one very special resident in the park that is truly loved by everyone. And as a reward for his excellent work with the cheetahs,
seeing as it's the festive period, I've asked the keepers if I can give myself a little Christmas present to a very special lady and the elephant. Now, not many people know this, but I've actually not met Anne at all. And I'm kind of excited. Very excited. Hello. Hi, Anne. I'm going to spend 30 minutes around just to see what I can observe, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Anne in the circus over 10 years ago and has been at the park ever since and lives in her own purpose-built enclosure. No one knows how old Anne is, but the keepers think she's in her late 60s, which makes her very old for an Asian elephant in captivity.
Now, seeing as she's a big animal, the big lens gets taken out. We've got the wide angle here. But I'm still hoping to get some beautiful details, potentially of her trunk, her eyelashes. I want to see how dexterous her trunk could be. I just can't wait.
The trunk of an elephant has up to 40,000 muscles, while as a human, we have an unimpressive 600 muscles in our entire body.
What is it that you got? Now, this is cool, because the keepers have buried it in the sand. Anne's actually picked it up, and she whacked it a few times on her legs, just to get rid of all the sand. Similar to what we would do as humans, if we dig something out of the ground, we'd clear the mud and the dust on it. She's done exactly the same thing. She's a clean freak.
Elephants can eat over 150 kilos of vegetation a day. You wouldn't have problems giving Anne her sprouts.
Not only is she digging, but as she digs, she blows out air, so you can see the sand is actually like getting blown off. And now she's using her legs. This is super cool. Now I've seen it in Africa, African elephants, where they grab a little bit of long grass and then they kick it with their foot. But here she's moving the sand with her foot. I'm going to see if I can get a low down shot of her. I feel so small when I'm looking at her at this angle. I feel like an ant. Imagine not being able to reach something with your hands and then just extending your nose and getting it. That's the bit that boggles my mind, really.
Anne arrived at the park with a weak trunk, but due to the work of the keepers, it's been rehabilitated.
She's using the ball. She's using the ball to get even higher. What? She's using the ball as a footstool. But it's a ball. It can move, and she's still got the ability to have her balance on there.
And Hamza is delighted with his Christmas treat.
That was cool. That was super cool. Anne is a very old, graceful lady, but she's still got a few tricks up her sleeve. Could not ask for anything better.
There's a possible Christmas romance up at the safari, but no one can work out whether cheetah Rachel is interested in Mo or Bolt. But Cupid Keeper Caleb has a plan.
Now, Rachel's a very characterful cheetah. She's very big, she's very aggressive, she's very vocal. She's quite intimidating to the boys. And then we've obviously got Mo and Bolt, who are two younger males. They're similar age to Rachel, and they are the polar opposites of Rachel.
Caleb plans to put Mo, then Bolt, separately in with Rachel and monitor their interactions. Think of it as a festive feline speed dating event.
It's difficult because Rachel's trying to find the perfect male for her, and she's got two to choose from.
Will there be magic under the mistletoe? First up are Mo and Rachel.
So that's Mo first. He's looking over his shoulder to see if Rachel is coming out. They always sort of stretch first thing, have a good look around the section, looking for any food, also any danger. But you can even see they're quite happy to be in each other's company. It's like a playground. She's trying to get close to him and show him that she's interested, but Mo's just doesn't read the signals. He doesn't understand what Rachel's asking from him, which is a bit of a shame, really. You'll never meet a better cheater than Rachel, Mo. You're so close, mate. You're so close.
Rachel is showing signs that she's interested in Mo, but he doesn't seem to be getting the hint.
I think Rachel couldn't make it any more obvious that she's interested in Mo. She's following him, she's being respectful of him, she's trying to vocally communicate with him. Mo might not be the right male. She likes the smell of him, she absolutely loves the prospect of Mo, but it's almost mutual reaction to each other.
Later the same day, Caleb is keen to see how Bolt interacts with Rachel.
So we're about to let Bolt out into the section. Mo was out this morning. We decided to swap him with his brother. So we're going to get Bolt out now and see if he has any better chances with Rachel.
By seeing them interact separately, Caleb can gauge who's likely to breed with Rachel.
You can let Bolt go, Jack. Good boy, handsome lad. He's using his nose to try and figure out who's out, where they are. I think he's looking for her. I think he is looking for her. Oh! She's in the shelter.
Bolt continues patrolling around the drive-through in what looks like he could be searching for Rachel.
He's scent marking now, so he's clearly happy to advertise himself out and about.
Bolt seems to be unaware that he's sharing the drive-through with Rachel.
I don't understand how he thinks he's out on his own. Rachel thinks she's out on her own. Come on, you two.
Caleb tries to draw them together in the hope they can have some interaction.
Come on, Bolt. Come on, Rachel.
Caleb's calling seems to have worked, but maybe for the wrong reason.
I think she's definitely trying to get Mo's attention more than Bolt. But I think Bolt's better at responding to Rachel than Mo is.
Caleb's Christmas miracle may be coming into sight.
By the looks of things, she prefers Mo more, but Bolt has better social skills, so he seems to be more confident, but he's not being given the same opportunity, so it is kind of a triangle in a way, because I think Bolt understands that he's not given the same clear signals, and Rachel's giving clear signals to Mo, but Mo has absolutely no clue.
Caleb has found some crucial insights into this Christmas love triangle, giving him hope that this festive rom-com has a happy ending.
Up in Safari, Megan is joining Kaylee, who's planning a special surprise for the often misunderstood hyenas.
I've come down to the safari park to give two spotted hyenas the most festive thing of all, a Christmas tree. And to help me do that is keeper Kaylee. Hello. Okay, what have we got in store? We've got a bit of a log pile going on.
We have. I've created a very hopefully successful sort of Christmas tree stand.
Ah,
Yeah, clever.
for the hyenas, what benefit are they going to get out of this?
So it's a bit of a different smell for them, number one. They don't have a lot of sort of pine smell here, so that's a little bit of a benefit. It'll be a little bit abnormal for them. It's also a bit scratchy.
Hyenas communicate in various ways. Offering a spiky tree that allows them to scratch is also a way they scent off.
So we've got a couple, and here we put the big one.
This one?
Yep, in the hole.
Right in the centre.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Hopefully I've done a good job.
And when it comes to decorating trees, you've got to have the candy canes, the Christmas biscuits, chocolates, maybe. So is there anything we can give them to jazz it up a little bit?
I mean, we could just put on their favourite thing, which is a bit of meat.
Perfect.
Oh.
They're already quite excited, aren't they?
Oh yeah, he's been waiting.
Hyenas are effective hunters, probably due to their very high intelligence.
How much do they support one another? Because they are incredibly social.
They are, yeah, they do support each other quite a lot. It's quite nice as well because they're curious, just sort of watching what's going on and sort of learning and getting a bit of sort of tips and tricks on what to do with this tree from Akuma.
Hyenas move in social groups called clans, where, like Akuma and Mikuru, each member has a different role to enable them to hunt cooperatively.
There we go, Sandy's food.
Different, isn't it?
That's good.
Ears back, nose right in there, and a piece of meat.
Knew it.
There
We
you
were going to
go.
find it eventually.
There's always someone that eats the things off the trees.
Yeah.
Oh, look, pushing it over.
What are you doing?
Oh, well, all of the meaty bits have just fallen right out.
Well, it's a smart move. He's actually just shaken the tree, and now effectively all the chocolate has fallen off, and he's getting that all. So
Lucky boy. So it's been great to see them. I hope they've enjoyed their little present.
I think he has, for sure.
Yeah. Many more Christmas days for them to come enjoying the tree, I hope.
Yes.
Thank you, Katie.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Well, sadly, that is
Yes,
almost
yeah.
the end of the show, but what a romantic gift. I feel fuzzy and warm inside.
Vivid Homes Repair Anything.
We thought we'd come up to Family Farm to catch up with Charlie and a rather unusual
No. Okay.
Absolutely, a little bit different. So we've got the very handsome Brave, who is brand new to us.
Yeah.
He is a grey kangaroo, and we've been doing a little bit of training with him just to make him more approachable and calm, so that we can help check him and things like that. And whilst we've been doing that, we've had quite a lot of attention from Newt.
And that's Newt, the hand-reared wallaby.
Yes, he's a bit nosy, and he's been coming over, and he's been getting to know Brave quite a lot. And yeah, they seem to quite
Hello,
like
mate.
each other.
And how is it
That'd be really-
manifesting itself? Because obviously Brave is a lone kangaroo. Do you think Newt
Ah.
is feeling like he just might need a little bit of more social company?
Really? That's mad, mate.
It's difficult for Brave because he's brand new. He needs to kind of get to know the place and make some friends. And Newt has set touch with the system really well. Kind of
That's crazy.
Showing Brave that actually he can live up to his name.
Or maybe they're
Yeah.
catching up on Australian popular culture, talking about what's on
Yeah.
TV, all of those things. I want to be in there. I want to be part of this romance.
That's mad, mate.
Lovely way to end today's show. So we're very happy.
Yeah.
And I hope that
You know, it's what it is. Isn't it?
Isn't it?
Do you know the guy who said that?
No, I don't know, mate.
His name's Quan.
Oh, really?
It is what it is, man.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Yeah, that's why I tell you, I fucking catch my card like 2 seconds ago.
That's crazy, man.
But there was in a rush in it, yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get this done, so I pushed it back in the rest and they were gone.
Yeah.
It's the gearbox. So one's a 6-speed.
Yeah.
One's a fucking 5-speed petrol.
Oh, right.
Both in different places. Fuel caps are in different locations.
Yeah.
Both did different fuel. Someone said, yeah. I said, one sounds like a Citroen Berlingo engine, because it is. And one sounds proper quiet. One has got parking sensors, the other one hasn't. One will have. That new one will have parking sensors by the end of today, or by the end of tomorrow.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, £10 at eBay. I've showed those in it before. Yeah. I did my other one.
Yeah.
But I took the whole day doing my other one.
That's crazy, man.
But I put them to I. What I did last time, I put them right to the top of the bonnet. So if the curve's really shit and low, you don't detect it.
Yeah.
But there's a maximum height of like 3 meters or something. No, 1.
Yeah.
45 centimetres to half a metre, I think it is. 0.3 of a metre.
Yeah.
Kind of like fucking way up in the fucking sky, basically. Recently. I've just seen your brother. I swear I've just seen your brother. Just went for the smoke or something. Yeah, I had to go look at a car the other day because I've got a Mini Cooper. I've got a Mini 1. When I bought it, it was fun. Yeah. I bought one from a guy called, how many things back?
All right. Right.
Don't know who Jill has been talking to, but what Michael's telling her definitely isn't true.
Jill had sent over £3,000 to Michael Roberts in the hope he would organise a visa for her to come and live with him in America. But after waiting for weeks, no visa had arrived, and Jill was becoming concerned.
And then second week, I broached him again about it, and I said, I'm never going to get it, am I?
Michael reassured Jill that her visa was on the way and asked her to be patient. Jill had borrowed money from her friends and family to keep herself afloat and lied to them about the reason for needing the money.
Where did that leave you?
Absolutely skint.
Did you tell anybody that this had happened to you?
No.
I mean, losing any money is horrendous, but knowing that you were in such a bad position.
The thing that hurts most is I had to tell my brothers that I hadn't had my money going and I needed to pay the rent, my bills, get food. And so my brothers sent me money under that assumption.
Oh dear.
And that really cuts me up.
As Jill's suspicions about Michael grew, she decided to do some of her own checks, including putting his medical credentials to the test.
When I next talked to him, I asked him about the Hippocratic Oath that doctors take.
The Hippocratic Oath is a list of ethics that all physicians memorize when they start training to be a doctor.
He didn't know what it was, and that was confirmation for me.
Really?
Yeah. I said, you're nothing but a liar. Next day, I had a picture of his so-called son in a hospital bed. He said, this is what calling me a liar has done to my son.
Trying to make you feel guilty.
Emotional.
Yeah.
Guilt, yeah.
And you were able to see through that?
Yes, fortunately.
In total, Jill sent Michael £3,700, but now, convinced he was a liar, She set about getting him out of her life.
So presumably you blocked him. I blocked him. He came through on email. I ignored it.
But the scammers didn't give up. Jill was sending more friend requests by people using Michael's photo, but a different name each time.
I feel as if he's stalking because he saw me as an easy touch and he's hoping to get a bit more, but that's not going to happen.
So, what would you like us to find out for you?
Why me?
Presumably you want to know who's the man in the photos.
Yeah.
Because somebody may have had some of their personal information taken.
Yeah.
We'll go away and see if we can find out who, what, why, and try and get you some kind of answers. Maybe a bit of closure for you.
Thank you. Yeah.
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 I think the thing with Jill is that she gave just over £3,500, but that was all she had. So it just shows they don't actually care whether that person ends up homeless. They don't care about the person that they're scamming. All they care about is how much money they can get out of them and how quickly they can get it.
No matter your age, no matter how good you are with modern technology, when you're making connections with new people online, you have to keep your wits about you. Because as our next case shows, even the most internet savvy of us can fall foul to the online scammers. Language and linguistics student Maria grew up in the Philippines and moved to the UK when she first met her husband in 1999. But her 22-year marriage broke down during the pandemic, leaving her at a low ebb.
I feel so lonely, feeling so depressed with the situation. Everything is just hitting me.
Hoping to find new love, Maria signed up to an online dating site in 2021 and was overwhelmed with the response.
Less than 2-3 hours, I've got already people wanting to communicate with me. And then 2 days later, I have received a different message, and this message just stand out among the rest.
This message was from 51-year-old David Mills. He said he was a Canadian living in London. He told Maria he had read her profile and felt inspired by her.
These words that he's using, it's kind of like, this is just what I need. Someone to empathize me. And suddenly, just kind of connected in me at that moment.
David told Maria he was a construction site supervisor. His parents had died when he was a child, so he'd grown up with an uncle in New York. He also said he had a 9-year-old daughter from a previous relationship.
He told me, I understand everything you've said to me, Maria, and I feel really, really sorry. And I think this is the beginning that hopefully I can help you.
David promised that once lockdown had ended, he would travel to meet Maria in person.
But unfortunately, it didn't happen because he needs to go to Paris. And he said to me that I won't be long. It would only take 3 weeks.
Towards the end of David's business trip in Paris, things started to change, as David told Maria he had found himself in financial difficulty.
He called me and he was feeling a bit down. I said, "What's up?" And he said, "Maria, I have a problem. My ex-partner, we had our joint account, both of our names, and I have not changed it. And she took money from my account."
David told Maria he was going to open a new bank account with his next paycheck. But in order to get this paycheck, he had to go to South Africa to finish a job, which meant having to postpone meeting up with Maria.
I was so disappointed, but he said, "I will be safe, don't worry. I will look after myself because this is for us, this is for our future."
David told Maria he would be in South Africa for just 3 to 4 weeks. While he was there, they remained in constant communication. And then, Maria received a phone call.
He said to me, "I'm in trouble." And then it just cut off. he called me early in the morning and he explained to me, Maria, I have colleagues died and several others injured, and it cost a lot of money. And he said, I don't know what to do.
David explained that there had been a mistimed explosion on the site and 3 of his colleagues had died, with several more injured. He was responsible for their lives and it was going to be costly.
And he said to me, how much money have you got in your bank? And I said, David, this is not you. And he said, I'm sorry, Maria. I'm asking you, Maria, whatever money you got in your bank, is it possible you can send it to me? My friend said, I can lend you £500. So I messaged David and said, will £500 be enough? And he said, that's not enough, but it would help.
To prove to Maria he had the means to pay her back, he sent a photo of his very healthy paycheck. With some of her worries put at ease, David then asked Maria for another £1,500.
And I thought to myself, where can I get this 1,500? I'm not rich. I don't have that money. And all I can do is just to reach out to friends.
Maria borrowed the £1,500 from her friends and transferred it to David. She then continued to take more money from friends, telling them what David had told her, that they would get paid back double the amount in 3 weeks' time.
When I look at my bank, I've actually sent him £6,600.
But after this last transfer of money, it appeared David's fortunes had turned.
He said to me that our job is complete now. I can go home. We can enjoy life.
Planning for their future together, David asked Maria to find a house in the UK that they could buy, and she found the perfect spot.
He said to me, this is just what I want, Maria. I want a place with beautiful scenery, wide open garden where we can enjoy life. Unfortunately, it didn't happen.
But after sending David a final transfer of £2,000, Maria didn't hear from him for a number of weeks. Concerned something might have happened to him, she spent her time frantically trying to contact the police, hospitals, and the Canadian Embassy in Johannesburg to try and find him. No one had heard of the man she'd fallen in love with. It was then Maria realised she had in fact been scammed.
David Mill is not real. I feel like it's the end of the world. And not just the emotional aspect that has an impact in me. It's my friendship. I lost my friends. I lost their trust.
In fact, the photos of the man she knew as David were actually of a nightlife promoter who was in no way involved in the scam and has had his identity stolen. Maria is now being supported by Action Fraud and Citizens Advice, and she's learned important lessons about online dating.
The most important thing that I've learned in dating world is before even you start the initial friendship, you need to meet the person in real life.
Both Maria and Jill accept they behaved in ways that were deeply out of character after getting wrapped up in their online love affairs. Jill admits she even lied to her own family about her relationship with Michael. So I want to find out what it is that drives people to these extreme behaviours. I'm speaking to Dr. Gemma Calvert, a neuroscientist, to find out what's going on in our brains when we're under the spell of love.
So in our show, we're obviously dealing with people that met on a dating or social media site. What starts happening to our brain as soon as we start to have those conversations with people?
We start to evaluate people based on their sex appeal, I guess. And online, that's predominantly based on what they look like. And that in itself, I think, is quite an unnatural phenomenon, because other research has shown that when we have face-to-face meetings, we make decisions about potential partners based on things like the tone of their voice, their non-verbal body actions, as well as pheromones as well. And that
area of the brain that is responsible for that kind of evaluation is called the ventromedial prefrontal cortex. And it turns out that this assessment region is quite intimately connected with the emotional areas of the brain. So it sort of sets up a sense of anticipation or excitement, and we can feel our heart rate rising, we can feel excitement, and that's quite rewarding. You actually put individuals in a brain scanner and ask them to look at different individuals. And what we found was that during that evaluation, as well as these kind of cognitive areas, the areas involved in sexual arousal start to become activated. And the extent to which they do so can predict which person that individual is going to choose to go out with for a subsequent date.
What sort of chemicals does the brain release then during relationships? You know, it might change the way that we might feel about someone.
There are some sort of key love chemicals, if you like. These are called dopamine and serotonin. They're the sort of feel-good chemicals in the brain. They're activated not only in the context of romantic relationships, but underpin cravings for chocolate, for alcohol. So you can see it's extremely addictive and it makes us feel good. And then we have a sort of rush of adrenaline. And it's interesting because these states of emotional arousal, which increase adrenaline, have been found to increase the attractiveness of two individuals to each other. So these scammers start to build up trust, and that releases oxytocin, which is the brain's kind of trust hormone, if you like. And it's involved in pair bonding, and it's fundamental to how these online scammers, I think, trap their victims in this toxic cycle. They understand how the brain works, and it's very clear. They invest a lot of time building up that bond of trust, but then they'll tell you some kind of tragic event has happened, and there's an immediate need for financial solution, and they become increasingly aggressive, demanding, and they want you to act quickly. It's because they know if they give you too much time, our logical, rational system 2 decision-making system starts to kick in, right? And then we become less susceptible to making knee-jerk decisions about sending money.
So that's making it harder then, isn't it, for us to break away from a relationship, despite the fact that we might know it's bad for us.
And maybe normal relationships can get a bit sort of predictable at times. Now, with these toxic relationships, those behaviors are unpredictable, and the brain likes novelty. So that novelty and excitement in itself, even though it's for the wrong reason, is highly addictive. So we get sort of stuck into this addiction, you know, and it feels like you just can't get out.
One person that knows all about that addiction is Jill. I've already uncovered that the person Jill's talking to hasn't been honest about his phone numbers, but Jill was being contacted by other people online too, and they all had the same profile photo as Michael Roberts. This suggests to me that this is a photo of an innocent person being used by scammers. I'm meeting Dan Winchester from Scamalytics, a cybersecurity firm specializing in dating sites. Jill wants us to find who Michael's photos really belong to. It didn't take Dan long to find out.
Jill sent us a few photos of Michael, and what we did was ran one of those photos through a normal reverse image check, and straight away we could see that this is an identity stolen from someone called Dr. Kerem Bigmaz.
Wow.
Here's his official page, and he appears to be a Turkish neurosurgeon. Looks really legitimate. He's got a big social media presence. So what we did was we took a few of the photos that he has online.
Yeah.
And we just ran these through our database to see how many hits we got. And we actually got tens and tens of hits from this guy's identity. So his identity has basically been stolen quite a massive way. These are used on a wide variety of dating services, so not just one dating service. They date back to 2017. Again, he's got lots of different ages and stated countries. So we're in January 2022, actually. You can see that we've got 2 accounts just from the last few weeks. So this this man's identity is still being used right now, and has been used for years and years.
Dan, Jill has been approached by different people with different names, but the same photo. What's going on there?
So this identity, the hits that we found in our database, they also used lots and lots of different names. One of the names is Michael, but you can also see he's using a load of other names as well. Ordinary Western names like Christopher, David. But he also, interestingly, he's using Karen Bigman, the name of the neurosurgeon whose identity has been stolen.
Yeah.
And the reason that he's doing that is he's taking the identity theft, the deception, to a new level.
I suppose in this case, it saves the scammer the energy of having to create a completely new profile by relying on some of the existing facts of this person.
Yeah, and what we hear about is where somebody has handed over some money to a scammer. If that money then dries up, then that scammer will often sell on that lead to other scammers. And unfortunately, you do quite commonly see people falling for these types of scams.
Secondary, third, fourth scam.
Absolutely.
Grieving the loss of a loved one is never easy, and it can be a time when any of us would be at our most vulnerable. When Vivian Lalonde was mourning the death of her husband, she was targeted ruthlessly by cold-hearted scammers, and the results were exceptionally cruel.
Vivian had been married for nearly 40 years to Nigerian merchant Navy captain Theo, but after battling cancer, he died in 2019.
When I lost Theo, it was devastating. We were planning on renewing our wedding vows. We were planning on being all together, sitting on a park bench. We thought we were there forever.
Coming to terms with Theo's death wasn't easy for Vivian. It took 18 months before she started to think about dating again.
I decided I was too young to be a widow, and I decided that I didn't want to be on my own for the rest of my life.
In September 2020, Vivian joined an online dating site, and it wasn't long before she was approached by Michael Anderson, who said he was originally from America but now lived in Stevenage, where he worked as a luxury car dealer.
He's a good-looking, suave guy. When we initially got together, I thought it was an amazing feeling to know that I was still wanted after 42 years of a relationship.
Michael said he was also grieving, having lost his son in a tragic accident.
You're a good girl, baby.
The two soon struck up a relationship, talking over email, text, and social media, until suddenly Michael fell silent.
I'd known him for about a month, and after that, I didn't hear from him for 48 hours, and I started worrying. The next thing was, he calls me up and tells me that he spent all night in the police station because he'd lost his wallet. So therefore, he'd lost his wallet. He had no credit cards. He had no access to money. And he needed my help.
Michael asked Vivian to loan him £800 so he could pay the customs charge on some luxury vehicles he was shipping from the US. But he made it clear to Vivian she'd get the money back, as he was expecting a big payday in the near future.
I wanted to believe him because of all the promises he made me. He specifically told me he had $3.5 million in this frozen now bank account, and it was a $1.5 million contract, and he needed my help to free up that money so that he could carry on.
Michael's business success reassured Vivian that she'd get her money back, so she agreed to transfer the money. And a few weeks later, Michael followed up with another request for support. He now needed cash to pay for the transportation of the vehicles.
The initial payment that I made to Michael was £1,500, followed by another £1,500, followed by another £1,500. And at the time, I was very lucky that I'd inherited my husband's savings.
Those savings were starting to dwindle, but she still believed at this stage that her relationship with Michael had potential. Whilst Michael's account was frozen, Vivian went on to pay for his food, accommodation, and also a financial advisor who Michael hired to speed up getting his account reactivated. Despite her generosity towards him, when Vivian needed to help her children, Michael's reaction was quite the opposite.
My son was in a road traffic accident and he wrote off his car. And I was so worried about him and so concerned. And he said he wouldn't be able to get to work. Could I help him out? Michael contacted me. He got very mad with me. He told me, well, thank you for giving our money to David for a car.
Pushing her away from her son was a significant step for Vivian, and she told Michael enough was enough.
I tried to explain to Michael how much he was hurting me because he was taking my dead husband's money. And I said, Michael, can't do it anymore. This has gone on too long. I was starting to get to a pinch where if I didn't have an income coming in, I was going to end up being homeless. And he would go, how are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? You're stopping me getting this 1.5 million. I told you I'll pay you it back.
Amidst the lies and manipulation, Vivian received a bizarre phone call.
I got what you call a bum call, I guess. He'd accidentally called me. During this bum call, I heard a lot of Nigerian voices in the background, as if he was in a pub or a nightclub. Well, I know Nigerian accent because my husband was Nigerian. I got really suspicious, so I messaged him, and he said he was out jogging in the park and he'd passed a load of Nigerians having a conversation. But they were speaking in pidgin English, and I couldn't quite pick up everything, but they weren't somebody that he passed by.
Vivian wasn't willing to accept Michael's explanation, and realizing she was being scammed, ended the relationship. In fact, the man in the photos is a totally innocent person that we have attempted to contact, whose images have been stolen by criminals. Being a victim of this kind of crime is something Vivian is still coming to terms with.
I felt really devastated, stupid, but I was so desperate for love, I guess. That's what turns you into a stupid person. By the time we stopped talking to each other, he had taken, it was around about £50,000. Losing the money isn't so important as it was my dead husband's money that he'd worked all his life for to provide for me. And this person came and took it all.
But there's a brighter future ahead for Vivian. She's since met a new partner and been able to move on with her life, putting Michael's lies behind her.
A friend of mine introduced me to the most amazing guy. He has been a big part of my healing process. He can't stop me crying. He's completely opposite to everything I've ever known in my life. He's gentle, he's loving, caring, and he's always there for me. Don't forget to take those meringues. I think he'd do literally anything for me. And I'm happy. I'm happy. Happy tears.
67-year-old psychiatric nurse Jill met surgeon Michael Roberts when he messaged her on social media. Jill fell for Michael and sent him Amazon gift cards. She also sent Michael £3,000 to pay for a visa so they could start a new life together in America. Worried she was being scammed, Jill cut contact with Michael, but continues to be bombarded by requests from him and people who look like him. She's hoping for closure and wanted us to find out who Michael really was.
In Michael and Jill's case, we do see a lot of emotional manipulation. A picture is being painted here and it's not looking good.
I mean, I don't know if she's going to be emotional about it or what. I have no idea.
It's time to reveal to Jill the findings of our investigation.
Hello, Jill. How have you been since we last met?
Angry.
Yeah?
Since I've been talking to you, I've been thinking, why was I so stupid?
No matter what you think and feel, you haven't done anything wrong here.
Yeah.
You are not to blame for anything that's happened.
The first thing we want to address with Jill is Michael's request for Amazon gift cards. In your case, you sent a lot of money to Michael via Amazon gift cards.
Yeah.
We know from speaking with experts that this is a common tactic of scammers. And the reason for this is that they are very hard to trace. It's easier to trace money than it is to trace money via a gift card. So we're seeing more often that scammers are using these gift cards and getting potential victims like yourself to pay money via gift cards.
Yeah.
That information so far, how is that for you?
It's still quite emotional for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's one thing when you have an idea of something and then as soon as you've got the facts of it, and that becomes real. So it's
it's infuriating.
Yeah. Jill was also in regular contact with Michael in America on 2 different phone numbers, but there's something fishy about those numbers as well.
Michael told you he was based in the US, but neither number you gave us for him is US based. We traced those numbers. One number was from London. And when we looked at it, it had been repeatedly identified as a scam call.
Really?
Jill, I'm so sorry to say this, but it suggests that it's been used by scammers on many occasions to try and dupe people. Now, the second number was a Nigerian number. We know from previous cases that Nigeria is a hot spot for scammers.
So does that mean it's 2 people?
Online romance fraud is now seen as organised crime, and we know a hell of a lot of people are involved. And with your case, there could be scores of people operating just to get your money.
We'll never know exactly,
Yeah.
but I think it's safe to say that there's probably a big organisation.
Next, it's time to present our findings on the photos Jill was sent of the man claiming to be Michael. Though that was just one of the identities he took on. We took your case to Dan Winchester. He is an online dating fraud expert. He looked into Michael and his photos and what he found. It's quite troubling.
Okay.
The photos that Michael sent you were found on a huge variety of dating websites. And what you probably should know is that you are not the only person to fall for these photos. Other people have. And other people have been targeted by them, more importantly. Dan and his team found these photos were being used to create new programs that were made as recently as this month. They uncovered almost 100 different hits on these photos.
100. Mm-hmm. And each and every one of them has paid thousands.
Now it's time to tell Jill who the man in the images really is. An innocent person unrelated to the scam.
We began a reverse image search of some of the photos that you were sent. And our investigation into Michael, the photos led us to a verified Instagram page. These photos belong to a man called Dr. Karam Ekmaz. He's a neurosurgeon in Turkey.
No.
Oh, that's mad, isn't it?
You recognise that photo?
Yeah. Yeah, really all of them.
This is a doctor who is well known, over 60,000 followers. Because he's a public figure with open settings, he is a dream for a scammer because they can just take his content and create all these fake profiles.
No.
That doctor also is a victim here.
You okay?
You've just blown me away. It's not very often I'm speechless. I feel as if I've been hit by a concrete slab or something, because they've invaded my life, destroyed my confidence.
Yeah, they took a part of you away.
Yeah.
Jill, if you've been scammed once, there is a likelihood that scammers will approach you a second, third, fourth time. You now need to have your wits about you online, because scammers have your details. That's not to scare you, it's just so that you are best prepared for if it does happen again.
Yeah, it's not happening.
We want to call Michael to see what he's got to say about ripping Jill off.
Would you be up for giving the scammer a call to give him a piece of your mind? Kim's here, Kim can have a chat as well.
Yeah.
But when we try, Michael's suddenly gone quiet.
When I met you, you said what you were looking for was closure.
Yeah.
Do you think we've given you that?
Definitely.
Well, now you have the tools you need to be able to make the right decisions and move forward.
Yeah. It's gone.
Let's see it.
Yes, Jill. Come on, Jill.
Look.
Yes.
Yes, good for you, Jill.
Gone.
That's great. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Even though she seemed to know that it was a scam, there was still part of her that was holding out for it to be real.
Yeah, she did. I don't know whether that was about the money. I mean, she lost everything that she had. It must have been devastating for her.
There was just so much. To be honest with you, I didn't expect any of that. I've got closure now. It's the end of a bad chapter. And I'll be glad to see the back of it.
If you think you've been scammed in a similar way or been asked to send money to someone you're talking to online, then we'd like to hear from you. Email loveormoney@bbc.co.uk.
Join us again.
I just couldn't believe the heartlessness of it.
As we're on the case of yet another cold-hearted crook.
He showed me 2 dead people on the platform that had been killed by the sharks.
The details of organisations which offer advice and support if you've been affected by fraud. Go online to the Action Line pages of the BBC website.
Don't remember anything.
It's my fault we came here and now he's gone.
But you want to be very careful. These people, they're not messing around.
I need to know. What is it that I've done that makes me the honor?
The Smash Hit returns. The tour starts New Year's Day at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Merry Christmas. I'm the doctor. What's up there? Goblins. Hiya. Time travelers are great. Wow. Hold on tight.
Who are you?
Doctor Who Christmas Special, Christmas Day at 5:55 on BBC One and iPlayer.
There's a traitor in Aylesbury in half an hour. Amanda Lovett joins Tommy for a new celebrity special, Horns Under the Hammer. That's here after Frontline Fight Back.
For too long, criminals have been getting away with it.
He's running down the alleyway.
But now the police and the public are fighting back. With an array of high-tech crime-fighting tools, the odds are tilting in our favour.
It's not a victimless crime in any way, shape or form. It's really traumatising. It's really, really upsetting.
As we track criminals on the streets and in the air.
This is going to be a game changer, and we are going to get more, better, faster results.
Capture crimes as they happen.
The ability to pinpoint wanted persons with speed and accuracy would be a huge resource for law enforcement.
And identify offenders faster than ever.
Regardless of what the crime is, this isn't just our business premises, this is where we live, and this is where we're bringing up our families.
Making our community safe again, thanks to a frontline fighter. Today, high-tech security has got countryside criminals on the run.
We are, or have traditionally been, easy targets because we're in rural areas where there's less police presence.
And the smart cameras that detect when a car's on false plates.
The new technology that's available today means that criminals, where they're using a vehicle, they've got nowhere to hide.
The British countryside is known for many things. Rolling hills, quaint tea rooms, village greens, and of course, terrible internet.
We've all seen it, we're walking around with a mobile phone, we've got one bar, and that bar's flicking in and out, and we struggle to even open up a Google page on our mobile phones.
Charles Godeby runs a dairy, beef and arable farm with his dad and two brothers. It's been in the family for more than 50 years.
My dad's a first generation farmer, so he came out of the local town in the early mid-60s and set up farming. And then we moved to this farm here, Manor Farm, in 1966, I think it was.
The farm's set in rural Warwickshire and is surrounded by open fields. For Charles and his family, it's idyllic.
It's not a job, it's just a way of life. It's a hobby to me as much as a source of income, and it's a fantastic way just to spend your time.
But living and working in the countryside has its drawbacks. Poor connectivity makes securing premises difficult.
I think business owners, farms, even private properties, they are all more vulnerable when they're in rural areas. Rural crime is a huge problem at the minute. It's absolutely right. We've had everything from general break-ins into our machinery stores and tools, implements that have been stolen. We've had quite a few incidents of fuel thefts. We've even had animals stolen.
In one recent incident, a fly tipper was caught on video dumping a van load of household waste.
My nephew was coming back from the field and they came across a van that was dumping rubbish in one of our gateways. It was a large amount of rubbish, it was clearly a house clearance.
The fly tipper had been caught in the act, and the video evidence was passed to the police. The incident was unsettling, and by no means a one-off.
It's non-stop along here. You can see this is just overnight. We've come here now and there's a mattress been dumped here. And further along the screen, I know we've got some furniture being dumped, there's some cannabis fruits and just some general household rubbish. And that's normal every day.
Thefts and break-ins are also commonplace, here and at other farms in the area.
Our workshop has been broken into. This is a secure building and we've had tools taken from there. Initially, we had wooden doors on the entrance there, which were replaced with steel doors now. They managed to break in through those, had access. The tool chest that's kept in the steel container used to be just here. this was all emptied out, all the decent tools were taken.
Every crime has an impact, not just on the business, but on the whole family.
Regardless of what the time is, this isn't just our business premises, this is where we live, this is where we're bringing up our families, it's our home. Yes, it might just be a farm shed, but it's part of my home, and it really does hit you hard when something happens on site. They're invading your personal, private space.
Rob Gomery is a former frontline officer at Lancashire Police. Rob now lectures in professional policing at the University of Central Lancashire.
Rural communities are susceptible to crime, rural crime. The farming community are particularly vulnerable to theft of agricultural machinery, animals being stolen, and it's really important that they keep in touch with their local police force, they keep in touch with their local community police officers to let them know when there is criminal activity taking place or suspicious activity taking place in their area. Police forces that police rural areas will respond to those reports because they know how significant an impact can have on a rural area.
We've seen in a previous episode how difficult it is for the police to cover large, sparsely populated areas. They are having some success, but even with the help of night vision binoculars and drones, covering such vast areas is a huge challenge.
We are very isolated in these rural areas. I'm only just a few miles away from the local town. I can look over Birmingham and Coventry for points on our land, but we still feel very isolated. We have a really good rural crime team, our local police force, but there's only so much they can do.
Later.
No, not a clue.
The smart technology that works, even when the internet doesn't.
How the system to be able to perform on such low bandwidth, especially out here where we have very limited in regards to like 4G, 5G. It just is perfect for something so remote.
A dramatic daylight robbery at a jeweller's in Northampton.
Has someone called the police?
It's a well-planned raid, and the gang think they can make a clean getaway. But as we reported previously on Frontline Fight Back, they were wrong.
The Benton buildings come up, and almost immediately it's manoeuvred straight in line with the entrance doors, and without hesitation it's gone straight through.
Automatic number plate recognition cameras helped piece together the gang's movements leading up to the ram raid. Two of the gang had visited the jewellers on a recce just a few days earlier. They were quickly identified as father and son, Elliot and Connor Burton, and were jailed for a combined total of 34 years. There are thousands of high-tech ANPR cameras monitoring our roads, reading number plates, looking out for vehicles of interest. They've helped solve many crimes. Most criminals know the cameras are there, but avoiding them isn't easy.
The new technology that's available today means that criminals, where they're using the vehicles, they've got nowhere to hide.
Nick Smith is the UK Business Development Manager for Genetec, a company developing ANPR technology.
Pretty much most crimes where cars involved, from speeding all the way up to potential terrorist incidents, the perpetrators, the criminal will try and hide their vehicles.
Sometimes criminals try to avoid detection by using false or cloned plates taken from an unrelated but similar vehicle. But the latest technology will help spot when a car's been cloned.
We've come a long way from the traditional ANPR camera, where it literally just is capturing a number plate. That's all the information you have. Technology now is growing, it's increasing, it's becoming much more innovative. Using the software that analyzes the data that we receive from ANPR cameras, what you can do is link into things like the DVA database, police databases, etc. And that allows us to read the number plate and check the credentials of that number plate against the actual registered details. We take the scenario that we have plate swapping, where a vehicle number plate will be cloned or potentially put on a different vehicle. By checking that database, it will flag and tell us the details of the vehicle it's registered to, and then we can see if there's a mismatch and ultimately that plate's being cloned or being swapped.
One of the things that criminals try to do to overcome the NPR technology, and they'll never know where they are, is that they will replace the original or the genuine number plate vehicle with false plates. This is a problem that's known to the police, and the police know about that kind of activity and that tactic that criminals use. And often, if somebody is using a cloned vehicle, the original vehicle will know where that should be registered to. And very quick inquiries can be made with the genuine people to find out whether we have a vehicle that is cloned. So a suspect may be going around in a car that's got a genuine number plate from somebody else's car. The police will already know that.
The latest ANPR technology uses artificial intelligence and video analytics to identify a vehicle through small details, like a sticker in the window or a dent in the bodywork.
Video analytics gives us that extra edge. We have a specific chipset, a specific processor that learns about the scene, learns about the vehicles, and allows us to analyze that data in a way that most traditional cameras can't. Technology within the cameras will identify the vehicle make, the model, potentially even the driver, which means that not having a number plate or not having the right number plate doesn't mean that you're going to get away.
Criminals try all sorts of low-tech tricks to avoid detection, like sticking a reflective strip onto a number plate, making it difficult for an infrared ANPR camera to read.
In the past, these were always cheap and easy ways of evading cameras. All it is, it's peelback plastic, goes over the number plate, and this will then reflect the image back to the camera, blurring the license plate.
Thanks to the latest ANPR cameras, reflective strips are now far less effective, as Nick and his colleague Mario are about to demonstrate.
For demonstration purposes, we have fitted a reflective strip on this number plate. We are now going to do a pass around the car park and see if the camera can pick up the number plate reading clearly, and then we will feed that to the control.
This BMW with a reflective strip covering its front number plate is about to drive past an ANPR camera. The camera has two sensors, one infrared, the other a surveillance-grade full-color sensor. The reflective strip succeeds in blurring the infrared image, but the second sensor produces a crystal clear recording.
As you can see here, where there's been a reflective strip put over that number plate, the IR bounced back and we haven't got a clear read of the number plate. Because we have that separate contextual, that optical camera over the top, it means we can now visibly see that number plate, and we can also see the other details of the car. So we're not affected by the method that's been put in place to try and obscure that number plate.
Thanks to ANPR technology, it's increasingly difficult for criminals to use our roads and motorways without being detected.
Clarity is key for getting evidence-grade images. Obviously, for the software to be able to understand and read the number plate and read the details of the vehicle, we need the best quality images. By using both of those very specific technologies in tandem together, means that criminals, day to day, it's almost impossible for them to avoid being caught.
The UK's first smart prison has opened in Northamptonshire. The new Category C prison is designed with cutting-edge technology throughout, including body scanners to stop contraband getting in and ultra-secure barless windows. But there's also a focus on rehabilitation. Laptops and tablets are present in every cell to help prisoners learn new skills. It's hoped that a focus on training and jobs on release will help cut crime and reduce reoffending.
you, SMA.
We've seen how people living and working in rural locations are affected by crime.
You're always on edge. I think any farmer will probably tell you this. You can be sitting in your lounge at night watching the TV and you hear an unusual noise, a bang. It's probably just a cow knocking a gate, but you're up, you're out of your chair, you're walking around the farm, you're checking on things. You're always worried, you're always feeling vulnerable.
Many security systems rely on good broadband, and that can be a problem for crime-hit rural businesses. One farming family think they've found the answer. High-tech security that works even when the internet doesn't.
We've got a CCTV, which shows us at real time on our devices what's going on around the farm, including the remote areas.
Andy Starling's family run a 750-acre farm set in the Gloucestershire countryside.
During night, we've got sensors and things like that, so we can get alerts sent directly to us if anything pops up out of the ordinary. It allows you to know that there's nothing going on in places you can't see.
Andy Farm's outbuildings are spread over a large area, away from the main farmhouse. Buildings like these are sometimes seen by criminals as a soft target.
The thieves aren't stupid. They know that they can commit crimes in a rural area and the chance of them getting caught in the act are very low. We have had issues in the past with the red diesel being stolen because the area of business is so vast and you can't have your eyes everywhere. So to have these cameras in place has been really helpful. We can get real-time alerts direct to our devices.
While we're filming, Andy gets an intruder alert.
We've got a notification. Probably the old man, but we'll have a look.
He pulls over and checks his phone.
There we go. And actually, around the corner now.
There's someone walking towards the barn, where several expensive pieces of machinery are being stored. Live pictures are being transmitted direct to an app on Andy's phone.
Do you know who that is? No, not a clue, but it's only around the corner.
It doesn't look like a suspicious intruder, but Andy goes to investigate, just in case.
Chances are just a delivery got lost, because we have all the grain delivered into this store. Okay, who's that? You okay there, mate?
On this occasion, it's an innocent Airbnb inquiry.
It's literally the next gate on the right. Right.
The clever thing about this technology is that it doesn't rely on a good phone or broadband signal.
To have the system to be able to perform on such low bandwidth, especially out here where we have very limited in regards to like 4G and 5G, it's just perfect for something so remote.
The system Andy uses has been developed by a company called Digital Barriers.
That technology allows us to get that video out of difficult environments at very, very low bandwidth, but we're still getting high quality video out of those environments.
Neil Hendry is the company's technical director.
Think of it as a camera that doesn't require any infrastructure, or Wi-Fi connection. It just needs to be plugged into anything.
The system works on the cellular network, so can be positioned to cover remote locations, like the gateway where fly tippers were caught dumping rubbish.
Because we don't need any infrastructure, the great thing is we can pretty much put these cameras where we want. So if the farmer is concerned about trespassers, we can just as easily put a camera 2 miles away on a track versus a camera on the side of his building. We're not restricted by anything.
The system uses artificial intelligence to reduce false alarms.
We're only sending an alarm notification and sending a video if it really is a vehicle or if it really is a person. So it means then that the reliability of the system is much, much, much better.
For Andy and the rest of his family, investing in an intelligent security system that works even in remote areas, has made a huge difference.
Peace of mind to the family that are in other parts of the farm, in the farmhouse when you're out somewhere else. It allows you to know that there's nothing going on in places you can't see.
This is the moment police enter the luxury flat of a serial fraudster.
Open the door now. Right.
The fraudster's been living a lavish lifestyle on money stolen from vulnerable members of the public. But his fantasy lifestyle's about to come to an abrupt end, and he's heading for jail.
You've obviously been arrested. We're going to take you into Bishopsgate Police Station in City London.
Acting Detective Inspector Kate Duff works for a specialist police unit known as the Dedicated Card and Payment Crime Unit.
The DCPCU is a partnership between the City of London Police, Metropolitan Police and UK Finance, and we tackle organised crime groups committing fraud against the most vulnerable in our society.
The unit is funded by banks and other financial institutions.
If one of their customers are defrauded, they would call their bank, and the bank would do an initial investigation and they would refer that to the DCPCU. Society has become more digital. Criminality has followed in its footsteps, and it can be a lot easier for criminals to commit crime digitally, on the phone, via text message. It removes them from the crime itself. They quite often will never see, speak to, or hear from the victim and know the impact that it has on the victim.
In April 2022, Kate's team was alerted when an elderly customer reported a suspected fraud. They'd been contacted by someone claiming to be from their bank, notifying them that their account had been compromised.
This person told them that they needed to hand over their bank cards, their PIN numbers for those bank cards, and even their mobile phone. And they sent a courier around to pick up all of this.
In fact, using a courier in this way is a common trick used by fraudsters. The customer handed everything over, unaware that they'd just given the fraudster all he needed to access their bank account.
That account then was taken over by criminals, and loans were withdrawn and money spent on the account, both in person and online.
In just 1 week, the fraudster spent £50,000 on the victim's accounts.
High value electrical goods were bought, including a large television and lots of designer goods as well. You know, really high value clothing and bags and shoes, along with ATM cash withdrawals using the victim's card.
Police sifted through transactions and found a vital clue. The TV bought by the fraudster had been delivered to an address in East London, close to where Kate and her team were based.
That was one mistake that they made, which led us to the flat.
The luxury flat was home to this man, Adil Mohammed.
Adil Mohammed was living in a lavish flat in Canary Wharf, which was funded by criminal money, other people's money that he'd stolen.
Open the door now.
Inside, police found crucial evidence, including the TV purchased using money belonging to his elderly victim.
What's the rent on this place?
Mohammed told police the flat belongs to a friend, and he's staying there rent-free.
Very generous. These apartments are about £4 a month.
Adil Mohammed had leased the flat using fake ID, which was found during a search of the premises.
We found images of fraudulent ID documents which he would have used to help him commit fraud. So in this instance, there is a passport in the name of Ahmed Hassania with Adil Mohammed's face on it. And we know that Adil was using this ID to assist with the leasing of the flat that he was staying in.
Police also found £100,000 in cash and designer goods valued at £180,000.
Adil Mohammed was living a lavish lifestyle, had no want for money, clothes, anything he wanted, he would have it because none of it was his money, and he was using members of the public's money to fund the lifestyle that most of us can only dream of.
Police seized 3 mobile phones, which were examined by digital forensics experts. The phones contained vital evidence, including details belonging to hundreds of potential victims.
Finding the compromised data was a great breakthrough for the case and secured the suspect's charge, but also it enabled us to safeguard accounts to make sure that those members of the public were safeguarded and didn't fall victim to fraud by this suspect or any other suspect.
The phones also contained screenshots of victims' bank accounts and photos of receipts for expensive purchases using victims' money.
Here we can see on the 29th of March 2022, with one payment, we've got nearly £6,000 debiting the victim's account, followed almost immediately by another £2,658 payment. There had also been a fraudulent spend at a jeweller's for nearly £20,000, and there was a photograph of the receipt from that transaction on his device.
In total, Adil Mohammed committed fraud to the value of £280,000. He pleaded guilty and was jailed for 2.5 years.
It felt great to safeguard the public and to get justice for the person who had been defrauded.
Proceeds of crime proceedings are ongoing to pay back Mohammed's victims.
That we reap as much money back as we can from that crime to restore to the people who deserve and need it. That's why we do what we do, to protect the most vulnerable in our society and to bring offenders to justice. It's obviously completely unacceptable that you take things that aren't yours, that you target and hurt people who are vulnerable in society, and that you do that for your own gain and benefit. It's just not right.
Across the UK, in our towns and cities, on our roads and in our countryside, technology is being utilised by police and public alike in a frontline fightback that's got criminals on the run.
Follow the complicated case to stop a gang of vile criminals in Rochdale. The detectives taking down an OCG. Just press red to watch now on iPlayer. Or stay with me to pop to Marsham in Norfolk for a new special 20th anniversary Palms Under the Hammer. Next.
A baby?
Yeah, this is where we live. I thought she was called Bumpy.
A mother-in-law?
I've been here for what, 6 weeks?
And Christmas! How will it all end?
I changed nappy once.
Can't be that bad.
The last ever episode of Ghosts, Christmas Day at 7:45 on BBC One and iPlayer.
I'm a storyteller, mate.
And what is the story?
It's personal.
Oh, we're doing this.
What do you mean?
You have no idea what you started. There's nothing more powerful than a good story.
Binge the best drama this Christmas on BBC iPlayer.
There's bargains to be hunted in Peterborough in an hour, and as it's a Christmas fetch, there's festive jumpers too. First, new Hammer time.
Hello and welcome to a very special episode of the show.
This week, we're celebrating 20 years of Homes Under the Hammer. And in order to mark the occasion, we've asked some famous fans to come in and help us out. And today, I've brought in Amanda Lovett.
Thanks, Tommy. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm such a massive fan of the show, and this is a dream come true for me.
Keep your eye out for Amanda later in the show because we want to actually utilise her skills that she's built up over the last 30 years in the estate agency business. And we're also going to go back in time to the Hammer Archive properties.
I'm so excited to see what's to come as we wish Homes Under the Hammer a big, happy 20th birthday.
20 years of auction properties is quite a feat. There's been some ups and there's been some downs. And there's been some absolutely amazing property transformations.
There certainly has, Tommy, and I've tuned in for quite a lot of them. So let's see what today's bidders have got their hands on.
Jackie finds an unusual feature in a bathroom in Norfolk.
What? Is this in the bathroom?
Then in Buckinghamshire, Tommy and Amanda find a unique selling point.
That's a revelation, you being able to change a bulb without a step ladder.
I know. That's great.
And we delve into the archives where in 2015 I had a radical idea.
I would just take this wall out completely. Open it up.
All these properties have been sold at auction and we'll find out who bought them and what they paid for them when they went under the hammer.
£1,000 sold.
We're starting our birthday bash in Norfolk, 10 miles north of Norwich, where you'll find the village of Marsham. Surrounded by wooded countryside and with a late 13th century church, it's a lovely spot. And Jackie's here to see an impressive lot.
Well, just down this lane, which is off the main road, is a property that the auction catalogue has described as a rare opportunity, and that's always intriguing.
Something about the way you move is got me intrigued.
Wow, and here it is. It is a 4-bedroom detached period property, and it went to auction with a guide price of just £250,000. It's taken my breath away, actually. The windows look great. I love all this space outside, and I bet, like me, you want to get in there. Let's do it.
Something about the way you move is got me intrigued.
I'm still smiling. This house just makes me smile. But straight away, you're into this reception room, I suppose. It's a little bit small, but not too bad. You've got central heating there. It's always a good sign. It just needs a little bit of a refresh. But I like this bit. So then off your entrance room, you have got this kind of cozy cottage feeling. Like it feels like a snug in here. Ignore the furniture. Think about your own decor, but I really love the exposed brick. And look at this whopper of a wood burner. Wow. But the only thing, oh, you see, look, I can see there's pipes at the back. So you've got a back boiler. That means you've got to have this on to enable you to have hot water for your bath and heating. So that's a shame. You have to get that sorted because you do need to have up-to-date central heating and probably an efficient boiler. But on the whole, not bad. Let's hope it continues.
A modern heating system with an energy-efficient boiler can significantly reduce not only your energy bills but carbon emissions too, with condensing boilers being particularly efficient when compared to older models. Something to consider. But moving on, what else does this period property have to offer?
Wow. I was not expecting that. floor to ceiling windows. But you've got then your dining area, which is lovely, and then through into quite a generous sized kitchen, actually. You know me, I like to see, can we save anything? And you know what? I think you could. You could give this a lick of paint. This could be completely different, maybe change the work surfaces. But what I think would be even better is if this wall came down and then you would have a kitchen, dining, and all of that light coming through from the floor to ceiling windows. That would be a really lovely space, a really great entertaining space. Food for thought.
Just off this area, you'll find a utility and shower room. A downstairs loo is always handy, but if you can forgo the shower, you could make better use of this space with a large utility area and a separate toilet. But onwards and upwards. Let's see what's at the top of that spectacular staircase.
And so up on the first floor, I had never seen anything like this in my life. What is this in the bathroom? So you step in through the curved square, but it's a decent sized bathroom. And then you've got this little sort of area here, quite nice actually. You could put a little chair there, could be a little reading area. And then you've got the hallway.
Down here there are 4 good-sized bedrooms. Like the rest of the house, they're dated, but there could be space to squeeze an ensuite into one of them. It's a great lot inside, but outside also has huge potential.
Now, not only do you get this house for that guide price of just £250,000, you also get all of this. Yes, you do. There is nearly 3/4 of an acre of grounds here, and it is a magnificent space. You've got woodland to the left, you've got fields right in front. You have got all of this garden that is just beautiful. I'm gonna have an explore.
There is a lot to see as the grounds of this lot are vast. And it also comes with a couple of outbuildings. Although they are in need of some TLC, they do add yet more options to this property. So what does a local estate agent make of it all? We invited along one to get their thoughts and valuations on this 4-bed period property that had a guide price of only £250,000.
The property would require full modernisation throughout. A lot of it is internal, so new kitchen, new bathroom, but there may be some need for electrics and heating to be looked at as well. The outside space is amazing. There's lots of it, and a lot of potential again for somebody to come in there and stamp their mark on it.
So, if this period property was renovated to a good standard, what sort of returns could a buyer expect?
Once renovated, the property could sell for £550,000, and also it could rent for £2,000 per calendar month.
Well, I'm sure you can tell I'm a little bit smitten with this house. It has so much potential to be a wonderful home for someone. Yes, it needs updating. Yes, it needs modernising. But do you know what? The bones of it makes this a really special property. Well, let's find out who else was smitten with this house when it went under the hammer.
This lot was part of a remote auction with bids taking place online.
Sold.
The successful bid of £355,000 was made by David, here on the left, joined by his builder friend Peter and Andy the dog. David owns a few businesses, but he's no stranger to property development and has a small rental portfolio. The trio met Jackie to talk through their plans for this period property.
David, Peter, lovely to meet you both.
Same to you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Can I just say, in all honesty, I absolutely love this house. Is that why you bought it?
It was mainly the location,
Right.
because I'm based in Norwich. It's just not far from Norwich, and I've got a couple of businesses close here. So, and this is bang in the middle of them.
Oh, so what businesses do you have?
I run a small group of pubs.
Do you? So local to this property?
That's right, yeah.
Very handy. So the location was great. And can I just ask, what's the relationship between you both?
We're just good friends. We've been friends for over 25 years now, and I'm his builder, if you like.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
All the
Okay.
alterations, and it's sort of best mates.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. So we anything David has, or he gets me on board, and we go in and see what we can do.
Nice. So is that what you do then? Do you buy and renovate commercial properties or residential properties?
So I've done a few residential, but it's been mainly pubs. But hopefully this house I'll end up living in after we've finished.
Oh, so this is for you?
Yes.
So not to rent, not to sell?
No, this is the plan.
Forever home.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about the work. And how is it going to look? What's the layout like? Is it going to remain the same? What changes are you going to make?
We're going to make some changes. I think we're going to take this wall out to make this kitchen dining.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and obviously the bathroom.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
No.
We couldn't quite make that one out. It's like the sort of 60s throwback, isn't it, with a step through a circle.
So you're not going to keep that?
No, I think I'll lose that. We'll take all that out, won't we, on that bathroom. And
The whole lot will come out. I think while we're doing the work on the bathroom, because it's so close to that bedroom, put an ensuite in the bedroom as well.
Yeah, yeah. And then what about the extension? Yeah, I mean, I do love the, the ceiling to floor, and I love the way it, lets lots of light flood in.
We'd like to put a wraparound like orangery or something on the thing. That's what we thought about, didn't we?
Yeah.
We need something on there.
Yeah. Now let's go to one of my other favourite places here, the garden.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
It's nice.
It is amazing. It really is. And so, do you have plans for it? What are you thinking?
Well, I think we're going to sort the boundaries out because obviously it's overgrown over the years. Leave it till the spring, see what does come up, and make the best of it, really.
Yeah. David wants to landscape the bottom of the garden to create a new driveway. He then wants to restore the outbuildings and use them as a garage with a carport. His pal Peter will be carrying out most of the work alongside plumbers and electricians. This is going to be a big project, and as David plans to live here, he wants to finish it all to a good standard. So how much does he think it will cost to create his dream home?
I think 45 to 50,000.
Okay. Yeah. What about timescale? How long do you think it will take?
I was thinking 6 to 8 months because we probably won't start straight away. So.
Right. And then, so in 6 to 8 months' time, David, you can see yourself living here.
Yes, I think so.
Well, look, I wish you both the very, very best of luck. I really do. It's a great place. I know you've got a lot of work to do, but I cannot wait to see the results. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming out.
Cheers. Thanks.
Well, publican David and his best mate and builder Peter certainly have got their work cut out for them with this place. But they've been doing renovations together for decades, and it's really lovely to know that the work that they're doing here is for David. But will this be David's forever home? And how will they get on? You can find out later in the show.
Tommy's off to Buckinghamshire now and the historic town of Aylesbury.
But it's not just a property at auction I'm here to see today. No. Former estate agent and new BBC One superstar from the programme The Traitors by Amanda Lovett. So what do you think of the property so far?
Yeah, it's lovely. A good Victorian building. I can't wait to get in and explore. Can we go and have a look?
Yes, you go first.
Okay, Amanda, let's see how this one plays out.
Oh wow, look at this communal area. Look at lovely original features. Look at this floor, Tommy.
Yeah, these are called Victorian encaustic tiles. So these are in good nick.
Yeah, and beautiful. What a feature. Look at the cobbles.
Yeah, they're lovely. I hope this is a reflection of what we're going to see inside.
Oh, Annie, let's get in and have a look.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's got all the original features, but obviously it lacks a bit of tender loving care.
That would definitely need addressing.
Yeah, but you've got nice cornice work and they're all restored.
Ceiling rows, some
Yeah.
beautiful original features.
Look at that, that's the pièce de résistance, isn't it?
That definitely is.
And you can get a black grate polish that you can put on there that'll bring all that great work back to life like it was originally with this lovely cut stone surround.
So this is definitely a keeper, Tommy.
This is a keeper, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you put your estate agent's head on
Right.
and go and have a look at the rest of it, then you can tell me what it's like.
Okay, I will try, Tommy.
And I'm going to take a run outside and have a look at what's causing all this
Okay. Let's see
aggravation.
what's out there.
Okay.
So let's have a look what's down here. I mean, to the right you have the bathroom. Now, this totally needs ripping out. There's nothing you can salvage in here, unfortunately. However, there is a bath in place, but I'm noticing there's no shower. And where the shower would normally go, there's a window. So I think for the new owners, this is a reconfiguration job. Following down, we come to the kitchen and, oh, someone has really cooked up a storm in here. I don't know if some elbow grease could make that reusable. I don't think so. I mean, all this is going to have to be ripped out. You have plumbing in place for your washing machine and your sink. But yeah, it's all going to go and a new kitchen put in. I hope Tommy's getting on better in the garden.
Well, undoubtedly, some home truths from Amanda. But how do things lie with the outside space? Over to you, Tommy.
Well, the damage to the wall is quite extensive, so there must be a lot of water getting in to cause that damage. And I think I might have found it. There's a gutter that runs right along the front of the house. You see it's an open end and no downpipe. So that means all the water on the roof is running down the wall, blowing all the plaster on the inside. And then, of course, there's another downpipe there taking the water off of this construction, this Victorian veranda, which is a real nice piece. You don't see these very much nowadays. They've collapsed and disappeared over the years. And what needs to be done is this pavement to be picked up, cleaned off, relaid all properly on a wet bed. And then there's a slight problem, I think, here, because you've got this soil pipe cleaning the water, the soil water away from the flat above and from here. And there's obviously a blockage because it's just laying there. They're lucky there is a manhole next to it, but I'm not going to be lifting it up today. Yeah, I don't fancy that. I just wonder if I could persuade Amanda to do it.
Good luck with that one, Tommy. I think Amanda's got more pressing issues inside.
Oh, wow. Tommy, come and see this. The ceiling is pretty low. You could even change your light bulb in here. Look at this.
It's a revelation, you being able to change the bulb without a step ladder.
I know. That's great. But low ceiling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unusual because the rest of the ceilings throughout the property are all high.
Yeah.
So this is something I think I'd open it up just to see whether it can go up higher or not.
Yeah. It's very low and there's no boiler in here. And it's not me, Tommy.
Well, actually, that's it. Now you mentioned the boiler. It's in the bedroom and that's far too dangerous to have.
Yeah.
So that would have to come out and go either in the kitchen or the bathroom.
And the layout, I'm not sure how the layout works because I would have to move the kitchen where the bathroom is, swap those around to have the bathroom coming from the bedroom rather than the kitchen.
Yeah.
It would make more sense.
It would make more sense.
I wonder who's up for the challenge when the flat goes under the hammer.
Well, you're just getting ahead of yourself a little bit, Amanda. There, you know, we're not quite ready yet to go into that bit.
Excited.
Yes, Amanda, we're nearly ready, but not quite. We need a chat with a local estate agent first. What's his take on this one-bed ground floor flat.
So given the outside space of this property, it offers a brilliant sized garden for a one-bedroom ground floor property. Given that it's also got off-street parking at the back, as well as a front garden and a beautiful veranda, which could offer so much potential to being a beautiful property. But it's really important to retain the character within the property, considering the historic town of Aylesbury, and it could really help with the resale of the property.
The flat was guided at 108,000. So what kind of potential returns could we be looking at?
So once renovated, this property could achieve between £170,000 to £200,000 and rent for £900 per calendar month to £1,000 per calendar month.
Well, Amanda, you've done the grand tour of the building.
I love the character. Not a fan of the layout or the done.
But I think you can do the final piece of camera. About time you did the honours.
Thank you, Tommy. Let's see who was up for the challenge when the flat went under the hammer.
This lot was part of a remote auction with bids taking place online.
You've all sit well, thank you.
The successful bid of £108,000 was made by local couple Amy and Charlie, and they met Tommy and his new recruit Amanda back at the flat.
Well, Amy and Charlie, congratulations on your purchase.
Thank you very much.
What attracts you to this particular property?
So it's not too far from home, and it's also it's a lovely sort of old period property.
We also thought it was a good price, fundamentally, and we thought that there was, some good room for to make some money.
And I have to ask you, I'm so to ask you, did you follow the golden rules of Hammer, reading the legal pack and viewing the property?
So we did read the legal pack, but we didn't manage to get inside the property before the auction. We came to the outside, we saw through the windows for what we could see, but we actually couldn't gain access.
A sort of viewing?
Yeah.
Half a viewing.
Half a viewing.
Okay, so what is your previous experience?
I'm a willing participant. My work is recruitment. So I run my own recruitment company. Amy's an architect, so Amy knows her stuff. She can keep the trades in check, and I'm prepared to get my hands dirty.
Going to change into the layout a bit, or?
The living room hopefully is going to stay where it is, because obviously the bay window and the fireplace are lovely features, and the bedroom is going to stay where it is. But the middle section of the property is going to change around slightly to give a more generous kitchen and a more functional bathroom.
This is what you said.
Yes. Yeah. This is what
she's thinking like an architect.
There you are.
Anything other than that that's going to be major? What are you doing here?
So this wall comes out, that wall gets blocked up in order to achieve the layout that we're wanting to achieve. The kitchen will go across the back wall.
In 2021, business started to pick up, although it never fully recovered. It capped a remarkable fall from grace for the Miami-based company 2 years after going public. 1 year after warning bankruptcy proceedings could be on the horizon, and 3 months after being delisted from the New York Stock Exchange. And with other electric scooter firms also struggling, it's a sure sign the buzz around this type of transportation has evaporated.
Now let's head to Scotland and the soaring global market for whiskey. It's estimated to hit more than $120 billion a year by 2028. Now it's long been a male-dominated world, both in production and consumption, but things are finally changing. Women are now responsible for nearly 40% of all whiskey purchases, and 50% of master blenders are now female. Annabelle Thomas is the co-founder of Macnean. It's an independent organic whiskey distillery on the west coast of Scotland. She's been talking to Sam about the challenges she faced setting up the business.
The first couple of challenges that we had to overcome were fundraising and then actually building the distillery from scratch. So unlike many businesses where you can create a prototype product,
On the way our bodies look, when what really matters is how your body feels. Peloton designed classes to make your body feel however you want it to. Strong, flexible, calm, powerful. There are classes to suit everyone and instructors to keep you motivated, so you can feel as good as your body does. Find out more at onepeloton.co.uk. And for your chance to win a Peloton bike starter pack, head to heart.co.uk.
OMG! The very big sale is here with amazing saves from the online store for fashion, home and more. You can save up to 60% off selected River Island, Tommy and Be by Berry, and up to 50% off selected furniture and homewares. Ooh. Plus ways to pay that work your way. Shop Very today. Event ends 25th of January 24. Delivery from £3.99.
Are you getting a train over Christmas? If you are, here's some important news from us at Network Rail. We're making major improvements to the railway between Southampton Airport Parkway and Brockenhurst and Fareham and St Denny's from Sunday the 24th to Saturday the 30th of December. Replacement buses will run during this time. So, to make sure you arrive when you really need to, please check before you travel at nationalrail.co.uk/Christmas. Thank you.
What was your best Christmas ever? The year you got your dream bike? Or the one when Granny had one too many eggnogs? When you woke up to a white Christmas? Or will it be this year? Lotto's £50 million jackpot must be won this Saturday. Or thousands of you will win a share of the jackpot. Now that could top them all. This Christmas, it could be you. Lotto from the National Lottery. Play on app. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
You've arrived, your dream holiday. You got there for less thanks to comparing flight prices on Kayak. An idyllic local restaurant nestled in the cliffs. A peaceful pool with your own private sunbed. This is the life. All you have to do is actually book it. Don't holidays, use Kayak to compare flight prices from hundreds of travel sites and bag a great deal. Search Kayak and go see for yourself.
Peter Green Furnishers, transforming houses into enchanting homes across the South and the Isle of Wight for 65 years.
For delicious, award-winning jerky and biltong, visit RagingBullSnacks.com and enjoy 15% off your first order.
Raging Bull Snacks, made without compromise.
Motor points, chooses a heart. Find great prices on cars at their Portsmouth store and book a test drive today.
What have you done? Now that you're over, and you won't just become. And so this is Christmas. I hope you had fun. The near and the dear ones.
don't feel like doing anything. I just wanna lay in my bed. Don't feel like picking up my phone, so leave a message at the tone. 'Cause today I swear I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna kick my feet up, then stare at the fan. Turn the TV on, throw my hand in my pants. Nobody's gonna tell me I can't. I'll be lounging on the couch, just chilling at my snuggie. Click the MTV so they can teach me how to Dougie. 'Cause in my castle, I'm a freaking fan. Oh, yes, I said it. I said it 'cause I can. Today I don't feel like doing anything. I just wanna lay in my bed. Don't feel like picking up my phone, so leave a message at the tone. 'Cause today I swear I'm not doing anything, nothing at all. Ooh, 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 nothing at all. Ooh, 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 yeah. I might mess around and get my college degree. I bet my old man will be so proud of me. I'm sorry, Pops, you'll just have to wait. Oh, yes, I said it. I said it 'cause I can. Today I don't feel like doing anything. I just wanna lay in my bed. Don't feel like picking up my phone, so leave a message at the tone. 'Cause today I swear I'm not doing anything. No, I ain't gonna comb my hair, 'cause I ain't going anywhere. No. I'll just strut in my birthday suit and let everything hang loose. Yeah. Oh, today I don't feel like doing anything. I just wanna lay in my bed. Don't feel like picking up my phone, so leave a message at the tone. 'Cause today I swear I'm not doing anything, nothing at all. Ooh, 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 nothing at all. Ooh, 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 nothing at all. And the jump time, when all is settling, I'll say love, and then we sang a song. The rare mountains here, I turned my face away and dreamed about you. God, I'm a lucky one. Connecting to one, I've got a feeling this year's middle. So happy Christmas. I love you, baby. I can see a better time when all the dreams come true.
Definitely one of the greatest Christmas songs is opposed on Harp. It's Christmas! 50,000 Christmas cracker. Right, it's time for another cracker to be pulled. Rosie Stead, hello, how you doing?
Oh, hello, I'm fine, thank you. I'm so excited.
That's what I like to hear. What are you doing this morning?
I'm just sort of like chilling and catching up with a bit of housework.
Ah, okay, getting ready for all the family coming over the next couple of days?
No, I'm working Christmas Day all day and Boxing Day.
Ah, okay, do you do this every year?
Yeah, because I work in a nursing home.
Right, oh, okay. Well, you're spreading the Christmas cheer to all of those who really need it, so it's a special time of the year for you.
It is, yeah, I do love Christmas.
Earlier on, I did ask you, which Hollywood actor played 6 different roles in the Polar Express? Is it A, Tom Hanks, or B, Tom Cruise?
It's A, Tom Hanks, my favourite Christmas film.
Ah, yes, and your favourite Christmas film has definitely won you some cash. But first, I want to know what you're going to do with it.
Well, no point spend it on my grandkids, I suppose. Or I could spend it with my 3 sisters next year on holiday.
Oh, where are you going?
We're going to Tenerife. Adults only.
Sorry, kids. Yeah.
I can't wait. Something to look forward to as well.
Brilliant. Well, let's get you some cash for it then. You are about to pull one of our crackers. Inside is either going to be £500, £5,000, or it could be £50,000. Shall we do it?
Yes, please.
Here we go.
Yes! £5,000 you've just won.
Oh, brilliant. I've never won anything, to tell the truth. Never.
Well, you're going to have the best holiday ever with your sisters. You're going to
Oh,
Tenerife.
I'm going to Tenerife.
Yeah,
Bring
yeah.
some men.
Oh, sangritas all round. Let's go.
Thank you.
You're so welcome, Rosie. Have a great Christmas. Love to all your family as well.
And everyone in Heart has a fantastic Christmas.
Oh, thank you very much. Love you, babe.
Thank you. Bye.
And that is what this game is all about, spreading that Christmas cheer. If you want in, your next chance is coming up with me just after midday.
50,000
We are designed to love and break, to rinse and repeat it all again. I get started when the world's too loud and things don't look up when you're going down. Know your arms are reaching out from somewhere beyond the clouds. You make me feel like a troubled heart is a million miles away. You make me feel like a troubled stars and we're dancing out in space, celestial.
body's a million miles away. You may be feeling
Wales, the South Midlands, East Anglia and southern areas, it's still going to be windy, just not as windy. And there's the risk of some coastal flooding, not just today, but also tonight and tomorrow along parts of the coast of East Anglia. So a mild day for Northern Ireland, England and Wales, but a cooler day in Scotland, particularly so in the northeast. Now, through this evening and overnight, we continue with wintry showers and high ground in Scotland, not just in the Highlands, but also the Northern Isles, and a weather front pushes northwards, taking its rain with it. So still cold in the far northeast. Could be some ice around as well to watch out for first thing. This is the weather front which is producing all the rain. Tomorrow you can see from the isobars, it's going to be windy. It's not as windy as today. And that mild air is trying to push up in through Scotland, but not succeeding into the far northeast. So we start off with a fair bit of cloud and rain around, some of that giving way to some brighter skies as we go through the course of the day. And these are our temperatures. 1 in Lerwick, 5 in Aberdeen, but 10 in Glasgow, the one we are getting in here, and 11 in 12s as we push further south across England, Wales and Northern Ireland. Overnight Friday into Saturday, we'll have some transient snow clearing during Saturday with a lot of rain piling in to the north and west. Come further south, it's going to be drier, bits and pieces of cloud around and some showers, but again, milder. And then as we head up towards Christmas, for Christmas Day itself, we could well see some rain in the south, some wintry showers in the hills in the north and cooler.
Want to understand what the news means for you? The latest news feed on Sounds keeps you up to date and lets you explore the stories you're interested in. From breaking headlines,
there's been a wave of missile strikes across Ukraine,
to expert analysis and deep dive podcasts.
No one knows what's going on in the head of Vladimir Putin.
Make sense of the latest stories whenever suits you. Open the BBC Sounds app, then tap on podcasts for the latest news.
Make sure the mics are recording us. Margaret Atwood, welcome to This Cultural Life. Some of the world's leading artistic figures reveal to me their influences.
You try and meet what everyone wants to meet. You never know where things go.
And the experiences that have inspired their own work.
People around me never said you can't do this.
I was totally in love with Monk. Now I'm blushing. Find out what fires.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Hamas says there won't be any talks about prisoner swaps until the Israeli offensive in Gaza ends. Diplomatic efforts are continuing, though, to get a pause in the fighting. The World Health Organization says there's no functioning hospital right now left in northern Gaza. A top EU court rules that UEFA's ban on a European Super League is unlawful. Junior doctors in England take part in their second day of state strike action as part of a dispute over pay. Hello, I'm Lucy Hawkins. Welcome to BBC News Now. 3 hours of fast-moving news, interviews and reaction. Let's begin with the war in Gaza. Hamas has issued a statement in the past hour and a half or so saying that Palestinian factions reject any talks about prisoner swaps until Israel ends its offensive in Gaza. Hamas is designated a terrorist group by several countries, including the US and UK. Its statement comes as negotiations do continue for a fourth day now to attempt to secure a unanimous UN Security Council vote on the suspension of hostilities in Gaza. But that outcome remains uncertain, diplomats struggling to agree on terms that will avoid a US veto. Israel has released footage of what it claims to be tunnels dug under Gaza City by Hamas in the north of the territory. It says the structures, which cover a large area, were used as a base by the leaders of Hamas. And there's no let-up in the fighting inside Gaza. The World Health Organization has said there are no hospitals left in northern Gaza that are still able to function with the medical system in what they have called survival mode. Let's take you live now to our security correspondent, Frank Gardner. Frank, what did you make of Hamas's latest statement?
Well, Lucy, this, on the face of it, is a very serious setback to these negotiations. Hopes had been very high because it's very unusual for Ismail Haniyeh, the political head of Hamas, who's based in Doha, Qatar, to travel to Cairo. That was seen as a sign of the seriousness of Hamas's willingness to negotiate. But they have made their position very clear, which is that they're not going to do any partial releases of hostages for a partial ceasefire. They want a total end to Israel's military actions in Gaza. And they're not prepared, they say, to release any hostages until that comes. But this puts the Israeli government into a really difficult position because this government of Benjamin Netanyahu had said right from the beginning that they believe force was the best way to get the release of their hostages. Not only to put pressure on Hamas, but they had hoped, I think, to release hostages by force, finding them in tunnels. That hasn't really happened. There's only been one hostage released or liberated by Israeli forces, Oren Megiddish. So this now is a real setback because the Israeli government is under big pressure from the relatives of these roughly 130 hostages still held in Gaza. They're calling on their government to do more. They're saying, look, your way of force isn't working. It's not producing hostages coming out alive. We don't want to see our relatives coming out in body bags. But now Hamas has made this point clear. It's putting pressure on the Israeli government to stop their war altogether without any guarantee that Hamas is going to stop its armed actions against Israel. So the Israeli government is extremely reluctant to pause or stop altogether its actions until it feels that it has completely degraded Hamas's military capability, and it hasn't got to that point yet. So in short, this will be a huge disappointment to the aid agencies, to diplomats, but most of all to the people of Gaza who are desperate for this war to stop.
What about the other players at the moment, Frank, particularly in Cairo, those that are involved in some of these discussions and negotiations? Who can bring their influence to bear right now on the different parties?
Well, the biggest influences here really are Egypt and Qatar, and there's always going to be a back channel. So things are never quite as grim as they look or as they sound on paper. Often people put out very sort of portentous statements and it sounds incredibly inflexible, but often there are back channels, such as David Barnea, the head of Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency, who's been meeting in Warsaw with the Qatari Prime Minister. Qatar is important in this because Qatar hosts the political office of Hamas, which is a proscribed terrorist organization by many countries. But Qatar has huge influence over Hamas. The problem is that you've got the political actors in Hamas, such as Ismail Haniyeh, who lives in some comfort in Qatar. And then you've got someone like Yahya Sinwar, who is believed to be the architect, the mastermind behind those murderous attacks in southern Israel on October the 7th. And he's the most wanted man. He's somewhere in tunnels, somewhere probably in Gaza. They can't find him. They desperately want to find him. But he is the guy who in many cases makes the decisions, along with other senior Hamas officials in Gaza.
Frank, very good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us, Frank Gardner there. Well, as I've mentioned, the World Health Organization has said that in northern Gaza, there is not now a functioning hospital due to a lack of fuel, staff and supplies. Let's talk more now about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Live to Ahmed Behram, who is Regional Media and Communications Advisor for the Norwegian Refugee Council, which has about 50 personnel in Gaza. Very good to see you, Ahmed. I understand most of your team are based in Rafah. How are they and what is the situation there for them at the moment?
Hi, Lucy. How are they? That's a question I can't really answer. We have lost communication for a few days. We can barely have a word in from them. They're definitely not okay. They are alive, thankfully. I've just spoken to one of my colleagues, and he was telling me that all they can do is try to get hold of some tinned food for their children. We are trying to support those who are in desperate need. Aid is coming in drops, really. It has to be in streams. What we are offering on the ground is hardly scratching the surface there because of the little amount of aid coming in. I think with even more orders on the Israeli side asking people to be moving further south, we are looking at a huge overcrowding problem in Rafah and surrounding areas. It's quite cold here in the Middle East, and thankfully for some, it's not raining, because these settlements where they are now and where they have built their tents are going to turn into muddy pools with the first rain. It's chaos. It's desperation, and the ceasefire can't come soon enough.
Ahmed, you mentioned that a little bit of aid is getting in, not nearly enough, of course, but when it makes it across into Gaza, how do you decide who gets it, and how do you make sure that it doesn't get into the wrong hands? Because there are Israeli allegations that sometimes this aid goes straight to Hamas.
Well, as far as the Norwegian Refugee Council is concerned, we do have designated shelters where we are providing aid. A lot of the aid, like you said, is not even making it to even other parts of southern Gaza, let alone northern or central Gaza. There's no way aid can go there under the heavy bombardment that we see, which is creeping even closer to the south. We are in shelters where we are offering families some hot meals, some drinking water. Like I said, it's never enough. We are providing tents for families. So we are working with displaced people. There are almost 2 million of them at the moment. There are, of course, shelters that are designated for people to receive aid. And of course, like I said,
domestic appliance care.
Aid trucks coming in, and that's hardly enough for a few days or probably even for a few
I had it repaired some time ago, but I mean, it's been all right. It's a boss.
We are talking about, I have been working in this region for years now, and I haven't seen anything like this at this scale and depth of the suffering.
Am I paying what? Sorry.
Ahmed, speaking to the WHO.
No, I've not paid £9 a month. I paid £72. And I had it fixed. I've not paid no monthly payments. That was some time ago, about maybe 2 years ago, or maybe longer. No, that's right, mate. No worries at all. Then, Gordon. Thank you for your time. Have a lovely Christmas. Okay. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Oh yeah. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh. I've been out. I've been 11 hours. That's crazy. Oh.
Northern Ireland, England and Wales, but a cooler day in Scotland, particularly so in the northeast. Now through this evening and overnight, we continue with wintry showers on high ground in Scotland, not just in the Highlands, but also the Northern Isles, and our weather front pushes northwards, taking its rain with it. So still cold in the far northeast, could be some ice around as well to watch out for first thing. This is the weather front which is producing all the rain. Tomorrow you can see from the isobars, it's going to be windy, it's not as windy as today, and that mild air is trying to push up in through Scotland, but not succeeding into the far northeast. So we start off with a fair bit of cloud and rain around, some of that giving way to some brighter skies as we go through the course of the day, and these are our temperatures. 1 in Lerwick, 5 in Aberdeen, but 10 in Glasgow, the one we are getting in here, and 11 in 12 as we push further south across England, Wales and Northern Ireland. Overnight Friday into Saturday, we'll have some transient snow clearing during Saturday, with a lot of rain piling in to the north and west. From further south, it's going to be drier, bits and pieces of cloud around, and some showers, but again, milder. And then as we head up towards Christmas, for Christmas Day itself, we could also see some rain in the south.
Hello.
Showers
Hello.
in the north and cooler.
Yeah.
You all right?
That was smile on your face.
Really? All right.
The art of good conversation is to say the right thing at the right time. And in the right
I don't mind.
You have to be original, sympathetic, encouraging,
Yeah.
and also keep an open mind. And you
I normally have
to sit back.
beef and noodles and from the carp shop.
If it's Christmas Day, do you want Christmas dinner? Do you want me to bring you over roast dinner?
I don't know.
I'll bring you over one night. And I'm cooking some lunch for the boys in the morning, like sausage rolls and things.
Yeah.
There's not a lot in there, but
breaking headlines.
Is it what I think it is? Lovely, lovely. You're going to have one now, I think. All right then.
Make sense of the latest stories whenever suits you. Open the BBC
Oh.
podcasts for the latest news.
Traveling can be so much more than a holiday.
It's about diving headfirst into new experiences and seeing the world with fresh eyes.
Where each destination tells a unique story.
And every encounter brings a new perspective.
Because all of these amazing places are made so much richer by the people who live in them.
So unleash your spirit of adventure and join us for a deeper understanding of the world.
The Travel Show. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Oh yeah. Couple of joints.
This is BBC News, the headlines. Hamas says there won't be any talks about prisoner swaps until the Israeli offensive in Gaza ends. Diplomatic efforts are continuing to get a pause in the fighting. The World Health Organization says there's no functioning hospital left in northern Gaza. The top EU court rules that UEFA's ban on a European Super League is unlawful. And junior doctors in England are taking part in their second day of strike action as part of dispute over pay.
I'm going to have a joint. Yeah. I'll show you that. A little bit of weed. There is a little bit there. So this is Christmas. I think I better have some Coke.
Should be made public in their sentence. That's going to happen on the 2nd of February. They were found guilty yesterday of murdering Brianna, who was transgender, in a park in Cheshire. They say Nick Garnett, who was outside the Manchester Crown Court. So we've only known them, Nick, as Girl X and Boy Y. Tell us what the judge said today and also some background on the corridors here.
Right, we will have to keep calling them Boy Y and Girl X until February the 2nd next year, when the two of them will be sentenced. They are now 16 years old, and under British law, they can't be identified by their names unless a judge decides, and that's what's happened today. Let me tell you a bit about the background to this case. It was an 18-day trial at this Crown Court in Manchester, and it's an horrific crime. Two 15-year-olds, as they were then, lured a 16-year-old girl into a park in a village halfway between Manchester and Liverpool in northwest England, and carried out an horrific murder. She was stabbed 28 times. Now, this was in the middle of the day, in daylight, in a park surrounded by dog walkers and people out strolling around. The two 16-year-olds, as they are now are, ran across the fields and made their escape, leaving Brianna dying alone on her in the middle of the ground. It's a crime that has horrified many, many people. Yesterday, her mother, Esther Jai, came out of the court just after hearing that both of them had been convicted of murder, and said that she had no sympathy for the children involved. However, she did call for restraint on the parents. She said that they too had lost children. And that was made reference to today by the judge in this case. As I said, these two children are still known as X and Y, but on February the 2nd, we will be able to name them. And the judge, Mrs. Justice Amanda Yip, gave her reason. She said Brianna's murder was a shocking event, murdered in a particularly brutal way. The defendants themselves are children, and messages that they sent between themselves point to a degree of planning beforehand. Both children, she said, have added vulnerabilities. X has traits of autism. Y is on the autism spectrum too, and is selectively mute and hasn't spoken since since he was arrested in February last year. Now, she says that in the interest of the public interest that will remain in place, and is such that they do need to be named. They are convicted killers. And so on February the 2nd next year, when they are sentenced for their crimes, which will be a life sentence, but we don't know how many years that will involve, they will be named, and we will be able to tell you who they are then, but not yet.
Nick, thank you very much.
Oh, that's good then.
Let's talk more about what is happening inside Gaza at the moment, and in Israel and Egypt as well. There are many developments to bring you. The negotiations, of course, that are continuing to take place in New York over the UN resolution calling for a new Gaza
That's lovely.
and the release of Israeli hostages. The desperate plea from aid agencies again today and from the UN that they need to try and get more supplies into Gaza because the humanitarian situation is dire. Let's take you live now to Abdul Basir Hassan, who is a reporter there, who is there at the Rafah crossing. Very good to see you, What is happening in Rafah today? Are aid trucks getting in?
Yes, as you see, I'm saying the Egyptian gate as the crossing. You might see one of the tracks is coming empty now from the Palestinian side. This track is empty, which means it's empty already to the Gaza front. Then was unloaded before it comes to that gate. That gate is the gate of the Egyptian crossing to the Gaza Strip, which is almost like 500 meters away, the Palestinian gate. Those empty trucks are coming from here, from this gate. While they are loaded, they go from that black iron gate to the right, where they go to the crossing of Kerem, which is about 5 kilometers from here, or Nitzana, which is about 50 kilometers from here. What are you seeing now is the Egyptian ambulances waiting for any injured or wounded Palestinians coming from the Gaza side. We have heard today that almost like 20 wounded Palestinians have come in from the Egyptian gate to the Egyptian hospitals, and more foreign passport holders came also the Egyptian side. Yesterday, more than 170 tracks have been into Gaza from both this gate, the Iron Gate, and directly to Gaza, and from Kerem or Kerem Shalom. We have heard today that Kerem Shalom parameter has been hacked, but we don't know exactly the damage. We have learned this just now, and we have learned today as well that Gaza, close to here, Rafah, which is like 1 kilometer from here, has been hacked today as well, but we don't know exactly what are the casualties. Anyway, this is the situation now at the crossing. Almost the tracks which were here for days are now almost end. While this is the way to Al Arish. This road is like 1 hour from now to Al Arish Airport, where we have seen dozens or hundreds of trucks being queued before the other gate, just 500 meters from here, before they are allowed and checked and come here to take their way to the Rafah. One of them is already loaded and ready to sit into Gaza, and of course the trucks included not only aid assistance but also fuel. And here recently we have heard that the commercial goods entered the Gaza area.
Abdul Basser, thank you so much for bringing us that from Rafah, from the border crossing there. Hamas also saying today that a senior border official there at the Rafah crossing with Egypt has been killed, along with 3 other Palestinians by an Israeli strike. We cannot independently verify that for you. We will bring you more on that, though, as soon as we get it. Hamas has also said factions in Gaza have rejected negotiations on prisoner exchanges unless there is a full cessation of what it called Israeli aggression. That coming from a Hamas statement in the past few hours or so. Let's talk now to political analyst Noor O'Day, who joins us from Ramallah, and also Ibrahim Hamidi, who is executive editor of Al Majalla. Ibrahim, can I start with you? It was understood that Ismail Haniyeh wouldn't have gone to Cairo unless there was an agreement that was pretty much ready for him to rubber stamp. What do you think is happening at those talks in Cairo at the moment, with him coming out today with a statement saying there will be no prisoner swaps, there'll be no pause until Israel ends its bombardment?
Indeed, Ismail Haniyeh, the top leader of Hamas, has arrived to Cairo, but I think this visit came after top talks between the Qataris, the Americans, and the Israelis. I think they met, top leaders met in different European cities to prepare for this negotiation. The negotiations are aiming, for prisoner swaps. Hamas is offering 2 options. One is to release effectively
a joint. I got a joint with some weed in it. Lovely.
Every time they would like to see some Palestinian leaders released from the Israeli jails, and they are demanding indeed for at least 14 days of ceasefire. It seems that the Israelis have rejected this offer, and now the talks in Cairo in stalemate. There is maybe the Americans and the Israelis and maybe the Qataris will try again to resume the talks to
Lovely.
Norway did also hear that Hamas was saying that they wanted.
I think I should share.
slaves.
Because I'm smoking a joint. You know, I was just get some cheering.
But that is completely unlikely that Israel is going to agree to that. What do you think if we can just look more at the talks in Cairo, that leads those particular discussions, and then we'll talk about the UN. Sorry, I was going to ask more of that actually.
Yeah. Yes.
Very tough, so you will see a lot of grandstanding on the part of Hamas and also on the part of Israel. And we have to keep in mind that the stated goal of Israel is almost diametrically opposed to the possibility of reaching an agreement for the release of all captives in Gaza. Because what Benjamin Netanyahu is telling Hamas and the world is, I will reach an agreement, a partial agreement for a few days of ceasefire, and then I'm going to go back to bombarding Gaza and to annihilating Hamas, as he puts it. So there's a lot of tough talk, if you will, and it's up to the mediators to be patient and to walk through those internal dynamics and internal landmines, if you will, that Israel has and that Hamas has in order to push through for a ceasefire that hopefully would kind of develop into something more permanent.
Ibrahim, do those talks in Cairo, though, extend beyond what is happening right now and the calls for a ceasefire? Are they also discussing what will happen next when the war does end?
I think so. I mean, as we know, I mean, not just the leader of Hamas is in Cairo. I think the leader of Islamic Jihad, another armed group faction, is moving from Damascus to Cairo. I think, as far as I know, I think they're going to talk about. Leaders are talking about the day after. I mean, there are a lot of ideas. I mean, Hamas they would like to be part of the any kind of arrangements on the day after. The other point is about the reform of payroll. As we all know, Hamas, Islamic Jihad are not part of the payroll.
Yeah.
That will play a role in the day after in Gaza.
Nor, what do the PA say at the moment about what they see their role as being after the war? How do they imagine they will be involved? Because it often comes up in discussions with other players, with the US as well. They can see the PA, basically running the administration from the West Bank.
Well, the PA in its current format, I think, is too weak and too discredited to take part in anything. Although it does seem that they are in denial. So statements we've heard from the top officials of the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah talk about readiness to, assume responsibilities in the Gaza Strip. But I think everybody in the Palestinian scene understands that that is not how it's going to play out. And in order for this war to end, a very different Palestinian arrangement would need to happen. One that is inclusive, one that does include Hamas and Islamic Jihad, because these are players that cannot be omitted or ignored on the ground, and governance as such would have to be united, would have to include Gaza and the West Bank. And again, that requires a lot more political work within the Palestinian scene, but also with regional players who can push it forward internationally, because we're still hearing a lot of no's from Washington, which means that the position in Tel Aviv will remain intransigent about what they would accept in terms of Palestinian governance. And Netanyahu said he's not going to allow the PA back to Gaza. He doesn't want to see Hamas in Gaza. He doesn't want to see realistic in that formula. In that.
And was being watered down. that perhaps there's going to be a resolution. That will be more
and we know that the Americans the UN Security Council draft, and I mean, of course, there is a session today. There's
UK. Business.
A lot of small number will turn to illegal money lending. Money. The team tackling loan sharks say they normally only hear about the problem in a year.
Yes, and tens of we told about 50.
Yes.
Was up. But one of the ways
almost £500 million for equipment like drones and to double the manpower. Is not fully prepared for the French border police. This year, the number of crossings has dropped.
In the number of arriving individuals this year in this way, and overall we are continuing to see the fruits of our labour and of our investment as these additional resources come on board throughout the
the crowd Britain may send them to Rwanda. It worries you, but it's not stopping you. Not stopping you. Tunisia. Harding, BBC.
Premier of gambling. Across most
The Cross-Party Culture, Media and Sport Committee says it won't be enough. MPs have recommended online protection for young adults and for the introduction of a levy to be paid by gambling operators to fund addiction prevention and treatment. Children are obviously gambling. Entirely news. Exonerated. Has been following developments.
There was a social explosion of anger which filled the streets of the capital Buenos Aires, led by jobless people or those who've been really hard hit by the economic crisis which Argentina has been grappling with for decades. Inflation has hit 160%, which has left more than 40% of the population in poverty. And it's those people who are suffering and expect to suffer more with these economic shock therapy measures which have been announced who were leading the protest. But it wasn't just them, there were thousands all marching towards Congress late into the night. Around 1 a.m. local time, you could still see snakes and lions.
Smoking drugs. I am smoking drugs. Mm. Lovely. All right. Yeah, you know it's lovely. You know it's lovely. You know it's lovely. Yes. I'll try it again. Move the camera up a bit. Yeah, that's better. on a longer I got the weed. I'm gonna smoke it. Look at this. Oh my god. I'm gonna smoke it. Look at this. Oh my god. I got some weed. I'm gonna smoke it. That's right. I got some weed. I'm gonna smoke it. Look at this. Oh my god.
it. Yes. Oh my God. I got some weed. I'm gonna smoke it. Yes. Oh my God. I got some weed. I'm gonna smoke it. Yes. Oh my God.